4. Gather around, freaks. The saga begins this month. Yippee! This week we are going to be made the clumsiest general, but not before we have a duel of fates at the pod race. That's a great name for an early 2000s indie rock band, I think. So gather around the subspace transceiver and gather around the cooking fire, because it's time once again for Hey, did you see this one? May the force be with you.
Hello there.
Us, Iceland Spaceport.
We are still flying half a ship. Your move.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hello there. I sense a trap.
Next move?
Spring the trap. Your move. Spring the trap. Your move.
I will deal with this Jedi slime myself.
Your move.
Kenobi.
Your move. I have a bad feeling about this. Spring the trap. Your move.
You have a job to do, Anakin. Try not to upset him.
Kenobi. Try not to upset him. Your move.
Go about your business.
Move along.
Go on.
Spring the trap.
What about Padme? She seems to be on top of things.
Your move.
Do you have a plan B?
Kenobi. Plan B. Kenobi. Plan B. Plan B.
Another happy landing.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Hey, did you see this one? The weekly reaction review roundtable discussion where we just have to ask the question, hey, did you see this one? On this show, we take a movie and we pull it apart. We leave no stone unturned, and we make sure that we talk about the movie until we can't talk about it anymore. We are your band this week, of course. That is Duel of Fates at the pod race, and we're going to be playing the jams and the hits at the Star Wars Cantina all week long. This is, of course, the Star Wars month of lore we've been talking about for some time, but we decided to finally pull the trigger on it. I think it's going to be great. We are, of course, sort of doing this in conjunction with the Darth Theorists to sort of help boost them a little bit like they really need it. I think it's really the other way around. I am, of course, your first co-host, Jason R. Phillips, episode 1, The Phantom Menace. I'm joined, as always, by Stephen Boba Blackfly Waters, who made that incredible video at the beginning, and he is the voice of Darth Theorist, and he's going to...
That's me!
He's sort of going to be taking the reins this month since he's the Star Wars expert, and I get to sort of sit back.
Yeah,
and
like,
just...
what? Why are you calling it the pod race? It's the Boonta Eve Classic, you absolute piece of shit.
Yes,
See, I knew this was going to happen. I was going to message you before the show and be like, when I get something wrong or I have a dumb question, can you please not decapitate me live in the air?
It is a pod
We need
race.
a
You're right.
graphic.
It just has a name. Okay. That specific race.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I'm excited. I've been wanting to do this since the beginning, so I'm happy that we're here to explore it in the video. Let's do it, guys. Let's break this movie. Let's rip this movie a new one, if you will.
Yeah.
Let's take this movie out to dinner. Get a nice bottle of wine.
Well, our guests have already begun to be the peanut gallery. We were warned not to have them on at the same time because they are best friends. But I would first, you warned me, Cass. I would first like to welcome back to the show for the umpteenth time, Cassandra Hodgins. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you for having me, as always.
Hell yes.
Pleasure.
And welcoming also back to the show for the fifth time.
What times?
Tatiana! Welcome to the Five Timers Club. I never thought this would happen.
I can't believe this is happening.
But I put this here.
Tatiana Ramos, how you doing? All right, welcome back. You're gonna get your own playlist on YouTube and a jacket's in the mail. The
That's
smoker's jacket that says,
I'm
"Hey,
still-
did you see this one?"
I'm waiting for mine, by the way. I've been keeping an eye on that mail for months. It's not here.
Definitely got lost with all the postal strikes.
Dang. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's what happens when I've got nothing. It's in the mail, but thank you. Welcome back. Congratulations on 5 times, Tat. We are talking about Star Wars Episode 1. This is episode 217, which is an incredible number. It's a big number. It's a large number. Oh,
Someone's here.
somebody's at the door right off the top. That's weird. Let's open the door and see who it is.
And I just wanted to say, good luck, Obi-Wan. I'll see you soon, I'm sure. I just know you guys are going to show up. I love you.
Oh my God, they killed Kenny.
And I said that to him, and he's like, "I didn't even realize." I'm like, "Hell yeah, brother!"
We all speak
Love-
winter in Canadian, or like Canadian winter.
Yeah.
All understood.
Yeah, and if you're watching at home, you definitely also understood. So that's perfect. Well, we've gotten all the intros out of the way. We're here. We're talking about Star Wars. It's going to be a big month. What we should do first, though, is get a brief synopsis.
Oh God, a brief synopsis.
Zardoz speaks to you.
Zardoz
He
is here.
demands you synopsize this film. Tell him how, why, who, what occurs in this film.
Wow.
Zardoz.
We have to appease him. Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. What a movie! At the beginning of this movie, we see 2 Jedi Knights have been dispatched to the planet of Naboo to settle a trade dispute between the Trade Federation and the planet of Naboo itself. Upon arriving, they are almost assassinated by the Trade Federation. By almost, I gave them they were nowhere near killing these 2. But they get down to the planet, realize that there's something more to this trade dispute than meets the eye. They evacuate the Queen of Naboo, Queen Amidala, but in their escape attempt from the planet's orbit, their ship is damaged. The hyperdrive no longer functions properly, and they have to refuel the hyperdrive as well as get some replacement parts. So they stop off on a desert world, Tatooine. There, they find the parts they need at a junkyard sale by a little wormy man who flies around. And they also find a little boy who is enslaved by this junk dealer. And they formulate a deal in order to get the parts they need, but also in doing so, they formulate a deal to get the boy out of slavery because he displays force abilities. He's a secret Jedi baby. And the bet that they put down in order to gain him his freedom is a pod race, like Jason's mentioned earlier. And of course, Anakin Skywalker takes part in the race, and he wins the race because he rules. They go to Coruscant, where the Jedi Council say they're not going to train him because he's too old. But Qui-Gon's like, I'm going to train him anyway. Suck it. And he decides that he's going to then go back to Naboo with the Queen and the help of the Gungans, the people of Jar Jar Binks, in order to save the planet from the Trade Federation. And unfortunately, Qui-Gon dies in a duel of the fates.
Spoilers.
Yeah. If you haven't seen this 30-year-old movie, sorry, or I guess 27-year-old movie. There's a big battle at the end. Anakin flies a spaceship, and the Jedi fight Darth Maul, and Queen Amidala and her crew basically mess up the Trade Federation in the palace. It's pretty cool. But yeah, a lot of stuff happens in this movie, and I'm really excited to talk about it with y'all.
You can also find a brief synopsis. It's about 3 minutes long. Weird Al Yankovic himself got the script for this movie before the movie was released and wrote an incredible song about it. called The Saga Begins, which basically just did what Steven just did.
Yeah, I was debating whether or not I should just sing that song or not, and I decided not.
That would have been great, because we all know the lyrics to it. If you're of a certain age, if you were,
they're burned into my brain. I know every word, and
I know so much Weird Al, and I don't know that one, and I feel kind of disappointed in myself.
I feel like we'll get some sort of copyright strike if we sing it.
Yeah, exactly.
If you get every other word incorrect.
It's Off Running with Scissors. It's a classic, and it's a parody of American Pie by.
No way.
Yeah, you've heard it. It's been on the radio for 50 years.
Yep.
Cool. Well, we should go into our brief histories, I think.
Brief histories.
A brief history.
So for this week, what we'll do is, since it's the first week of the month, and we're doing a spotlight like this, give us your brief history of the movie, but also with Star Wars. And Cass, why don't you go ahead first?
Me, okay. My brief history is kind of very brief this time, because I was introduced to Star Wars by my cousin, who is named Luke and was a little blonde boy with blue eyes, so he thought he was Luke Skywalker. And I remember watching these movies as a kid, including Phantom Menace, but I don't really remember it. I do remember loving Jar Jar Binks and really loving the end fight, and that's all I remembered until I rewatched it with Tatiana this weekend. And that's kind of it. I really wasn't a huge Star Wars fan. Not to say that I don't like Star Wars. I really like Star Wars, but I'm not a fan. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know all the lore. I don't have all the knowledge of all the ins and outs of it. I've seen episodes like 4, 5, 6 a handful of times in my life. But right. I don't know. I kind of just drop in and I enjoy it every time. I play Star Wars D&D, and that's fun. So I'm just here on a journey with you guys, because I love when people love things and I get to learn about it. So that's me.
Very good. We're excited to have you.
Teach me things.
Yeah.
I will.
How about you, Tatiana?
There are some movies that you just feel like you've watched always. Like, I cannot tell you. I was really noodling on this because Cass asked me, because she was like, "You're going to be asked on the show." I'm like, "You're absolutely right." I genuinely cannot remember the first time I watched Star Wars. I cannot remember what order I watched them in. I just do remember I always really enjoyed the movies, but I think similar to Cass, it didn't capture me with like a crazy fanaticism the way something like, for me, it was like Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings, those sorts of things. But every time I watch a Star Wars movie or TV show, I absolutely love it every time. And I do think playing the Star Wars D&D game made me know more about random Star Wars species and weapons and things to turn me into, I think, like a much bigger fan now. So I think rewatching episode 1 now has absolutely made me want to watch the rest, like all the way through to 9 and to like shows and all. So really happy, and thank you for bringing me into this month, just to be able to, like, I don't know, find that joy in these movies again.
Yeah, the roster this month is basically just like, who do we really, really want to be on? Not that we don't want to have everyone on, but we're bringing back our favorites for the favorites.
Favorites, I'll take it.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yes, if you're asked like a dozen times to be on something, you might be liked on it.
Yeah.
I just like it, like almost like in writing, because if not, I'm gonna second guess it.
Yeah. Or that sweater in the mail.
Exactly.
Should I go now?
I
think it's time. I want to.
Okay. Well, my first experience with Star Wars in general was my parents bought me the VHSs when I was, I want to say, like 4, maybe, and they didn't know what they were doing. They really don't know what they did. They basically changed the trajectory of my entire life. Star Wars means a lot to me, and it always has. And episode 1 is one of the greatest moments of my entire life in terms of like the amount of excitement that I had encapsulated inside of my body, the experience of watching it for the first time, and just the perceived takeover of everything in my life at that age by Star Wars. Like the advertising was everywhere. It was advertised through commercials, radio, buses, bus stops. Pepsi had like all these, or was it Coke? No, it was Pepsi had all these cans. Every can that was under the umbrella of Pepsi had a different character on it for an extended period of time, and you could collect the cans. And of course, I did collect the cans. If you found a gold Yoda can, there was some sort of prize involved with that. I don't remember what the prize was, but I also didn't find a gold Yoda can, so sadly, I didn't complete the correction. Yeah, they had a regular. I think he was on like 7-Up or something, but yeah, they had a gold can that you could find. The first time I saw Episode 1, I had this idea in my head that the tickets were going to be sold out for like weeks and weeks, and I wouldn't be able to see it on opening weekend. And so I had this sort of like tragic heaviness in my heart of like, I'm never going to get to see this movie. It's going to be sold out forever. But then me and my friend Dirac, his dad was able to get us tickets, and we went to go see it. We went super early because we wanted to make sure that we got good seats. And then I went to go see Episode 1. I think it was 10 times that summer. Like since the weekend it opened to the end of summer, I would get like $20 a week for an allowance, and I would basically just go every single weekend to watch it. Usually with different people, right? Like somebody would be in my grade, and they'd say, "I'm going to go see Star Wars," and be like, "I'm coming, I'm coming, I'll meet you there." It was like the first sort of time my parents trusted me enough, because I was quite young. They trusted me to go to the movies without their supervision. So yeah, it was a big deal for me. And I've said this phrase before, you know, people call them comfort movies or feel-good movies. This, to me, is sort of the definition of a chicken noodle soup movie, which is a thing that I have told to you guys in the past. Princess Mononoke is one that pops into my head immediately.
All the time.
Yeah, Needful Things is another one. But essentially, this is a movie that I put on when I'm feeling depressed, or when I'm feeling sick, or if I'm hungover, or, you know, just anything where I'm not feeling 100%. I'll put this movie on specifically because I know that it's going to pull these sort of nostalgic feelings out of me and make me feel good. But the issue with that now is that I tried to watch this movie twice this week, and I fell asleep both times. How warm and comfortable this movie makes me feel. Luckily, I've seen this movie like, I'm pretty sure over 100 times. Me and my friend Derek, from the beginning of this story, we used to put this movie on when we first got it on VHS and just play with action figures. And when the movie would end, we would rewind it and just put it on again. So it just existed in the background, as well as this thing that we would sit down to watch specifically. But yeah, I know that this movie is not well loved, and I know that this movie is criticized by almost anybody within the Star Wars community of a certain age. There are people much younger than us that absolutely love this movie, but I love this movie, even though I was kind of within that realm of like everybody shitting on it, being like, this is the worst thing to happen to my childhood since the time my father killed my mother, or whatever. That's the kind of shit people would say. And to me, when I would hear these things, I'd be like, what? It's the greatest movie ever made. They can just burn Hollywood to the ground now. It's over. The greatest movie has been made, and it's Star Wars Episode 1. Anyway, I'll yield my time.
Yeah, I'll give my time.
It made my heart so warm,
That is
Steven.
so
Wow.
I love that.
Mine's like pretty similar, but I didn't get the same like bug as Steven. I got the re-release trilogy DVDs from my uncle, and I would watch them all the time. So, and like my dad showed it to me growing up. So like I wasn't a stranger to Star Wars, but it didn't affect me obviously the way that it did Steve, because I kind of fell more in love with like superhero stuff, and I wouldn't get a good superhero movie until after this came out. But I remember this coming out, and my dad, I saw it obviously, but my dad went to see it, and he was like, it was the best thing I've ever seen. But the early internet was like, it's the worst movie ever. So I kind of gave him shit for it. But the thing is like over the years, I've watched it a bunch of times. And especially now with the shows, the TV shows casting such a wide net of ideas in the Star Wars universe, I feel like this fits in Star Wars just as well as anything else does. I think it's a good movie. It's just, I think that it.
My fucking original VHS that I got in 1992.
I love that you had to run away to get them.
Because I was like, do I have those here? And I do.
Bless.
But I watched this.
If you look real close, my sister drew on Han Solo and Princess Leia's faces kissing with pen.
And
I told her I'll never forgive her, and I I haven't.
Have not? Yeah.
Sisters are bitches. As a sister,
As a Scorpio, I always encourage holding a grudge. So
If I had a
If you go
VHS
for
player,
it.
I'd love to put them in and see how worn down they are because of the amount of times that I've watched them over my life.
that's fair.
That's wild.
Anyway, sorry, Jason. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's right. But I have, like I was just saying, I did watch this over the years many times, and I don't dislike the movie. And I think especially now with TV shows, it fits in great. I think that Jar Jar Binks, though, is like a really weird misstep for the series across all of it. Like I'm just watching this character going like, why did George Lucas decide to like put this guy in the movie? And he is pretty redeeming, and I like the fan theories about him and stuff, but those are just fan theories. So he's the most confusing
I
thing
wouldn't put
about
it past, like, in terms of those theories. So, like, I'm sure everybody's familiar with the Darth Jar Jar theories that exist and how they become extremely popularized close to when The Force Awakens was coming out and things. But like, I don't hate the theory. In fact, I kind of like the theory quite a bit. But at the same time, I know that George Lucas, he is like a twist man. Like, he likes having twists in his stories. The ultimate twist being that Luke Skywalker is the son of Darth Vader, and I think that he really was trying to play around with things to see if he could to recreate that level of twist. Even within this movie, there were versions of the script that actually this is production talk, so we could either.
Well, I have a little bit more.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, we'll get back to that in a second, but I watched it twice this week, and I was captivated the whole time. I was basically how I wanted to end that, because I really think that we have a TV show. Like, I've seen every TV show except for the animated stuff now.
The animated's so good, dude. Sorry.
I know, I'll get to it eventually, but the last thing I watched was Skeleton Crew. I haven't seen Andor season 2 yet, but the last thing I watched was Skeleton Crew, and watching this movie right after kind of evoked. I kind of got what they were going for more watching this movie, like concurrently with that. It fell kind of flat for me in the end, but it was still a cool like story they told about pirates and kids and spaceships.
And Neil.
Yeah.
And Neil's one of the greatest characters ever in Star Wars.
I think just ever. We don't even have to specify Star Wars.
All media.
Full stop.
In all media. I will say, going back to the gold Yoda can, I looked it up. It's ridiculous. It could be. There must have been a lot more of them than you maybe remember, because guess how it was a cash prize. Guess how much money the cash prize was?
$1,000.
Much lower.
Oh.
Much lower. $100.
$3.
Much lower.
$5.
A little higher.
And no for a can of Coke.
Yeah. I mean, basically, it was redeemable for a $20 cash prize.
Oh,
that's criminal.
I guess there must have been more than I thought. Like, the way it was touted, it seemed like there was like one. Like you could find one somewhere.
It's your golden ticket.
Yeah.
5 golden cans.
But I mean, I bet you
America.
I bet you the can itself for a time, I don't know about still, but it was probably worth a lot to collectors and things at the time, right?
Well, actually, it probably could be still.
Maybe,
I have that information for you as well. I just checked eBay, and the highest can on eBay, like complete, unsealed, or uncracked, is only $122.
But okay, if you think of the return over 20-something years.
Yeah.
Now we're playing with stocks and bonds, my friend. Let's do it.
It's worth the same. It's worth the same amount with inflation.
It's also like, what would you do with it? Put it on a shelf, I guess. But
LA Beast, the YouTuber LA Beast will drink it and get 1 million views, and he'll make much more than $122 off of it.
And get lead poisoning.
Yeah. That's what they used to make pop cans out of in the 1999 lead.
It's that old. We're old.
We're not allowed to put Coke in it anymore, so it's lead.
Yeah, they got rid of lead and just started jamming us back with microplastics.
And sugar.
Well, we can go into production talk. To remind you, Steve, what you were talking about, it was like the Jar Jar Binks fan theory and George Lucas being a twist master.
Yeah.
The master of twists. I don't know.
All right. Quiet on set. Are we rolling? Okay, let's shoot this piece of Sound. Speed. Action!
I was gonna say, like, he doesn't put twists in everything that he makes, but I think he valued that twist in Empire Strikes Back to be sort of like the greatest moment, not only in the Star Wars trilogy, but also in all of cinema. It's considered one of like the craziest twists. It's so popular that almost everybody knows it. Even people who haven't seen Star Wars know this fact, right? So much so that they don't even realize it's a twist. Like they'll go in and be like, isn't he his father or whatever? And then you see it in the movie and it's like, oh, like the only people you can fool with this twist now are like infants who have no access to the internet or any kind of other media beyond the stuff that their parents feed them.
My child will never know that until they're old enough.
But even within the original trilogy, he was trying to fuck around with it, right? Where it's like, okay, well, he found out that Darth Vader is his father in the end of the second movie. Let's also have the twist of Princess Leia is his sister and see what that does. And all that really did was make people go like, well, that's a confusing wank, right? It's like he kissed his sister pretty hard in episode 5.
The confusing wank too.
Also, just like all the like shipping. I don't know if shipping was a big thing in 1999, but I'm sure people were like Endgame, Leia, Luke, and then
never mind.
But it didn't have the same weight. It's interesting and it makes the dynamic between the characters cool, and it also infers that Leia has an innate ability in the Force, which adds to her character in terms of like why she's so talented in certain things when it comes to like manipulating people. Yeah, exactly. Off the charts. But yeah, there was a version of this script for episode 1 where he was going to have Qui-Gon, the character of Qui-Gon Jinn, played by Liam Neeson, be named Obi-Wan Kenobi and still die at the end of the movie. And the twist would be like that we thought Obi-Wan was safe because he obviously exists into the other movies, and when he dies, the character that we know of Obi-Wan, played by Ewan McGregor, ends up taking that moniker for himself and calling himself Obi-Wan after that fact. So he is still Obi-Wan. That was the idea.
Too. That's fun.
It is fun, but at the same time, it's kind of
too much, right?
It's kind of weird, right? Yeah. And like, I feel like if they were to do something like that, they would have to rework the entirety of the film in order for that to make sense in some way throughout. But it's just the example of him once again trying to be like, we got to twist things around on people. Like, they're expecting one thing, we got to give them something else. But there is also like a compelling amount of evidence to support the Darth Jar Jar theory in terms of just weird stuff that exists throughout like Jar Jar being able to jump really high and seemingly like clumsily getting out of situations that should have his head getting blown off or getting blown up by tanks and stuff. He's just constantly.
I sort of saw his Jedi ability, if you keep going with that idea, as like a drunken master, but for clumsiness.
Yes, that's by design.
Especially that one
bard build.
Where he's just falling all over the place and he gets a droid stuck to his foot and it's shooting people. Like there's a lot of evidence in that first movie. And also this comment is fucking hilarious. That's why I always check the midi chlorians count before you kiss somebody. Yeah.
But then there's also the stuff where like the real sleuths would, they see Obi-Wan or Padme talking or Qui-Gon talking and Jar Jar's in the background seemingly mouthing stuff, and it lines up and it seems like he's using like a Jedi mind trick and things, and you're like, this is far more compelling than it should be. Like, like I love a good conspiracy, especially when it's just about a harmless thing like a movie, but then when you see this evidence, you're like, damn, this is actually crazy. And there's like behind the scenes footage of George Lucas being like, he's a funnier character than we've ever had before, but if we get him to work, it'll really, do some things. And it's like they add ominous music in the background, being like, no, he's just planning to make. Yeah, he's planning to have this horrifying reveal later down the line that Jar Jar is actually a master manipulator, and he's from the same planet as Palpatine. They've been in cahoots since before the war and the Trade Federation, and all of these things that was meant to slowly cascade. Yeah, exactly. He's just playing an idiot, and eventually it'll be revealed that he's a scary Sith Lord, which I don't know. I feel like there is a reality in which if you pull that off properly, it would work in a way that would be so interesting and embarrassing for the people who shit on Jar Jar, right? They're like, oh my god, he was a fool on purpose.
Like he gets rid of the accent and just is like, yes, Misa doing this the whole time.
With his groovy pants.
I love his groovy pants. They're good.
But obviously
the cloak on, and he looks
the other
he
working
looks pretty
theory.
menacing.
Yeah, the other working theory is that like that was the plan, but the reception of Jar Jar Binks was so horrendous that Lucas abandoned it because he was like, "Oh man, people really don't like this character."
I feel like it's because maybe people, and maybe it was like more leaning to the adults that went back to watch this. I found this out recently today when I was like, "What are some fun facts about this movie?" 16 years after the first Star Wars movie came out, where maybe like, oh, they're trying to appeal to kids with this character because like he's funny, right? And like Cass, you said it yourself, like you really liked this character. He's like a funny guy. He's like, so yeah, you're kind of like,
I loved him so much.
I don't know. That's like the one thing about really intense fandoms is like I think groupthink can become an issue where it's just if it starts to feel like a big thing, everyone else is going to pile in with it too, and you're kind of just like, this was a really fun movie. And Jar Jar Binks, you know what? I sometimes found him annoying, because I think that type of stuff.
I think any sane adult would.
I wouldn't want to travel with this guy. Like,
no.
I don't want the guy who's like accidents just happen around me.
I'm clumsy as fuck. Yeah.
Don't stick your hand in that laser. You'll go numb. So he sticks his whole head, and then we get a straight 2 minutes of him having a numb tongue just as comedy. It's just that kind of stuff.
Well, it's also like if you watch, there's that scene where they're walking through Mos Espa, and like it's a completely clean street with one pile of dung, and he just happens to find it. He's the one who steps in it and goes, "Oh,
that's the Force."
Yeah,
proving the theory right.
Yeah,
that's the Force.
That's true. It's the good side of the Force. Really trying to like guide his foot into that pile of shit.
Everything has balance. That's what we're supposed to learn from this. It's a balance.
Yeah,
exactly.
But there's so many moments where it's like, okay, if he is the goofy guy, yes, it makes sense. If he's Darth Jar Jar, why is he trying to eat that weird frog creature and getting into bar fights with pod racers and stuff in the streets?
Steven, he's method.
He's a method actor.
He's method.
He's like, what would a dumbass do right now? Ah, yes.
But maybe the Force is just pushing him in that direction. We'll talk about that more when we get into the body. But this movie is interesting because it was made for 115 million. It has the most
George Lucas's money, by the way. This is one of the most expensive indie films ever made.
I think its return might be one of the best ever.
Yeah,
over $1 billion worldwide gross.
I think for a while it had the top, like in terms of total gross for a while. Now it sits somewhere in like the 40s, I think now. But for a long time, it was one of the top 5 highest grossing. I think all 3 of those Avatar movies are in the top 10.
I think
just
are they like balancing out population to like an inflation, because there are way more people now than there were in 1999. Way more people that can afford going to the movies. It's getting more expensive.
Yeah.
Or pirating or whatever.
Access
but also
to
like
theaters,
The thing is like also James Cameron spends over $1 billion every time making these fucking things too, right? Which is insane as well. But George Lucas, he financed all 3 of these new movies. I don't think that was the case for the original trilogy, but he did. These are technically independent films, all financed by him out of his pocket.
Do you know why? Like, obviously those other 3 did so well. Like, why would he have even needed to finance these himself?
He wanted to have the freedom, right? So like, if
creative control, right?
Yeah, he'll get a studio to publish the movie for him after he makes it, but if he gets them to pay for it, then they'll come after him with a bunch of studio notes and have to change things based on what they feel of the movie. There are people that argue that might have made for a better 3 movies, but I personally I like all 3 of these movies, even though I think that the latter 2 have a lot more issues than this one, for me at least. I think in terms of structure of a movie, this one's a little bit more flimsy, but the other 2 have some problems performance-wise for me. But we'll talk about those when we get to those.
Yeah, Clone Wars has the thing of like they made a whole dynasty franchise out of it, TV shows and a lot of different stuff that fits into the Clone Wars era. And then also, if you look at the sequel trilogy that came out over the last decade, like it seemed like J.J. Abrams was listening to the internet trolls and kept changing stuff based on what the fans wanted, which I want George Lucas's like vision.
Laser focus.
It's crazy that he didn't direct a movie between A New Hope and this movie. He was like, what was he doing? Like, why did he decide
Well,
to
he
do
was
that?
he was running Skywalker Ranch, and he runs video game companies, book companies, production companies. Yes.
What is Skywalker Ranch?
That's the name of
Different
his
than Skinwalker Ranch. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's basically his. It's like a ranch, but it's full of editing suites and movie theaters and all these things that he uses to do. It's got ILMs in there and everything, like Industrial Light and Magic. Its headquarters.
So he made his own like kind of Hollywood studios.
He made his own studio. Yeah, and it's just in the middle of a giant field. It's beautiful. If you look it up, it's like actually a beautiful place.
That's rad.
I love that. I wish
Also,
I had the money to do
another
that.
fun story. Actually, this is kind of like a depressing story, but his wife, Marsha Lucas, it's either Marsha or Martha. I think it's Marsha. But
Ken's mom.
yeah, she edited the first Star Wars movie, which is, a lot of people give her credit for that movie even working
The
because
PowerPoint transitions.
yeah, a lot of the stuff that movie faced in terms of the issues was the editing, and he was trying to edit it himself. He gave it to her. She was able to fix it, and basically the movie is amazing because of her. But they were married, and they put this stained glass window in Skywalker Ranch, and she fell in love with the man who made the stained glass window and left George Lucas for the stained glass.
The heart wants what the heart wants.
And I think,
do
do not quote me on this, but I think that stained glass window is still in Skywalker Ranch. He respects.
You have to get something from that traumatic event.
Yeah.
This is what the podcast should be about. What are we doing? I want to know more.
This is what Star Wars should be about.
I will get.
You know what? I'm assuming there wasn't a prenup, so I'm sure that was just like a split down the middle. And now she has the stained glass artist and half of this empire.
Yeah, I think that there was also no animosity. Like George Lucas seems like a pretty level-headed guy. Like he doesn't hold a grudge. But I don't know. I don't know him personally. Just he seems like a person who's like, I made really good business decisions on a property that I did not think was going to be anything, and literally I'm a billionaire because of it. So I don't really care.
I always love when, like, I don't know, just to see like something like this, which was, I'm assuming, like written, the story, all of it. Like typically you see stories like this start out in books because like it's, I think, a bit easier to be able to kind of collect your thoughts and create these big worlds that then turn into movies. But to just start it out as a movie and like have it be so like, it feels so fully formed from the beginning. Yeah.
It feels
there aren't a lot of other franchises that have the longevity. Like the Matrix trilogy is on the level with this, and then of course Lord of the Rings and Dune, but those are based off pre-existing IP.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing like Star Wars, and I'm for Disney buying it and putting out stories, but I know a lot of fans who are purists don't want that, and I can see both sides. But
there's a lot of idiots that exist in the world.
But they're also like, I think, like, you know what? I think a lot of big studios, and I think it's like the bad time we're in right now, is they're throwing a lot of like noodles at the wall, being like, something's going to stick with all the stuff we're doing, right? And like this one's such a cool one because there's so many characters and worlds and stories that they can pull from, and like, I don't know. I think it's really fun to get like so many more pockets of stories of all these different characters and worlds, and like some of them I think are really great. Some I'm like, oh, maybe not for me, but
yeah. Where's my Max Fisto movie? Was that his name?
Max Rebo.
I was at
Star Wars though. Like, there's something for every single person in this universe because it's just
Jason
so
just
big.
combined two characters together. There's Kit Fisto and there's Max Rebo.
Fisto, yeah.
I was at probably in Star Wars.
I was at the Star Wars Burlesque show in Toronto yesterday. Hard recommend to anyone that maybe likes both those things or one of those things.
Right.
But the MC did ask, like, what's a good sex toy mixed, like a droid, essentially, and someone yelled Fisto, and it did win.
Oh,
I mean,
that's a correct answer. I think.
Yeah.
So we can move off production talk here, but I just wanted to mention that this had one of the highest visual effects shots counts of all time at the time with 2000. And I have a question for you, Steve. I watched the version on Disney. Is that version touched up? Is the CGI touched up? Because I thought that it looked really good.
I think so. Yeah, I believe that almost every time that this is the good thing about George Lucas is that when he would re-release things, he wouldn't just do like a straight, flat transfer from the last thing to the next thing. He would go back to the original prints, and even if you look at like the re-releases of, I think it was like 2016 or 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, 2031, 2032, 2033, 2034, 2035, 2036, 2037, 2038, 2039, 2040, 2041, 2042, 2043, 2044, 2045, 2046, 2047, 2048, 2049, 2050, 2051, 2052, 2053, 2054, 2055, 2056, 2057, 2058, 2059, 2060, 2061, 2062, 2063, 2064, 2065, 2066, 2067, 2068, 2069, 2070, 2071, 2072, 2073, 2074, 2075, 2076, 2077, 2078, 2079, 2080, 2081, 2082, 2083, 2084, 2085, 2086, 2087, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, 2092, 2093, 2094, 2095, 2096, 2097, 2098, 2099, 2000, 2001, the special editions that came out in the 90s versus the DVDs, he went back and he redid the CGI on Jabba the Hutt because he's like, man, this looks a little janky now. We figured it out. So they go back and they redo it so that it doesn't look, he updates the CGI as he does it just because he knows that it can look better. A lot of people give him flack for it because he does go back and change things that, in my opinion, didn't really need to be changed. Like he added Darth Vader yelling no at the end of Return of the Jedi, which to me, I was like, I think it's fine without him going no, throwing the Emperor.
And the Jabba the Hutt scene that everybody makes fun of like Jabba the Hutt walking with Han Solo.
Yeah,
that doesn't look great.
That's the one I'm referring to, is that they did update that. But it's like they also took footage from a movie that didn't have any CGI in it, or like a different type of CGI, and added an entire CGI creature into the movie after the fact, like 20 years later, which is pretty impressive and something that, was probably no easy feat to do. But yeah, I could talk about production stuff on this movie forever because I had the DVD when I was a kid when it came out, and I watched every single special feature that exists.
We would be remiss though if we didn't just mention John Williams for a second. This is the first appearance of a full choir inside the Duel of Fates.
Absolutely incredible.
And I just wanted to shout that out because that fucking song is something I just put on like regular music. I know Steve listens to the whole soundtrack backwards and forwards, and I listen to Final Fantasy music.
This is the first soundtrack that I bought when I was a kid.
It was like truly fantastic.
It's so good.
I remember there was like a music store in the mall that had like headphones, and you could put them on in like
HMV.
Yeah,
I don't know. It wasn't HMV, but it was similar.
They always had those. Though.
No,
it was awesome time. I missed that.
It wasn't a franchise store. It was just sort of like a mom and pop store, but they had the headphones and they had Star Wars in there, and I would just go in there and listen to like the like the parade at the end, like
like this is my happy place.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go look at comic books and get a pretzel.
But yeah, I before I bought it, I went in there week after week before the movie came out, and I would just listen, and like I finally just was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna buy this shit." And then
I was trying to find an interview because my partner was telling me about I think that's an interview that I can't remember what his name is, did about the Duel of Fate specifically. And so I was trying to find the article or the interview about it. I couldn't, but I did find like apparently the lyrics in it are like a Sanskrit translation of like this epic poem, like Welsh poem. I was like, that's so metal. Like who thinks of stuff like that? It's about
that sounds like a DM mentality of like, I'm telling a story and this is going to be like so deeply coded that none of my players are going to get it, but it's going to really pay off.
I'm going to know.
Yeah.
It's also very in all of the reason why I like Star Wars over something more high sci-fi. I love the meld of fantasy and sci-fi. That's my favorite thing, and I'm a huge fan of the Final Fantasy series. And I went to the Distant Worlds Orchestra this past weekend, and watching a live full orchestra with with the full orchestra do Sephiroth's theme, like One Winged Angel. That's what Duel of Fates really reminds me of. It's like a final boss battle from a Final Fantasy game, and that's one of my favorite things about Star Wars is these John Williams scores over top of like a man with a laser sword using like force magic. Just
the extra layer of like just like whimsy and intensity and meaning that score gives to everything that's happening on screen is just so powerful. I find like I think we've talked about this on the podcast before, but it's like similar to when you watch a horror movie like without music and then you're like, this doesn't really work, but the moment that like creepy eerie sound comes in, everything comes to life. John Williams just did that like 10 times over for every single thing that he does. And like, I don't know, the soundtrack to this, and oh my God, did you hear that? That was my knee. I'm old, I'm sitting on the floor. But the soundtrack to this movie specifically is absolutely gorgeous. There were times when we were watching this past weekend and I was like, why is this so beautiful?
Because it is.
And it's stunning.
Yeah, and that's another great thing is that George Lucas and John Williams, they work obviously closely together for the soundtrack, but like John Williams didn't just sort of fall back on Star Wars music, being like, this is what Star Wars music sounds like. He created entire new vibes and checks and different directions for this movie that now live in my brain, and you can really see the difference, but also the impact that it has on the other stuff that he worked on around this time compared to stuff from the 70s and 80s. You look at stuff like Harry Potter versus episode 1 and 2, and there is sort of a straight parallel to them where it's like, oh, you can tell that he's in this sort of mindset now where he's making the wizarding world and the world of the Force and magics, and that they have a similar vibe to them, which is why I really enjoy those early Harry Potter movies where he was still doing the music for them. I'm like, this is Star Wars. This is why I'm enjoying this so much, because it feels like Star Wars musically to me.
In Chamber of Secrets, in the Quidditch match, it's actually the same like soundtrack to, I can't remember exactly which Star Wars movie it is, but it's also used in the Star Wars movies, and because they got their audios mixed up, but it's the exact same track, and they didn't realize until after everything was like produced. They were like, oh no, that's a Star Wars song. And when you go back and you watch it, you're like, oh no, that's a Star Wars track. It's just
Duel of Fates is just playing over that little Quidditch match.
Yeah, well, like Draco and Harry are like fighting over the snitch.
For me, all of it sounds like Star Wars. Like even just like the music when they're walking through the halls of Hogwarts or whatever, it just has this very Star Warsy feel to it. And then I thought about that a lot when I was watching this one too, as well. Like the first time it really hit me was when they're the droids are escorting the queen and her sort of royal guards through the courtyard, and like the Jedi are on that little sort of footbridge above them, and you just start to hear that sort of like sneaky John Williams music, and I'm like, okay, this is Harry Potter. The Hogwarts and Naboo exist in the same reality.
Hogwarts.
Hogwarts. Oh my god. That's a good idea. I don't know what it's about, but I am here to try it.
That's Hogwarts. A shirt. I'm writing it down.
Wait, no. I did something for that.
Other than the sweater in the mail that deserves some commission.
Welcome to Hogwarts. Ding, 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 bing, bing, bong.
Instead of Duel of Fates with like Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon and Darth Maul, who again, hot. Question mark, yes.
Question mark? Hot and cool.
It's like, all three of Harry, Voldemort, who knows?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's like that Spider-Man meme where they're all just pointing at each other. But like with like wands and sabers.
Oh no.
Hogs at each other.
Who wins? That's a theorist episode. Who wins between a wizard and a Jedi?
Let's explore the depths of it.
I think that's like gun versus knife, you know? Like I think it's
a little bit.
I think
but actually the knife can block bullets.
That's true. But I think it depends like your range, right? Like if you're up close and personal, that like lightsaber is pretty terrifying. But like if you got some distance, like I can accio your lightsaber, and then what are you gonna do now? Like
well, like I said, I could talk about production stuff forever. Like I could talk about the editor, I could talk about the cinematographer, I could talk about the producer, I could talk about all this shit. But they used to do these things on the internet through StarWars.com, where they would release these monthly docs, these like 10-minute videos, where they would just kind of give you a sneak peek of things that were happening in terms of production. I don't think they did it for episode 1, but they definitely did it for episodes 2 and 3. And this shit was like my life. I was so excited every month when like I would have like I'd look up when they're coming, when they're releasing them, what time, and I would stay up till midnight and be like, it's out, and I would just watch it and be like, okay, this is amazing, I can't wait. But it inadvertently ended up getting me so excited for things that ended up being in the movie for like 2 seconds, you know. Like you'd see all this stuff and be like, this character looks so cool, he's gonna be the best, and then he would just show up and be like, 10th level, thousands of battle droids, and then he would walk away, shuffle away, you know. Like,
I feel like that's kind of like cool. I think like making movies does feel like magic, right? Like we always see the finished product, but you don't really see like the months of the year, whatever amount of time work, like the work that goes into it. Mm-hmm. So I think those would give you that inside image where you'd be like, holy crap, like it's like watching like the Leica stuff of like everything they do to put together a scene, and you're like, this is incredible. Like, yes, I'm excited for 2 seconds of a scene because I know now like what went into it.
The craftsmanship behind it, right? Mm-hmm. Like it is like fully building something that usually you don't get to see, you know, the process, the practice, and then the work and the final product. I don't know. I love behind the scenes stuff.
Me too. All right. Do you guys want to go to the body of the episode?
Body, yaddy, yaddy.
Okay.
Ho, 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 ho! Everybody back up, because here comes the body of the episode.
You've made it to the podcast element of the podcast itself. We've been talking a lot about our history. We've been talking a lot about the production of the movie, but now we're going to break down the movie basically section by section. Normally, I'm here, your faithful Sherpa, but I'm going to turn it over to Steven for the next month. And we're going to hear it from his point of view.
Me?
It's your turn. You're the Star Wars man.
All right. Well, the way that episode 1 starts is that a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, the Star Wars are happening. And in episode 1, The Phantom Menace, it goes a little bit something like this. Turmoil has engulfed the Galactic Republic. The taxation of trade routes to outlying star systems is in dispute. Hoping to resolve the matter with a blockade of deadly battleships, the greedy Trade Federation has stopped all shipping to the small planet of Naboo. While the Congress of the Republic endlessly debates this alarming chain of events, the Supreme Chancellor has secretly dispatched 2 Jedi Knights, the guardians of peace and justice in the galaxy, to settle the conflict. That's how the opening starts. And then we get a nice little beautiful shot of a ship as the camera pans down from the scrolling text. And there are 2 Jedi, obviously. They're cloaked. We can't see their identities. But they land inside of the ship where we see these sort of... they almost look like Greys, the aliens we're all sort of familiar with. They have very sort of questionable accents in terms of like, is this racist or not?
That was one
Are
of the
you
first
allowed to
things
do
I
the
noticed.
accent if you're like, I'm just doing a Trade Federation accent?
No, I looked it up. They're called Neimoidians.
Yes,
Because I was like, what's
they are called Neimoidians.
And they do talk like that.
I've coined this phrase over the years, and I refer to their accents as Chinapanese accents because they're not a specific Asian. It's just sort of like the idea of Asian in general.
It's America's kind of racist view of what Asian.
Yeah, it's like they're not doing Japanese, they're not doing Chinese, they're not doing Korean, they're not doing, they're just doing a sort of a branching, sweeping, blanketing accent that is pretty heavy, especially in this one. And then as the movies go along, they soften them slightly, where they're like, let's reel that bit in a little bit.
I'll say what I say for all of these sorts of things that happen in Star Wars. They're from Space Asia. We have Adin.
Maybe let's not say that.
We have Adin in Skeleton Crew. That's Space Earth. We also have Bill Burr. He's from Space Boston.
He's definitely from Space Boston. Yeah.
But they lay it on thick here. And Watto has a unique accent as well.
But his is sort of hard. It's almost like Italian. Like it's a weird. Like a lot of people were like it's Middle Eastern, but I'm like, I think that you're just imposing additional racism on top of that because there's a lot of deserts.
Oh, because he's from the desert.
Yeah. Because it also is not sort of like a distinct accent. It's just sort of like a vague accent. I do think that the fix in these movies, which has been done before through fan edits, is to just give them sort of like a bleep bloop voice and just be like, and then just have subtitles underneath, which is what they did in the old movies.
Yeah, everyone has like a translator in their
or they just understand.
We all get it.
Whatever.
Yeah, we can read.
I think it's kind of like what they're trying to convey with this accent is that this is like from a different place, Like it is
they're not from the core worlds. They're from beyond. But I mean, even so, I've on the Darth Theorist channel, I have had to voice this. Newt Gunray is the name of the character, the leader of the Trade Federation.
Oh, that's interesting. How does that feel?
I don't do the accent as hard. I do a voice that sounds like this. Oh yes, okay. Well, no, maybe, but yes. You can't understand anything that we're doing here. It's not egregious. I'm not doing the like or whatever the fuck these guys are fucking doing. The shit that you're like, wow. They are hitting those syllables.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah.
I would do it for you now, but I feel like that would somehow get canceled. So I'm gonna not
do that.
Don't get that clipped on the internet.
Just to back it up one step, I do love that every Star Wars does the scroll, and then it always goes down, like the pan down to sort of in action. I know the original trilogy, it usually pans down to like like a Star Destroyer, like a space battle. And I really like this
in space, I can tell you exactly what every single movie pans down to.
You know what though? That initial scroll, like as somebody who isn't like again saying like, oh, I'm a super fan, like we said it when it started with this movie, it gets you into it right away.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I typically don't like movies or TV shows that give you like a bunch of exposition at the beginning. But Star Wars just like it has such a nostalgia factor and just the music going and the colors, like the yellow writing, you're just like, this is the best.
You can tell there are
short paragraphs.
There are movies that do it that like don't even really need to do it, and then there are movies that absolutely need it, but then it's not as good, right? Star Wars also like the music, the fact that it's crawling across the screen,
and they're consistent.
Yeah, and there's a consistency in terms of it fades into the distance. We're left with a starfield, and then we pan down to jump right into what the
action,
the scrolling text just told us about.
I really like it. It almost feels like when you watch like a reading of a stage play, and you usually have like the director setting up the scene or like giving kind of direction notes when you change scenes, and then the actors just dive in with their lines. I don't know. There's like something like just very alive about it. In a way that you usually don't see in film because it's just kind of being shown to you. It
doesn't
like
feel lazy. Sometimes it can feel lazy. Like you don't want to show me it in a different way. You're just kind of like blurting it out at the beginning.
Yeah.
It could be worse
like
when
intention and purpose.
Yeah.
When the David Lynch Dune movie came out, when you went to the theater, they handed you like a booklet of all the things you need to know for the movie to make sense, which I think is insane. And I think the new Dunes did a great job of like, they're long, but you get all the information you need. And you know,
I know people love those new Dune movies, but I don't know, man.
I think Dune,
I find them a little dry. They're a little dry.
Not a lot's happening, Stephen.
Yeah, they're a little dry.
For the amount of time you're watching, you kind of are like, lots of sand.
Yeah, I'm like, like my throat feels dry. I need a glass of water here. But I mean, I recognize they are masterfully
epic
crafted
stories,
films,
epic books.
Also, just so that the internet is aware, I'm aware of the fact that Star Wars is essentially ripping off Dune in ways that you can't even possibly understand.
And I've said that before on the show. The reason why I don't like Dune accidentally is because it retroactively, it's where a lot of sci-fi comes from. So watching it, I'm like, I've seen this before. And I also, so the internet knows, I recognize that I'm not saying that Dune is ripping off anything. It's because I've seen it done a million times, redone in other media.
The OG.
Anyway,
yeah.
Star Wars is absolutely ripping off Dune, but we don't need to talk about it because we're all aware.
That's one of your other week episodes, not ours.
Yeah, we'll talk about that another day.
Can I say something really quickly about this opening moment?
Yes.
I wrote down my notes are not long and they're very sporadic.
We were enjoying.
We were having a good time. But my first note that I wrote down was the opening landing moment where we get Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan getting to the ship and they have their little intercom moment. And they're told, we love visits from ambassadors. Everything we're doing is perfectly legal. And I just says the most suspicious being ever.
Yeah.
Like, you don't say that.
Yeah, his eyes are shifting back and forth. Like, it's perfectly legal.
Oh. Okay.
They start throwing tarps over stuff in the hangar. Yeah,
shutting doors with a little blaster, pew pew.
But I mean, this ship, when it passes by, it's like they're not flexing CG at this point. They're using the classic techniques of miniatures and stuff, and it just feels so god dang good to see it. You know? And that's one thing that we can sort of tip our hats to Disney for over the years is that, you know, they do use a lot of miniatures still, and they do it because they know that people like them. It's the CGI at this point has gotten to a point where it's almost indistinguishable for certain things, and stuff like ships, inorganic material, metals, those types of things are so easy to do now that you don't necessarily have to. But we all appreciate when they make models, and we love it, and we love to see things getting blown up when it's real and tactile. But you know, the movie, as it proceeds, is the Trade Federation. Newt Gunray and his advisors have realized, oh, these people are Jedi, and they are here to force a settlement. Which they're throwing themselves under the bus as idiots, because, as we all know, Jedi mind tricks only work on the weak-minded. So these guys are like, we're all a bunch of fucking idiots. They're here to force a settlement. And so they're immediately scared and decide that they're going to contact Lord Sidious, who is a shadowy figure who's definitely not Chancellor Palpatine at all. in a hood.
Senator at this time. Senator
Palpatine. Yeah.
I was going to ask about that. Like, are we supposed to, as viewers, recognize they're the same person or not?
I mean, if you don't realize it, then you either haven't seen the other movies, or you just are.
I get that.
Didn't see the action figures.
I know, but they do like a parallel of it with Padme, where the Padme part is obvious because her face isn't covered. It's like that's obvious, and also it's like it's obvious.
But we also know, once we're introduced to Senator Palpatine, that his name is Senator Palpatine, also known as Emperor Palpatine.
Right, I forgot. So the thing is like when I show Star Wars to my children one day, it's going to be a thing where, like, do I show them the original trilogy?
Start with the prequel. A prequel.
Or do I? I'm the
exists.
kind of person who, like, I see the merit in, chronological order.
I think that showing them the movies in chronological order is.
They're gonna miss too many things,
Okay.
right? Like a prequel exists for the people that watch it.
You gotta do
I want to
4,
go
5,
back
6,
and know something more.
Yeah.
I think
I knew the answer to that.
put them out in order.
AKA George Lucas intended.
Correct.
I think when it comes to the Disney stuff, you can do whatever, because now it's just like you said, Tatiana, them throwing spaghetti everywhere and being like, I don't know, people like this, people like that, I guess. But in terms of the original trilogy and this trilogy, you should absolutely show it to them in the order of release and not the order of chronological storytelling. Specifically because you're robbing certain things of them by doing that, including like Vader being revealed. Those types of things are really impactful if you don't know it's coming. If you already know that Vader is Luke's son, I think that you might have a different sort of emotion fed to you that way, but I don't really know what it would be because I didn't experience it myself.
For science, though, you could do that to a kid and see what happens.
For one kid, and then second kid do the other way and see how they turn out.
That's a good point. And tell the other kid not to
one
say
becomes a
anything
doctor,
to
the other
their
becomes like a serial killer.
The one that watched them in
Which one's
like 1 to 6.
You're on the stand and you're like, well, I showed them Star Wars in chronological order.
And the judge is like, you did what? Guilty.
Everybody in your family is guilty for generations to come.
How is anyone supposed to be so excited that young Obi-Wan was kind of hot? No one expected it from old Obi-Wan. Like, come on.
Yeah, and you were introduced to young Obi-Wan Kenobi with his weird little ponytail and his
It's fake,
braid.
right? Steven, you would know this. It's fake.
There are
It's a
some
fake
moments where it's
ponytail.
real, and there are some moments where it's fake. He
didn't.
He had to go back for reshoots and stuff, so they had a wig at one point. But you can kind of tell, and I mean, I can tell because I've seen it.
There's no hair.
Wig.
It's all gross side rat tails.
Listen, if you're getting paid millions of dollars, like I don't think
That's
it's a big deal.
That's fair. I'd do it.
Also, I don't think
have a rat tail.
He probably didn't get paid
doesn't have a
millions.
rat tail. Come on.
Yeah.
This is a personal choice.
Also,
by
you know how
Obi-Wan.
many people in real life had rat tails in the 90s? A lot.
What a side braid.
But it was different. I feel like that was like not just a normal rat tail. It was like higher up on the scalp. Like
With
it was
the
like
braid. Cassie,
Oh, I don't think that the braid was real.
And braid.
The braid
too
was not
much.
real. That was like an attachment that they put there.
A little clip
Just
it.
glued in.
Yeah, clip
Oh.
on. Yeah, they probably did a little bit of both, glue and clip.
I love
So the Trade Federation is nervous, and they decide to gas them, but not after we meet Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, who are legitimately there just to have a discussion about the trade routes. Like they're there in good faith. They're not there to force anything, right? But as we know later, that like this is all by design by Palpatine, because he knows if they go there and discover what's going on and they're attacked, something will happen. It'll force this dispute to become something bigger than it is now, which is all part of his goal to become the Chancellor. He knows that he'll be able to sort of weasel his way into the position of power.
Stephen, is it like Supreme Chancellor? Is it always Supreme Chancellor, or just when he gets to it, he calls himself Supreme Chancellor?
No, it's Supreme Chancellor, I believe, because I think
Pretty
the idea
lofty title.
the idea
that's a
is
crazy title.
well, the idea is that there are other planets that have chancellors. So if you walk into the Senate chamber and there's like 5 chancellors, we have to have the one who's kind of
The
in
top
charge
guy.
of everything. Yeah.
Valorum?
We're actually, me and Steven are actually both supreme co-hosts of this podcast. So
Well, yeah, like Newt Gunray's a viceroy. And then like there are governors, there are presidents, there are prime ministers, there are all these different titles that you would have in any sort of
Depending on your
congressional
planet.
bodies. Yeah. So he is and in this movie, it's Supreme Chancellor Valorum, which is played by Charles Dance, who is like, it's nice that he got to show up for Star Wars, you know. Anyway, they are gassed by the Trade Federation, and the robots obviously are just as bad as stormtroopers. Yeah, that's one thing that I used to do when I was a kid too. When they hold their breath, I don't release the breath until they hop out. That's the thing I used to do in movies.
Goes underwater. You're like,
yeah, same.
Yeah.
Can I hold for as long as they hold? Love it. It's the first time we get to see some lightsabers, and it's right out of the gate. And we get to see all these cool robots, right? Like, it's super cool.
They're so cute.
Robots are my favorites, Stephen. And I do have a question, and I think if anyone knows, it'll probably be Stephen. Are they sentient in any way? Are they just coded to be that funny and cool? Or
are they hive mind because they seem like they have personalities? We talked about this the whole time we were watching. We were are they sentient?
They do, but they have a certain sort of like restraint to them, right? So they are controlled by a central control ship, which is the ship that they're on. If that, as we know by the end of the movie, if that ship is destroyed, they all go offline because they don't have that control. But they do have individuality in the same way that like C-3PO would. But you know how they have restraining bolts on them, so it inhibits their free will. So they're basically slaves as well.
So does that mean if you took off all of their cutie like bolts, they would just be lovely little frolicking robots? And if
they try and kill everyone,
they would. Well, I think that like the Trade Federation is so.
They either watched 1, 2, 3 or 4, 5, 6 in random orders, and you never know.
I think that the battle droids have their restraining bolts built into them, so you couldn't remove them. It's like part of what they are. But there are other more top of the line models that they would sell to other buyers that would have a restraining bolt that you put on afterwards, because whoever's in control of them has to put their restraining bolt on.
Is it droidicas that do the rolling with the shields?
Yeah.
If anyone has played a Star Wars video game that has a droidica, they are so hard to kill and so frustrating.
Yep. It's true. They're fast. They can run you over, and then they have a shield when they pop out. So they escape from the gas chamber, and they end up going to the bridge where they're trying to cut through the door with a lightsaber, which is super cool looking.
Did you notice that when he cuts through the door and the second door closes over top of it, like it almost feels like he got stuck? We found a limit to like the lightsaber for a second.
Like the panic on his face, like kind of
it felt like the sword got stuck a little bit, and I was like, I've never seen that in any Star Wars media where
it's a cool choice.
Because it's supposed to just cut through everything, and that first door had no problem with, but that bulkhead door that closes over top of it almost like made the lightsaber stuck. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, it's like he's going through slowly because obviously it has to cut through everything. But then once everything closes, I assume that the thickness is like he can't cut as quickly. So I don't know if it's stuck so much as that he can't push it forward anymore, which is why he pulls it out and then puts it back in. He's like, I'm just gonna melt the whole fucking door. It's like all the pieces are falling off.
It's like you rolled like your D20 and then you got like a 15 and you're like, oh, that's not enough to do it. You're like, okay, I'll try again.
Let me try again then. And the DM's like, this is me telling you to move on. It's like, no, I'm going to try again anyway. And you're like, all right, roll again.
It worked.
Yeah. And then we get to see Jedi super speed, which is so cool. And they don't really use it again ever in like any Star Wars, but the droids show up and they roll out with their shields and they realize like we can't do this. This is too intense. They're shooting too quickly and we'll get overwhelmed. So they sprint down the hallway at lightning speed, and that's when they begin to realize like, oh, they not only did they try to kill us, but they have an entire invasion fleet inside of this control station that they're going to send down to Naboo. This is bad. But they also, obviously their ship that they used to get there gets blown up. I always feel bad for these two pilots because like the one guy's like, Captain, look, and then the other lady's like, shields up, and then they get blown up. I'm like, if he just said shields up, they might have gotten out of there alive. Yeah. But no. Also, one of the best explosions in all of Star Wars is that cockpit getting blown up. It's like every time I see it, it's so fucking satisfying. You can tell it's like it must be like a 3/5 model or something. It was probably humongous, but it looks outstanding.
This movie has another one that's really cool, and it's at the end when they blow up the like Trade Federation like space station. Like all of the Trade Federation guys are standing there, and it just like the whole room like ignites, and it looked like they just put miniature effects, like visual affected over like the scene.
Yeah,
which I think this movie does a couple times. It's good stuff.
I do wonder sometimes about, so the planet these guys are from is called Cato Nemoidia, and like I guarantee you George took it to heart when they were like this is maybe racist, George, and he's like, I didn't think it was that racist, and it's like, well, the fact that you had to say that racist means at least you know it's a little bit racist. But he does maintain the character of Newt Gunray throughout the trilogy, right? Like Newt Gunray survives until the end of Revenge of the Sith, where he's then murdered by Anakin Skywalker. And I often wonder, like, I wonder if we were meant to go to Cato Nemoidia and have a lot more of this Newt Gunray stuff, but it got kind of reeled in a bit because George was like, well, everybody thinks he's a racist caricature, so maybe we'll just get rid of him. But he could have just got rid of him completely, I think. But I don't know. There's always the what ifs. Let's explore the depths of it in the video.
Let's explore the depths
in the video. What if Newt Gunray wasn't a racist caricature? Let's explore the depths of it in the video. So they end up hiding on the invasion fleet in separate ships because they're smart, because it's like if one of us gets captured, then at least the other one could potentially survive. And we see the invasion fleet landing in the outskirts of the forests of Naboo that are somewhere close to Theed, which is the main city that Queen Amidala takes residency in. But then we're also introduced to not Newt Gunray, Jar Jar Binks, and we realize pretty quickly, like, oh, colonialism exists in Star Wars as well, because clearly the Gungans are the indigenous people of Naboo and the human beings who have like
it's giving Avatar.
Yeah,
I was gonna say it's giving Avatar, especially this opening scene when
it's giving North America. What are we?
Okay, well,
you're
true.
right.
It's all based off of each other, you know.
Alien monsters running while a giant like tank rolls through and cuts down the forest. Really reminds me of Avatar.
Yeah,
we didn't have
the
giant
deforestation. I was like, oh, it is the bad guys.
Yeah.
It's rough.
But this Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan and Jar Jar all meet up. Jar Jar immediately pushes himself upon the two of them by saying, like, no, I owe you a life debt because you saved me, so now I have to be your servant forever. And Qui-Gon's like, okay, let's go where you're going. And he's like, I'll take you to Gungan City. It's where I grew up, but also I've been banished technically. So they're like, what? For what? And he's like, because I'm clumsy. And then he immediately like trips onto like a pile of dog shit or whatever. And you're like, okay, he is. But then he does like
giving like donkey in like Shrek.
Yeah.
It's the same.
He also like, he kind of looks like a donkey a little bit, like the shape of his head. He's like they remind me of frogs and snails mixed together. Like they have eye stalks and stuff.
And like his tongue to like go out and get food too.
Yeah. But then he's got these big sort of ears that are sort of like
rabbit.
Yeah, they're like rabbit ears.
But then all of them are wearing like these cool vests and these 70s style pants.
Yeah. Well, that's I think like a direct influence of like this is what the style of Star Wars was in the 1970s.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's so, like, super groovy. I loved it.
And everything has sort of an interesting vibe to it that leans in that direction, especially when it comes to like humans. But then we also get introduced to Queen Amidala, who's got this sort of strange, like almost geisha influence, where she's like got a different hairstyle, headdress, giant dress, face paint. Every time you see her, it's different.
Voice.
Yeah, they deepen her voice. I think it's artificially deepened.
It is. I looked this up actually. They do artificially deepen it because it does have like a tinny note to it almost.
Yeah,
it does sound like it's almost through a like some sort of microphone.
Yeah, and she has a strange kind of accent where it's like, I will not discuss this as a committee. I will not use an interaction that will lead us to war.
It's almost like she really like deadens her voice in a way. It's very cool. It's like
it is cool, yeah.
I move for a vote of no confidence. Like,
yeah, that's good. Yeah, we should get you to be on the show. Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Only Queen Amidala in the face paint version of her. Yeah,
I could be 16.
I didn't realize that it was Keira Knightley until literally this week.
They look the same. It is absolutely.
Isn't it crazy? Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
You can tell they're different, but it's one of those things where you're like, am I crazy? Because she's also wearing the face makeup when Keira Knightley's pretending to be Queen Amidala.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know.
You feel like you're gaslighting yourself.
Well, this is also another
bodyguard, and I'm like, that is a 14-year-old girl. You're saying, hey, take the bullet for me.
I also like, I didn't really question it that much when I was a kid, but there wasn't the non-question. It was just sort of like, I didn't care. But in what world is the governance of your planet dictated by a 14-year-old girl, and that is their entire structure in terms of
voted
policy?
in.
It's a
I know, but
we're a democracy.
They are, but they're. I think maybe it's just like an evolved society where they're like, no, we need to ensure that like the teenagers of this planet are the ones in charge because they're the ones that want to ensure that they're building for their entirety of their life.
To be fair, I'm
fair.
fair for that.
Do you know what's wild though? This movie came out pre 9/11, but Saddam Hussein was very much a figure. Saddam Hussein famously used people that looked like him in this same manner, and then 9/11 happens 2 years later. I thought that was crazy that they.
Wait, are you tying all of this into 9/11?
Into 9/11,
Because there's too much connection.
Yeah.
It was an allegory for 9/11 that didn't happen.
And all the things,
But decoys have been a thing since medieval times. This is a thing that has always existed.
Yeah.
That's fair. But you know,
I had to
Hussein
look
was
up.
clear and present danger at the time.
I had to
Right.
look up how old Natalie Portman was in this because I'm like, she looks so young.
It'd be funny if there was a version of her makeup where she had a big Saddam Hussein mustache. Like, I will not lead to a decision that will lead us to war. Yeah.
You have to help us.
Yeah, please.
I was very surprised, and I think like watching it again as like an adult, like a full adult, even like past my 20s, where maybe you could be like, "Hey, I like dating older men." Like, like she's 16 in this. She's playing a 14-year-old queen.
Right.
They have a different actor playing 9-year-old Anakin. Then she remains the same character through the second and third movie, but they bring in an older actor who's still meant to be like 5 years younger than her, but like isn't. Which Natalie Portman's an interesting one because I think that she was very much adultified from a very young age in movies, but like this really did kind of feel very stark for me to watch because like she is the constant. They age up like a lot of characters. They don't really age her.
Mm-hmm.
I remember actually when we were watching it this weekend, I feel like there was a moment. Well, we'll get to
I
it.
paused
Like
it.
she
I
actually
paused.
like both me and Tatiana just kind of like had this like in breath and then looked at each other, being like, "This is bad, right? Like this girl should not have been put through." Okay, we're watching the movie.
I think the one thing that I did like I can appreciate is like George Lucas, like he doesn't try to
Like
sexualize her in any way in this movie. In fact, he goes in the but he goes in the other direction so much so that like he piles her in like blankets and blankets worth of clothing, right? Like it's like he's like, I'm gonna make sure that you're not, you know. But then in the next movie, she's got her fucking tits out hard in one scene where you're like, Jesus Christ, George, what are you doing?
Now she's considered a woman, not a kid, right? Like even though there aren't that many years in between the two movies, like there is like a shift in how you're supposed to see her, which is like, hey, kid queen to now like adult, able to be like potentially the mother and like
absolutely, yeah. And even when she is like in the second movie, she has like when she's wearing her professional garb, it's not sort of like sexy, right? It's like she looks like she's wearing whatever would be the equivalency of like a professional outfit for a senator in this world.
She's a badass at 14, right? Like Queen Amidala, kind of a badass. She's just there. She's
absolutely.
Like,
It did feel a little. Naboo. It did feel very Star Warsian to me to have.
Star Warsian.
I'm pointing it now to have Anakin sort of like them be like friends who when he's old enough they start falling in love. Like,
well, also it's a thing where
a little bit like Luke and
like,
Leia.
Do you want to see my cool pod racer girl? Like he was pulling up flirt tactics at 9 years old.
But then you also have to remember that in episode 2, it's not like they've been seeing each other for the last 10 years. They haven't seen each other the entire time since the end of this movie to the beginning of the next one, which is like, it's always kind of like, oh, that's weird.
You didn't watch him grow up, right?
Yeah,
it's kind of like a.
It's like
But
you
you
knew
did
him.
know Natalie
You knew him for a weekend when he saved your planet, and then now he's back as like a full-grown,
and as a different
Jedi
person.
Knight. Yeah,
Like
or he's a
different
Padawan.
Literally, yeah.
He's
It's
literally
like
a
if
different
you-
person. Yeah.
If they had done it where like, not to like trash on like Natalie Portman, I hope that she gets all the work, like she's great. But if they had done it both ways and like had two different actors for both of them,
yeah,
like that would have felt less weird. But because they
I can
didn't,
agree
it's
with
like,
that. I think.
me, I don't like that. I
Mm.
don't know.
to change one and not the
That's
other
different.
made it a little bit kind of like you noticed it. I think is like what happened, and whether good or bad, whatever. It was noticeable.
Yeah, I mean, I think the main argument though is that like, yes, like a 14-year-old versus a 22 or however old she, or 24, I guess it's 10 years later, I believe, versus like the amount of changing you're going to do physically versus like a 9-year-old to a 20-year-old is
Yeah,
it is pretty drastically different.
I get that.
Also, they couldn't cast Jake Lloyd
Especially
again.
for girls and boys.
Yeah,
Right? Like
they also
girls
couldn't
kind of-
cast Jake Lloyd again because for 3 reasons: 1, he went crazy; 2, he's not
Yeah.
old enough; and
Wait,
3,
I don't
he's
know
not
the
that great of an
drama.
actor.
Jake
yeah.
Lloyd,
Oh my gosh.
They fucked him up
this
a
movie
lot,
did
yeah.
so
Oh,
much damage to
no.
him that
Yeah,
he
was
quit
bullied a lot.
acting completely and didn't
like
even
a job.
reemerge into like going to conventions and stuff until about 10 years ago.
Damn.
He's kind of
I
like
didn't know that.
the real life Star Wars kid from the meme.
Crazy.
Where he,
I don't know if I would make that analogy, but he
I'm
did.
making a joke,
He was.
but it's
He
a
was
kid.
Just a kid.
brutally. He was brutally bullied and stuff specifically for this movie, and like
That's so unfair.
By-
he
by
just said
both-
yippee
yeah.
a bunch and it was delightful. I don't know
I know,
what people's
but-
problems are.
you know how Star Wars fans are, right? So like he was bullied by fully grown adult men and his like schoolyard chums throughout his life.
Aw,
And I
In
think he, like,
retrospect,
kiddo.
his performance as Anakin, I thought Jake Lloyd as a precocious like genius did a fantastic job. He's funny. He's a good actor. You disagree with that?
Like
The
That's
Padres
like-
were so funny. Like things would happen and there'd be nothing, no reaction.
I think that he's
like,
fine in certain movies, but I think in this movie he felt like he was in like a blockbuster commercial or something. Like he feels like a commercial actor, which is like, listen, I don't like to shit on child performances because they are children and they don't know the craft yet because they've only been doing it for 3 years because they're only 7 years old.
Also,
They're
it
also
depends on
like the
direction.
but they're also the only children that are allowed to have jobs. Like we don't allow
Yes,
children to have jobs in any
But
other industry.
that being
The coal
said,
mine kids.
that being said, if you even look at sort of like the during some of the special features, they show a bunch of the other kids that were auditioning for Anakin, and even within like the kids that they had selected for that like 5 remainders, there were other kids that were like, I'm like, that kid is doing a great job here, and then you see Jake Lloyd's, and it's like he's not even doing a great job in his audition tape. And I do think it was experience versus recognizability versus just like, this kid is fine, and like,
Or he just had the look.
yeah,
Or,
he's
like,
he's a
that's
cutie
what I
patootie, he's a little cute little kid. So it's like, yeah, whatever. But for me, a lot of his acting it feels like commercial, like TV commercial acting, right? Like it doesn't feel like a movie.
I get that.
But again,
He's
it's
a kid.
fine. I just think that I don't love it. I think out of all the performances, it's the weakest. But
And he's,
I have-
but to be fair, he's also like not the biggest part of this movie. Like, yes, he
No.
is, like we're meant to foreshadow what he's supposed to be, but like,
Right.
there's so
that's also
many
a
other
weird thing about this
bigger.
movie, where it's like this movie feels more like a TV show than a movie because there isn't really like a main protagonist
No.
throughout
That's
the
what I've
entire
been saying. Like it's like Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan are both kind of the main character, and
I feel like
in
Qui-Gon is
retros-
number one. But that's just...
I agree.
Well, like,
And
is he though?
Like,
in
also-
retrospect, after seeing all 3 of the movies that comprise this trilogy, it's kind of like the Obi-Wan origin story movie.
He's also
series.
the most consistent, and he stays through to the next bit. So yeah.
Yeah. And throughout even like episode 2 and 3, because it is such an ensemble story where everything is broken up, it still feels the same way. But Obi-Wan and Anakin do become the focus in the next 2, right? Where it's like, this is what Obi-Wan's doing and this is what Anakin's doing. And rarely do we kind of stray from that. Whereas in this movie, it's like, yes, Qui-Gon is sort of in the majority of the movie, but there's so many things going on that now it's like, let's focus on Anakin now that he's here. But Anakin doesn't show up for like 45 minutes, like who's the main character? I don't know.
I think it's really interesting, and I'm very excited to watch 2 and 3 again. And I know you guys are doing those as well, so I'm not going to harp on it in a crazy way. But I think getting to see Qui-Gon and Anakin or Obi-Wan's relationship in this is very cool because you see that kind of like Jedi Master Padawan. Is he a Padawan? He's something.
He is. He gets knighted.
Yes.
He gets raised to status of knight at the end of the movie.
Because it feels weird to talk about it because I'm like, I feel like I'm spoiling. No, this movie came out in 1999. But when Obi-Wan dies,
this movie came out when I was a literal child. I looked like Jake Lloyd when this movie came out.
I truly, every time I go to say something that happened at the end of this, I feel like I have to stop myself. I'm like, no, this is fine. Everyone knows what happened. But it's very cool to get to see Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan's like teacher-student relationship, and then to then go to Obi-Wan and Anakin, which is so funny because, and I did have to ask for a bit more information on this. Like Obi-Wan or Qui-Gon has such like a laissez-faire attitude about the rules, and I think Obi-Wan even makes a comment being like, "If you followed them, you could be on that council. Like, why
don't you listen to the council, Master? You'd be on the council." And he's like,
"Yes, wow, good voice,
that was very good."
But then you get to like the next, and like Obi-Wan is such like a rule stickler in a way, and you're kind of just like, now you've made a person who's like, I want to buck the rules. Like that's what like my natural inclination.
Did that not make Anakin,
I don't know.
Right?
Honestly,
I don't
though,
know. Like, what? And maybe you did this as a Darth Vader. Like, what if Qui-Gon was the one that like taught?
I don't know if
Anakin would
have gone to the dark side.
We've done that several times, and almost every time he does not turn into the dark side because Qui-Gon would recognize what's going on, right? And one of the issues with Obi-Wan is that he isn't present enough as a master, and he's not willing to bend the rules in order to make the lessons that he's teaching Anakin work for him, right? So he's like, well, this is how it's always been done, and this is how I'm going to do it. This is how I was taught, and this is what the council expects of us. But then he goes to Anakin, and Anakin's like, I don't like those rules though, Master. I want to do other stuff. And it's like, okay, well, no, Obi-Wan, you gotta change the teaching plan if it's not working.
I want to marry this girl and have babies with it. Like,
they did a bit of a parallel of this in The Acolyte, where it was the thing where like the Jedi finds their apprentice, and everybody's like, you can't have that apprentice. She's a witch, and also she has a twin sister who is.
They always say that.
An assassin.
Burn the witch.
Yeah.
Don't judge me from my family. Don't judge me from my power.
But Yoda's literally like,
so close
dude,
to my crystals behind me. You can't do that.
It's Master and Padawan. What are you talking about? A third? It's 2. It's not 3. It's 2. And Qui-Gon is like, listen, this guy is born from the Force. He's Jesus. He's an immaculate.
He literally is Jesus.
Yeah.
He is space Jesus.
I have a theory that he was actually just like found on the street by that woman. Like she just is like too awkward to say like she didn't birth the kid. She's just like immaculate birth.
He was a gift from the Force. Yeah, I just I found him in my.
He disappeared. You're like, you kidnapped a child. Yeah. I guarantee you. That's my theory.
I mean, a lot of people like to make that sort of like, what if she just got drunk one night and was like, I know there was no father, not even a little bit. And it's like, are you sure it's me? It's me.
Anakin's mom just didn't want to admit that she fell in love with the stained glass window man.
That's good.
It's an allegory.
Good
what George Lucas was going through.
Yeah.
I feel like we skipped it in the body, but I do just want to comment on the absolutely incredible slave owner. And I did say that sentence. What a funny little guy.
We haven't even gotten to Watto yet.
Even I genuinely was so hopeful that you would do his voice just out of the blue.
That's how he sounds to me. Yeah.
No slave is no pot is worth 2 slaves, not by a long shot.
When he's like,
we did talk about. He's like a dirty car salesman, like just like what you think of like a kind of like icky, greasy kind of like.
Yeah. Where he's flopping around. And he's like, hey, what can I get for you? And they're like, well, we need this specific thing. He's like, come to the back. And it's like just poking around the junkyard, showing him all the bits and pieces.
The scrap.
And like, I mean, we're not even there yet in the story, but.
Sorry, I thought that we did get there. I did go for a pee.
No, we where we are
going into the water.
Oh, wait, did we talk about R2D2's family getting killed?
We haven't even gotten to Gungan City yet, guys.
This
That's
is crazy.
Going
Okay,
on to
I'm sorry,
Gungan
Steven,
City.
go back.
Okay.
Yeah.
This movie's
So-
really good.
It is good, yeah. So
we're just having fun.
in the forest, they take Jar Jar takes them as the guide. He's like, I'll take you to Gunga City and I'll introduce you to my friends and family or whatever. I don't think he has family, but he doesn't really have friends
No
either.
friends.
Everybody kind of hates him.
Poor guy.
And this is one of the
He's
coolest
clumsy.
moments all of the Star Wars movies, is that it's revealed to us that there is, in the swamps of Naboo, a crazy underwater city. And I assume just like series after series of like underground tunnels that you have to swim through, because the lake that they jump into is quite small. And then all of a sudden they're like this massive underground city, underwater city. And it is a very cool city. It's like, it's got this really cool amber glow to it. It's all these big bubbles that make up the city itself, which, they seem to be amphibious, right? Like, I assume that either they can hold their breath for extremely long periods of time, or they don't require air to breathe, or they can breathe both. I'm not sure how it works, but they get their oxygen maybe from water and from the actual air itself. But yeah, they go into Gunga City and they're immediately arrested by Captain Tapas, who is the guy who's like, "Oh God, Jar Jar, what are you doing here?" It's like, "Hello, Captain Tapas. I'm back." And he's like, "No, Jar Jar, you're going to the bosses this time." And he takes them to Boss Nat. One of the funniest characters, played by Brian Blessed, by the way. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Stephen,
Brian.
I have a question.
Yes.
With your Star Wars knowledge, is there a reason why the kind of king guy of this space is green and the rest of them are not?
His name is Boss Nass.
Sick.
Played by Brian Blessed. Do you guys know who Brian Blessed is? He's
Tell
like
me anything else he's in, because I don't know actor names.
he's a British comedian. He's a British comedian.
Thing now, and I don't really recognize him from anything.
Well, he was like a sort of like a British entertainer. So he wasn't really in like a ton of movies that we would be familiar with, but he was like sort of, like Jimmy Carr or something now, like like sort of the equivalent.
Sweet.
But George Lucas just loved him as a person, so he brought him in to play the character, and he was like, just do whatever you think sounds good. Here's a picture of him, and he's like, "George, I need more direction than that." And he's like, "Okay." And he's like, "So I started doing this, and George loved it." You're like, okay. But yeah, that's Boss Nass.
But why is he green?
I don't know. I think so. This is the other thing.
Because you're king.
This is what me and Danny were.
I was thinking, I was like, is it like, are you dyed a certain color when you're like put into?
No, me and Danny were speculating our theories, if you will, and we were like, maybe he's like a queen, and it's almost like an insect colony where like he gives birth to a bunch of eggs, or maybe it's like the opposite, where like in the way that frogs work, right, is like a female will lay like a big sort of cloud of eggs, and then a male will come by and just fertilize a whole shitload of eggs at once in this big swath. And I'm like,
I was also thinking of
physically different,
Gungan City is its own like planet, if you will, where there are multiple races that they're all sort of amphibian, but I was like, why isn't Jar Jar and Boss Nass the same like species?
Well, even like his eyes,
they have different builds and like everything.
Even his eye, like all the Gungans have stock eyes, and then Boss Nass has set eyes, like inside his skull. So it's like
Toad.
Our theory was that essentially the king is there, and then out of all the babies that are born, one looks like Boss Nass.
Yeah,
and then that means
the queen bee.
The king. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was. One second.
There probably is an actual answer that I just wasn't prepared enough for, but like, yeah.
I'm glad that we all wondered, because I was sitting there being like, why are you different?
Like, hello, Boss Nass, Your Highness.
And I did look at all the other Gungans when we were doing the big fight, and none of them looked like that. Everybody sort of looked like Jar Jar.
There can be only one. He ate all the other ones.
That's it. You become king queen.
Misa gonna eat the rest of the Gungan kings. Misa the boss of the Gungan kings.
Instead of like Queen Bee, you become the Boss Nass.
How woo.
And that's it.
How wooed.
You saw going through the planet core.
Stephen, how much did you buy your parents by using that exact voice as a child?
You should have heard me and Danny
family
watching
dinner.
this movie. I would like every time that something was happening, it was just me talking and then doing accurate impressions for every character, let me just say, wink, wink, in the privacy of my own home, I may do a pretty good Newt Gunray impression.
See, I think this might be how you like honed in on your voice acting skills. It's just purely doing all the different accents and voices from Star Wars.
It's
just
true.
all
And
of Star Wars in your bedroom as a kid.
well,
The
it's
whole one man
also
show.
like I would play with the action figures, and I'd be like, "We are gonna take care of this one together," or whatever.
I love
and like,
that.
yeah, it's fun, but also it's so cartoony that you have to like push. Don't let them fool you. Real voice. But yeah, you have to like it is so cartoony that you push yourself into directions and depths that you're not used to.
Drop the ego and just do the full voice.
Yeah,
you know?
try just don't get embarrassed. And also like there's a lot of gratification throughout my life being able to do good impressions of stuff and people finding it extremely entertaining. Because like when you hear somebody doing a bad impression, it can be the cringiest thing you'll ever experience, and you'll be like, can you please stop that? But when someone does it good, you're like, more do it more for me, please. So which is how I feel when just so the audience is aware, I play D&D with Cass and Tatiana fairly often, and a lot of my whole existence is just doing voices and then making fun of our DM by mimicking the voices that he's doing. And it's entertainment for everyone,
He loves it.
I know he does. I wouldn't do it to him if I knew it hurt his feelings. I'm pretty sure he likes when I do it.
You missed a good voice, Stephen.
I haven't had a lot of disappointments in my life recently, but one of my most disappointed was sitting in a bar with all my friends who I haven't seen in years, and then also being like, I'm missing the courtroom intrigue right now.
Sorry, Jason, you're out of the loop, but we had a really good D&D session.
Hey,
it was like a Law and Order episode or whatever. Yeah.
Maybe Boat Door will show up in a completely different D&D style one day.
I don't think Boat Door would immediately die in this world.
I can't breathe the air in this room.
He's too soft for dragon blood and for Abyssal.
Yeah.
He wouldn't survive a second.
It goes
Gotta
hard.
be bad to do good.
That is actually, I think, the tagline of this entire campaign.
So in Gunga City, they are taken before a council of Gungans, and Boss Nass basically is like, you're going to be executed, but you guys are free to go. And then Qui-Gon's like, no, we need Jar Jar with us. We need a guide through the planet core. And he uses the Jedi mind trick.
Every time he does it from the very beginning, I pause being like, is that a mind trick? And he's like, yes.
So speed us on your way. And he's like, we are gonna speed you on your way. And he's like, we could use
we need a vehicle.
Yeah.
It's
like,
also like he
we shall give you un bongo.
kind of like body language. It's not fully like this. It's like
it's like that.
It's so casual.
Yeah. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a movie, so they have to like make it readable for us, the audience, to know what's going on. And if you're familiar with Star Wars, you know Jedi mind. Yeah, exactly.
Obi-Wan goes like, these are not the droids we're looking for.
Yeah.
But when you move forward, it's like that they can do that, so you can just kind of do this, and it's much more subtle, and it's way cooler. I think.
But I think it also is like we're going backwards, right? So Qui-Gon is probably the one who taught, obviously, is his teacher. So Qui-Gon older had like maybe more time or like a bit more practice at it or better at it or whatever, and he just is able to do it.
Didn't have enough
time.
He didn't have enough time with Qui-Gon to like, I think, get the like natural sense of it. Like I feel like Qui-Gon as a character, obviously, I think main character of this movie, but his like blasé with it. It's why like I really like him, because it kind of gives a little bit of a gray Jedi of like he can use it for good or evil if he wants to. It's very blasé to him, but he usually does it in order to like actually purpose good.
Yeah.
But sometimes
like, is it purpose good, or is it just to get what he wants in that situation?
Or is it just what you want, right?
Yeah.
Like
when he talks to Watto, he does it subtly, but he does do the like, no, you're gonna free them, and
he
does
it subtly at first, and then he's like doing like hello, is this thing on over here?
Let me get your brain.
He's getting frustrated.
But then Watto calls him out. He's like, what do you think, you're some sort of Jedi waving your hand around like that?
Absolutely incredible. He's like, I'm immune to Jedi mind tricks.
And Qui-Gon's like, no.
Now I have to pay him all this.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, I have to come up with
the
something.
Subtle, like acting facial expressions in that scene of him being like, Damn it.
Yeah.
I'll go somewhere else, I
like,
guess.
Republic credits? No, those aren't good.
He's like, Republic credits will do fine. He's like, no, they won't. Like, okay, Jesus.
What am I
Watto.
supposed to do with those?
Yeah. So yeah, the mind trick works on Boss Nass, but like at the same time, Boss Nass is still kind of fucking them over. Where he's like, "You're gonna go through the planet core," and like, so they get what they want, but at the same time, he's like, "I'm also sending you through a crazy monster." It's like the way I picture Naboo is that because he says they're going through the planet core. Which I'm like, does that mean they're literally going through the core, or is it just like a bunch of tunnels that they go through? But you know, I like the idea of a core of Naboo being filled with giant monsters, and that's basically what it is.
Also, like
And of
Naboo
course-
being truly like an underwater nation, and then these people came and landed on the planet. They're like, no one's here. We can just like colonize it. And then it's like, oh no, there are these indigenous species. They just all live underwater.
Yeah. Well, one of the cool things about Naboo, when you look at it from like a planetary level, like in orbit, it's, you know, it's Earth-like, but then you see just how sort of like sparse and the green is compared to the water, right? Like our planet, obviously we have big land masses, whereas Naboo seems like it's just like tons and tons and tons of little tiny green blobs in this big swampy water world,
like a lake planet.
Yeah,
Kind of like if we were like 99% ocean. You know?
Yeah, but then you also get stuff like during the invasion scene of Naboo, which happens right after this. Basically, is once they get the submarine to go through the planet core, we cut to the Trade Federation doing their full-scale invasion, and we get these big, rolling, massive, beautiful green fields of grass. Or I'm like, oh, that's so fucking cool looking, and it's so, you know, it reminds you of like a screensaver, but it also kind of has that ethereal, dreamlike quality of like, it's like looking onto an endless ocean of grass, which is something that you don't see very often. And every time that it's evoked in movies, I'm always like, this is like a cool dream. Like, I love this.
I wanted to point something out that I didn't even really recognize until I watched it this week, like 2 times in a row, basically. So when I watched this originally, I thought it was literally like a fish swims by and Qui-Gon says there's always a bigger fish, that famous line. And I thought another bigger fish came and ate it. But this time I noticed it's not a fish. It's a giant, like, fish man monster.
Yeah.
I never
that's
somehow never saw that before. It looks so cool, and it really lays credence to what you were saying, Steve, about how like the core of
it reminds me of like a lion, kind of. Just the way it's designed kind of reminds me of like a cat, sort of like an underwater cat.
Like a cat.
Yeah, it has big arms but it has like webbed fingers. It's cool. But it's absolutely massive. It's like the size of a crate dragon, if you're familiar with other Star Wars monsters. But then, you know, it kills the fish that comes after them, and then they go into a tunnel, and the ship is all fucked up, and Jar Jar's like, "What do you mean? We said not in trouble." Yeah, and they have to do some repairs, but then they finally get the power back, and then they get chased by like an giant electric eel looking thing with like a big bony alligator face. And then the big monster comes back and saves them again, twice in a row. Same guy, still hungry, I guess.
I think at this point in the movie, and I can't take credit for this because this did come from Scott, but there are multiple points at this point where they really just needed power in their vehicle to keep going. They're like, we need more power. Yeah. And he did make a comment about Emperor Palpatine's like ultimate power, making much more sense at that point.
Because if you don't have power, you get stuck in a cave.
What are you going to do? Or in space without being able to get where you want? Like, power is king.
You end up having to make deals with the Hutts. We can't take a Royal Highness there. The Hutts are gangsters. So yeah, they escape from the monsters. They arrive in Theed, the city of Theed, which beautiful city, by the way. It's one of my favorite Star Wars locations in all of the movies. It's just got this intense sort of like Spanish Italian architecture that they took to the next level, because they based a lot of these are real locations that they filmed in, and then they took the architecture of the surrounding locations that they were shooting in, and then they took that and took it to a Star Wars level, right? So they're like, okay, well, the pillars and the banisters and everything that we're filming inside of this palace here, we're going to take all of that and make it into like what would a Star Wars city look like with this as its base.
That's the Final Fantasy of it all for me, because knowing that they're based off real places, like Final Fantasy does that, especially in the later games where you can have a whole city, not just like 8-bit. There's one city in Final Fantasy 15 that's based off Italy, and it's fucking chef's fingers.
Called shittily.
Wait,
So
do you know what Thief's based off of? Because I also thought it was a really like cool.
yeah, so they filmed in Italy and Spain, like Spanish lakes and stuff, and like they took the actual architecture of the locations that they were filming in, and they used it to build models and sets and all sorts of stuff with that as inspiration. Like you can go to, I think it's Italy, and go to the areas that are shot in episode 1, 2, and I think a little bit of 3 has some Theed as well. But then you get the lakeside waterfall palace or whatever, right? And all those that's an actual model that they filmed and shot. And like one thing that sticks into my mind is all those tiny little waterfalls are just like salt reservoirs that they open up, and so that's just salt falling. And I'm like, that's so fucking cool. And it one of my friends, Mike Smith, fan of the show. Hey, Mike, how are you? I know you're watching this right now, you sick pervert.
He is. He's a pervert. He's watching.
But he makes miniatures and stuff, and I know that he's super into that kind of thing. And like, if you haven't seen that stuff, Mike, watch it, Mike. Watch the making of episode 1 and all the crazy models in the podracer scene when there's all the stands full of people, like those are Q-tips painted different colors and like moving slightly to make it look like a rippling crowd. It's pretty cool. Anyway, so they get to Theed, and the Queen has been accosted by Newt Gunray and his forces, and they're being put into camps, and they're being segregated from one another based on location and job position and stuff like that. So there's a bunch of pilots in the hangar that are cordoned off. And obviously Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon are like, well, we have to find the Queen. Let's go. And they find them, save them, rescue them. We have some back and forth exposition about like, well, we can't. The Queen has to remain here with her people, or whatever. That guy with like the bath bubble beard. That's what I call it. It
like the one you put on with the bubble.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. It looks like you dipped
absolutely.
his face into, and he's like, oh, what do you mean? Like, communicate. We've negotiation. We've lost all communication. And where are the Chancellor's ambassadors? What's going on? That's another guy that exists through all the movies that you forget about until he shows up to be like, you must contact me.
Is he the same one throughout the movie that's sending that message, being like, all our people are dying. You must return. Okay.
Yeah, you can tell because of his bubble beard.
His bubble beard. Yeah.
Also, I think his name is like
Bubble beard.
Ambassador. No, it's like something like Ambassador Bibble or something. Like it is something crazy where I'm like, it's so close to bubble.
He was in a bubble bath.
Like I'm pretty sure George Lucas was like, looks like your beard is bubble beard, so we're gonna call you Bibble.
And like that he's kind of Kermit the Frog in a very lovely way.
We should call you Bubble.
so close.
Hi ho. George Lucas here.
I'm pretty sure that's George Lucas's laugh. Like, anyway, they get them to the hangar. They get to Queen Amidala's fucking cool ship. One of the coolest ships in all Star Wars. And
is that the silver one? The
chrome ship, platinum ship.
It looks so dope.
They free them. They get out. They get all the pilots they need. Rick Olay, that's the name of the main pilot. The guy who's like, all right, let's get out of here. Like another character that you're like, this guy's cool. Like, why the fuck isn't he in all of the movies? Like, shouldn't he have gotten promoted for getting the Queen safely to Coruscant?
I was actually I honed in hard on Captain Panaka on this because I kind of forgot about him, but then I noticed that he he plays kind of he reminds me of Poe a little bit from the new trilogy, like not super focused in on, but he's like kind of a cool guy,
He is he's intense, but he's also like he knows what needs to be done. And he also knows what needs to not be done. Like when they're like, we're going to Tatooine, it's controlled by the Hutts. And he's like, the Hutts? What are you insane? You can't take a royal highness there. The Hutts are gangsters.
Yeah. Does it like they don't really allude to this, or maybe I missed it? Is he aware that Padma is like switching and like Padma's going off with them?
I think he knows Padme's got. Wait, maybe not, because
right, like I was confused to know whether because like would he have just let her go with them to the?
That's what I thought too. It was almost like he had like some kind of wisdom or knowing that whatever was going to happen was going to be okay, but he was in on the trick. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? I'll say I think you're right, because there is a moment when he comes out with Padme, and he's like, "The Queen demands that you take her." Her handmaiden with it. Yeah, in the way that he's playing it, it's like he doesn't agree with this either, right? And it's like the Queen,
but his queen told him that he had to.
It's like no more wishes from the Queen today. He's like, the Queen, you need to listen to the Queen.
I know. Qui-Gon being like, we're not going to take her, and he's like, you absolutely are, though.
You
like, sorry, yeah.
You understand? This is the Queen. Like, she's telling you right now, she's coming.
Yeah.
Honestly, good for her for holding out as long as she did before she revealed herself. I was like,
Queen,
she'll say it now.
She wants to know more about the planet. Just bring her with you. Listen, it's fine. I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to remember when I was a kid if I was shocked by that reveal. I don't think I was, because I think I was like at least aware enough to be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But
yeah,
everybody in the movie is shocked. They're all like, whoa, no way. Holy shit. Anyway, they are leaving, and now we can talk about a cast. R2-D2's whole family getting killed.
That was insane. That was so sad.
As someone who has such an innate love for droids in these films, like they are truly my favorite part of them.
The pit droids later for the pod racing are the best.
The pit droids. But that one made me so sad because I'm like, one of these is R2-D2. You know it is.
That's the last one to go out.
Right, and all of them were up there, and one got like pinged off. I'm like, no, if every single one goes except R2-D2, like,
and then
it was like so much sadder. Like,
and they're all screaming when they get shot too. Like,
he's just there, like, save us, I can do it.
And one of them gets shot, you just see his leg like one of his legs flying, spinning.
It's just, droids do so much work in these movies. Every single movie, they are so core to making sure the things happen that are supposed to happen. Like,
and they're all sentient. They're all 100% sentient, like human beings.
They have thoughts. They have dreams. Yeah. The other thing, a huge sort of theme in Star Wars is slavery, right? And like people being oppressed to a point that they're forced into servitude, and it's very on the nose in Star Wars. But like droids are literally fixed with restraining bolts that cause them to fall into servitude. The clones are created for nothing but war and have inhibitor chips in their mind so that they're the perfect soldiers. They're bred to fight. That's all they do. The droids for the Trade Federation are the same thing. Anakin is a slave, and he feels very strongly about slavery. It's a pretty big theme in Star Wars.
I will say to that point though that like the droids, and we saw it early in the movie when Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan talked to the droids for the first time, the droids, like the opposing droids.
Yeah.
And they're just like, we have to go down to the planet. And they're like, oh, where are you going? Those droids, their inhibitor chip makes them super dumb. And they almost remind me of like, they're like proto troopers, which was an interesting thing.
Yeah, they're dumb. They're just as dumb as stormtroopers. Yeah. I mean, they're as dumb as a dumb human. Like that's basically what they are. But I almost like, I don't think there's any evidence of this actually being true. I think it's just like they're either built to be smart or not, because there are droids that are like designed specifically to be tactical genius droids, and they're put in charge of armies and stuff later on. But these guys are just sort of like the bare bones foot troopers that they're literally designed to be fodder.
And jarheads.
Like when those ships show
General
up at the
Grievous
end,
is
come out on racks.
Yeah.
General Grievous is not a robot, you fucking dildo.
Even I know that.
Even Tatiana knows that. General Grievous is
that everywhere.
General Grievous is basically like Darth Vader. He's an organic being that is inside of a suit of armor. But he's literally just.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
He's literally like a set of lungs and a heart and a head, and the rest of his body is.
He's a nervous system like installed into a droid, basically.
You'll know when you watch episode 3 again. You'll be like, oh yeah, he does have reptilian eyes. Wait a minute. And that's how he. That's how he died. Like Obi-Wan rips open his chest, and you can see his heart like in the inside. It's quite unsettling.
But you call me a dildo.
I know. I was gonna say I'm sorry for calling you. Well, listen, Jason, we all know that if you were in Star Wars, your name would be Darth Dildo.
Yeah, that's my name.
But that makes him a Sith, and that's really cool. Like,
that's kind of.
It's
Well,
so
Jason is really cool, but he just
power.
doesn't get to have a cool name.
My Darth helmet would just be a baseball cap.
Shaped like a dildo.
Yeah.
It's a unicorn.
It's a
Sorry.
unicorn.
If I was
Like
in
that.
Star Wars, I would just want to be a droid. Like truly. Like I do love
Yeah, it depends on the
They're the
droid,
best.
yeah, but I'd be okay with being a protocol droid, I guess. Prissy and oh my.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So the shield generator gets hit, and they send out all the droids, and R2D2 is there. It's so easily recognizable. I often wonder, like, if people who are not familiar with Star Wars but enough to know who R2 is, if they see, because they all look the same, they just have different color palette to them, right?
But his color palette is so iconic. Even
It
at
is,
that
yeah.
point, by episode 1 coming out, like everybody knows, right?
But I mean, yeah,
Right, but there's
and the
those,
way
like,
they
there's those red R2 units sort of that have the more cylindrical heads, not the rounded
Yeah,
heads.
yeah.
that's an
Yeah.
R4 unit.
It's an R40 unit, you
No, 4.
four. You dildo.
The rounded heads are R2 units. The rounded.
This
Actually,
is why
wait.
Jason put off Star Wars.
Wait, that's an
for as long as
R5.
possible.
R5
He's like,
D5, and then
I have to be
R4s
a
are.
I'm gonna be called a dildo every episode at least.
But I was
No,
also
I'm
wrong.
I'm afraid to, like, theory craft, because it's gonna be like, actually they explained it already, idiot.
Yeah, let's explore the depths of it in the dildo.
No.
So I was actually wrong.
Goes deep.
R4 units are different. R5 units are the ones with the cylindrical heads.
they're the ones that look like trash cans.
Well, those are gonk droids. Gonk.
Okay, different guys.
Yeah, that's
Don't
that's
call me a
another thing.
dildo. I'll take it to heart.
No, but I will call you a
mad
gonk. You fucking gonk.
That works. I'll do it.
We know it's R2 because the camera is fixed on him, and we're getting reaction shots of him being like, "Whoa!"
That's what these movies do an incredible job of. Like droids with no faces will have
It's the
reactions, and you
puppetry.
are like, right, and it's the little sounds specifically, like the tones that really get you, and you're like, R2D2 truly, and I love a droid in every Star Wars. Like
They're the best.
video game, television show, they are the best in every single one because they emote in such a crazy way. They feel like a puppy, and you
It's a
just are
puppy.
like, how did you do this? With
Yeah.
a,
Even
I
like the
also like-
droid in Outlaws or whatever.
he's my
that
favorite.
You end up like falling in love with that droid like
Yeah.
so quickly, and it's like he's
Who's
like
like
an
a
enemy,
man? He's like a
a big man,
droid
yeah,
man who
But
has
you're-
his little thing taken out. Yeah.
yeah. But he's like a man that is capable of good and great things, but he's being stifled by his
Yeah.
employers or whatever. Yeah, and you're like, damn.
Yeah, he's
I like
cool.
Archer's reaction to Jar Jar when they first meet, and he makes like a fart sound, and you're like, "Oh, I
Yeah.
understood that. I understood that one."
You know,
Yeah, it was clear.
Jar Jar probably says something like "How would?" or just
Yeah.
And then he goes up and he plugs into some little outlet and somehow gets the shields back. And Rick Olay is like, "Shields are back! That little droid fucking did it! We're saved!"
The power was off, then the power was back on.
Was back on.
I did make the ultimate power joke, Cass. I did attribute it to Scott.
I was
because
kidding.
had to.
It's good.
Yeah, this is also one of those moments where it's clear that fire can exist in space in Star Wars, because when that little segment of the ship gets blown up, there's just a full fire. So I only say that because there are so many people who like went after the Acolyte for really dumb things, one of which was just fire existing in space, and it's like, well, it's always existed in space.
Yes, in Star Wars, they have already established the fact that this is possible. You know,
Yeah.
we suspend our disbelief about so many things, and then certain things come up, and it's just like, oh, this wouldn't be possible. And you're like, neither
Yeah.
force powers.
Yeah, what
bro.
about
Like, I
force
don't
magic?
know
How about that? You
what
think
to
that's
do.
possible? You think levitating stones with your mind when Grover is telling you, like,
We
"Oh, I
don't
forgot."
even have people living on other planets. Like at this
Right.
point, we're not there. Like
Yeah.
we're
It's true.
Just like, I don't understand why people don't want to have fun.
Yeah.
Why not be whimsy? Why not believe that fire exists in space?
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
fun.
Yeah. If Miss Piggy believes in you to be a Jedi, then that's how it is.
That's all I need.
So we also get a nice little scene of R2 getting commended by the Queen, who is now played by Keira Knightley, where she's like, "Who is responsible for the?" And like Captain Panaka, one of my favorite line deliveries for him, he goes up, R2D2, Your Highness, and he's like he had to read it, and he's like
It's his
R2
serial code
D2
or whatever. Yeah.
Wow.
What is
And
his
then she
number?
orders Padme to clean him. Padme, go clean his ass.
Was there any, and maybe this is me just like reading into it too much, like she was there cleaning in a very similar position to like Princess Leia, like being like, Obi-Wan, you're our only hope, and like kind of turning him off. Okay.
That's absolutely by design. George Lucas loves having visual mirrors of things that existed in other movies, and like you can sort of like lay them next to each other and see the visual reference, which is why I do think that like, you know, he gets a lot of flack for filmmaking because he hasn't made that many movies, and some of the movies that he's made have not been done all that well. But I'll say that like in terms of painting a frame, George Lucas always knows what's up, man. He knows how to make stuff look beautiful.
And this movie looks beautiful.
Maybe
like,
too much
so
CGI here and there throughout, but yeah.
Stunning.
Space.
I always think about the shot from episode 2 where like Padme and Anakin are coming out into the arena, and it's just like they're so darkened that it's silhouetted into this like very sort of stark contrast with the light, and you know they are kissing each other, but it's like it's so cool. It looks so good. Like it looks amazing.
Good. It looks like a painting in a way. Like a lot of the shots that I found in this movie, not only like with the amazing soundtrack and score behind it, but just some frames. I was like, I want this painted. Like I actually just want to see this hand.
You can pause this movie at most moments, and it just looks great. Yeah. So they realize they have to go to Tatooine because it's the only planet within distance that they can get to with their shitty engine that isn't controlled by the Trade Federation, which I guess is a lot, or at least affiliated with the Trade Federation. So they go there, they land in the outskirts of Mos Espa, which is on Tatooine, sort of a medium-sized city. Like it's a pretty big city compared to Mos Eisley, which was meant to be sort of like a truck stop in the original Star Wars, where they're like Mos Eisley spaceport. You'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. Whereas Mos Espa is more like a proper town. And they have to go in and just peruse some of the junk dealers. And you know, I often think like this is one of those moments where like, what if Qui-Gon found the parts they needed before they got to Watto's shop? Like, what would happen to Anakin? Would he live on Tatooine for the rest of his life? But who knows? But the Force guides them. Yes.
I have a question about that. So because Force, obviously, I'm sure there's some kind of fate or destiny, maybe, or some kind of calling. Because I also thought that when I was watching it this weekend, I was like, why didn't he just either find another shop or like go to another place? But he was so sure entering that entire city, being like, no, I know exactly where to go, and like kind of led the way. Is that the like behind the scenes? Like that was the Force being like, you need to see Anakin.
So Qui-Gon specifically,
it could have been so many places.
Qui-Gon specifically is a Jedi that he mentions it at the beginning of the movie, where it's like, you must be mindful of the Force, just as Master Yoda says, but you also must be mindful of the living Force, the here and the now, and feel where your instincts are pulling you. So he was like a huge proponent for this thing that wasn't really taught all that much, whereas foresight and intuition were valued amongst the Jedi, whereas Qui-Gon was like, those things are valuable, yes, but you know what else is valuable? Right here, right now, and feeling what you feel around you. And that's,
use it as a tool and not as like the ultimate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Force is your ally. You should always trust it, especially when you're in the moment. The thing is, it's never really explored in the movies all that much, but it gets played into much more in like the Clone Wars cartoon show and extended materials through like books and comics and stuff, where like the living Force is your interaction with the Force in the moment, rather than using the Force to get your means or to like move forward in a direction that you think it's trying to push you. Just trust what it's doing in that moment. Yeah. But then he ends up getting stabbed in the guts at the end of this movie, so maybe he should have been trying to figure out the moves a couple minutes ahead. Anyway, Qui-Gon is a very interesting and cool character.
It's very cool.
Considering he died in this movie and we didn't get to explore him all that much.
Was Liam Neeson like super? I'm assuming yes. Like Liam Neeson, pretty like big catch for this film in 1999.
Yeah, I mean did he get an Oscar for Schindler's List? I think he was like he's pretty huge, but like a lot of people wanted to be in it, right? Like they're like a new Star Wars. Fuck yeah, I want to be in that shit.
I read that he signed on before the script was even like made. I don't know how.
I mean, if Star Wars is coming your way, you take that.
Yeah, because a lot of people, like Ewan McGregor, was like, he said he was like, I was like 5 when the first one came out, whereas Liam Neeson probably was in his 20s or something.
Which means he knows
Samuel
that
Jackson could have been any age.
Yeah.
I truly think he's a vampire.
But like Sam
I think a good Disney series would be a Qui-Gon
Yes,
miniseries
Qui-Gon would be a cool
that.
character, because I think also a character that people are like, wow, really fun, like cool character, but like we didn't get to see more than like.
How'd he get there?
A young Qui-Gon show
Young
with
Qui-Gon.
because Dooku was his master too, so we get like a young Dooku. That would be
played by Timothy Chalamet.
There's
Still
one
like Yoda and all of like the council, and they're like, you're too loose. Young,
too loose.
follow the rules.
Let's tighten it up, Qui-Gon.
Rules you follow. Like I don't.
Rules in place for a reason. They are.
There you go.
What are you doing? But yeah, like there's one episode of one of those shows. There's like Tales of the Jedi, Tales of the Sith, Tales of the whatever. There's one episode where it's young Qui-Gon and young Dooku, and they're on a little adventure together, and it's like it's pretty cool. And I'm like, this is a vibe, man. I would watch a whole show of just these two, and it's like Dooku with his capes and his attitude. You know, Dooku is one of my favorites.
Also, you could still bring in probably like a young Palpatine. Like you could really see like a lot of stuff. Like very cool.
As a senator, just like worming his way around, just like, yes, of course. So they go into Tatooine and they go to Watto's shop, where they meet Watto for the first time and they meet Anakin for the first time. And while Qui-Gon is talking biz with Watto about the parts that they need, Anakin and Padme meet for the first time, and Anakin drops the biggest like opening line you'll ever hear in your entire life, which is just walking up to a lady and saying, "Are you an angel?"
An angel?
Yeah, no. I heard
She's
spacers
lifting her
talk
up.
about it. You know, like they say they're the most beautiful creatures that ever existed in all of reality.
Anakin started the pickup line.
Yeah.
Like, did it hurt when you fell from heaven?
And she's like,
That
"Are you
mark you
kidding
left
on
on
me,
my
little boy?"
heart,
And
I
was
hope
like,
it
"No."
doesn't become a scar. Isn't that a line later?
Yeah.
Pickup lines for days, my dude.
He's just dropping lines like it's his job, but you're also like, is he saying this stuff because he believes it, or are these lines when he's like, I heard the deep space freighter pilots talking about the most beautiful creatures that exist, the angels of Diagon or whatever, and then I'm also like, but maybe they just told him like, listen, kid, if you ever meet a beautiful lady, just say, what are you, one of the angels of Diagon?
That's what I'm saying. I think he learned it from Blueberry Man. I think that's what, like, he learned all these little pickup lines.
I think he was spitting Riz, because later I got the vibe that when he's talking about like having more feelings, and Padme like leads him and says, "Oh, you're obviously talking about your mother," and he kind of like looks around like, "No, I was talking about that I want us to be more than friends," is the face that he kind of gives there. So I think that Anakin is wise beyond his years, which isn't, let's not do
game
that.
He's got game. No, I think he just had to grow up too fast, maybe.
Yeah.
Listen, when you're a slave on a desert planet, you learn how to
And
be
Tatooine, damn.
charismatic.
And he also like fully smack talked that pod racer guy who could have killed him in so many ways, and he was like,
The Bulba?
"Nah, this is my turf. Shut up." And
The guy
don't
getting
be
the
mean
little
to Jar Jar
foot
Binks.
rub and the like
And he's
back
like,
rub from the
Pana wana
teacher.
pana Sebulba, and Sebulba was like, whatever they're saying back and forth.
He's like, "Nuh-uh."
But he also says like, "I'm not a slave, I'm a human being," which is a
Yeah.
crazy like moment. And that
The only way
that
that
equates
is
to
because your
now.
mom teaches you.
Yeah. True.
Yes. And then of course we've already kind of covered the Qui-Gon conversation between him and Watto, but
They'll
they
take these credits and it'll be fine. I don't
He
know.
realized-
Why is it not working?
they realize that they've got, and I gotta say, like, Anakin has a lot of freedom considering he's a slave. Watto's like, clean the racks and then you can go home, and Anakin goes, yippee!
And I go make my
He gets weekends and free time. Like that's just a job. Like
And then we cut to, I think it's like Obi-Wan, and he's like, this storm will slow them down. It's really coming down out there. Whatever. It's like a dust storm is coming, and they get a call, and he's like, Panaka. This is my other second favorite Panaka line in the whole movie is when he answers his little device and he just goes Panaka. I'm like, yep, very good.
It's a good sound.
And then that's where he gets the message from General Bubblebeard or whatever his name is, and he's like, you must contact me. The Trade Federation are going to start executing people. And they realize that there's now like a ticking clock element to what's going to happen on Naboo, but the desert storm is coming, and they can't go back to the ship because it's too far outside of town for them to walk before the storm hits. We get a nice little old lady moment where she's like, oh, my bones are aching, Annie. Storm's coming. You better get home. And then Anakin is just like, you guys want to come stay at my house? And they're like, sure. But we do get a good moment where Qui-Gon is like putting food or something in his little storage pouch, but then Anakin sees his lightsaber and is like, oh shit, this guy's a Jedi, sick. This is cool.
It's like he's like having a fangirl moment.
Yeah. He's like, I've heard about lightsabers and stuff, but I've never seen one before.
Yeah.
But the Force tells him to wait to mention it until it's more opportune.
Well, he's a smart kid.
Right.
He's smart. He's good with his hands. He knows how to build
He's
stuff.
good with the ladies.
He's
like,
good with the ladies.
Pod racer back here.
He's clearly not a dummy. But he does wait until he knows that he can trust these people first. This is the next test where he's like, I'm going to bring them home, get them to meet my mom. And then, if I can trust them, then I can trust them.
If they don't kill my mom, then we're good.
Listen,
did you guys know this?
C-3PO, he probably has a home security system.
That's fair.
Oh, for sure.
I know it's later in the plot, but I am still inside pissed the fuck off that he leaves C-3PO behind when he goes. That's a later issue. He could have brought him with him.
That's true, but he built C-3PO for his mom.
Did you guys know that?
He built it for her to do like translation and stuff.
Okay, but he could have come along though.
Yeah, but he couldn't bring his mom.
He could have made two.
I don't know. The parts, they're hard to come by. You see all those, he's got those devices in the background. Like, those things where you throw a ball to each other.
It was like he had a racket. There was a racket attached.
He's got a gold spray painted tennis racket. With the scoop cup thing. Yeah, he's got a couple of those in the background.
For like lacrosse.
Listen, all the Jedi communicators in this movie are all the communicators they use in this movie to talk to each other are those ladies' razors from the 90s, like those thick ones. They just like painted that, repurposed them to make them look like a.
I was wondering what would happen though.
How thick? What do you mean?
Paint
a picture.
The handle of the shaving for the women's shavers.
Venus.
Yeah, it was a Venus. Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, and it had that sort of like pill like flat pill shaped ones. Yeah, it was those, and they just took the razor part off and added a couple little like boop, boop, diodes on top of it. Yeah,
I was wondering what would happen if they just took the mom with them. Would they just have a bunch of like off-planet?
Well, we all know that there's bombs in their necks because they talk about it in the movie.
Oh yes, that's right. Well, did you know that this junkyard slave isn't even old enough to shave, but he can use the Force? They say.
And it's an ad.
Well, I know we built C-3PO, and I've heard how far this part can go. Yeah.
We were broke. It's true.
So we made a wager or two.
Wow.
He was a prepubescent flying ace.
I'm so sorry. I thought you didn't like musicals. What is happening?
I mean, if they did a Star Wars musical, Weird Al would have to write.
With the man at Java started off that race, well, I knew he'd be in first place.
Okay, we have to stop.
I thought we were told that we weren't allowed to sing. I was specifically told before this episode started that I wasn't allowed to sing anything.
It was in my contract.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed.
I have the thing where
it's in my contract.
It starts happening. I'm like, it's in my
contract.
Meet Luke.
Cass and
do
I
a little
just
bit of
get
Weird Al.
We don't even know. We're like,
I have to go to the washroom. I will be back, but
we'll talk about something.
Please continue while I'm gone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, here we go.
Do I have anything fun that I wrote down in my notes that I missed?
Well, I think at this part specifically, I did find, I think from my memory of this movie, that I truly thought they were on Tatooine much less time than they actually were. like they were on it for so long, like so many scenes in the movie.
I thought it was a long time, so that's interesting that you thought it was the opposite.
I thought it was the opposite.
Because I feel like this movie to me feels like time is the construct. Because like the beginning pacing is like very quick, but then it moves into long scenes, but then you experienced it in a different way.
Yeah, I just thought Tatooine was much quicker, but I feel like it was a lot, because I think when we go through the scenes, it was like they land in the coolest ship ever. That ship is actually really rad. I did think in the sun it might get incredibly hot, because in my head it was like mirror temp, like a mirror type of reflection. I don't know.
I'm sure they have the tech.
There's something there. But then it's like, find this person, find these people, storm comes. Then it's this, there's like kind of, and I know we've mentioned, obviously we play a Star Wars D&D. It does feel a bit D&D-esque in the way that like your missions kind of build up, which is like, we have this goal we need to get to. In order to get that goal, now we have to get like X, Y, and Z. And that's like,
we have to talk to people.
Yeah,
and, like,
make sure our pod works, convince this man to like back our bet, do this. And then now we can do this. And even then we're at this crazy pod race, the Boonta Eve classic.
Mm-hmm. There's something magic about that kind of storytelling.
Yeah,
like it does feel organic in a way of like, okay, we're on an adventure all together.
Right? Like you're still working for it, which I think is a very fun kind of like concept. I know Steven probably has the notes there, but I think that's when they start to like Qui-Gon's just like, there's something about this boy.
Mm-hmm.
He does creepily take his blood. I thought that was weird.
Also,
I need your blood. I gotta test it for midi chlorians.
Well, he doesn't even say that. He's like, I just want to make sure you don't have any diseases, which I think is also an odd thing.
That's a crazy thing. But also, a kid would be like, okay, take my blood. Like, just.
I was wondering too, like when Qui-Gon immediately meets him, is he like, does he get like the Force is telling him like, holy shit? Because they don't really telegraph that until later when he like says it out loud. But I like when they first meet each other, is he like, wow, this kid's glowing to me?
Well, I think kind of yes, right?
Well, I think they also had there was a particular comment made about the fact that he pod races at all.
Yeah.
Because someone made the comment being like, yeah, you're a human. How do you have the reflexes to do that? And
you're a child.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a 9-year-old kid. So I think maybe that was like the hinting at it. Of just like, oh, he has like maybe just like a preternatural sense of like stuff to come, which perhaps like lends to a Force thing.
I also think like the way that I've always seen Star Wars, and again, I am not a big Star Wars fan, so I could be talking out my butt, but I feel like from what I've seen of all kind of Jedi moments is like this kind of magnetism. You're talking about like energy. Me as a witch, I think about energy a lot in the universe and kind of like pulls and pushes. Like, why wouldn't you be in a room with a kid who is like he's the chosen one. That's how it's written. He is the kid, Anakin.
Literally immaculate conception.
Right. Like, how could you not, as like one of a being aware of that kind of energy, not be immediately drawn to that? And like, sure, you'll question it and like kind of figure out what you're feeling. But that's going to be like magnet pull to the nines.
Like a foregone conclusion, like the kids in Practical Magic, played by Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman.
They're going to be,
yeah. But one of them becomes a cool badass, and one of them sticks to the book. And
they're both
having a
hard time. We need to talk about this. Like, they're both cool badasses.
They're both really cool.
Specific way. But yes, I know what you mean, because they do separate it, being like, I'm going to follow all the rules that I'm being taught as like the power I'm like being given.
It's Obi-Wan
versus the one being like, I want to do something different. I don't have to do this. Yeah. Oh, that's a good movie. Yes. If you do that movie, I would happily be on.
No, I was thinking about doing a witch month, but also I watched that movie and like I don't
you
dislike the movie. Right. I do agree with that, but also it is not like I am not the demographic for any part of that movie except for the cast.
What about the midnight margaritas?
Midnight margaritas.
Like a midnight margarita, Jason.
Sure. I love a midnight margarita. Look, don't you do that thing you guys do to me where you're like,
Jason.
He's one of the girls.
Jason.
Us killing time for Steven to come back to get us back to the plot.
Yeah.
I wish I had a midnight margarita right now. That'd be great.
Me too. The next part of the movie is going to Coruscant in the Senate, but the thing is, I'll tell you guys, and I'll talk about this for a second because it kind of fills me. This movie fills me with a like a dread because I don't really get the politics elements of the sequel or the prequel trilogy.
That's
There's so many
politics. I also had a lot of questions when I was watching it.
Because the next sequence is like they go to Coruscant and Queen Amidala appeals to the Senate, so you get that giant like scene of all the Senate. That's where like the ET cameo comes up too.
Yeah.
And everybody's so freaked out by it that they're like, well, you know, we need you to tell us what you need. And she's like, what I need is for us not to go into like an apocalyptic war, basically. And there's thousands of people there in the Senate. So Steve's back. Help.
We're trying to figure out politics, NBD.
What's the question?
I think after this segment, we go to Coruscant in the Senate.
Tatiana, you're muted, my friend. Okay. Go ahead.
My background's not working.
Oh, no.
I can see a house.
Oh, no.
It's a technical difficulty right here on, hey, did you see this one? Freddy versus
Jason. I can't go back.
I had to switch it. I can't go back. Okay, so we're on Coruscant now? Is that what's happening?
That's an incredible movie.
Yeah.
You can go back.
Yeah, it is a very good one. Okay, so they get to Coruscant. They meet the Chancellor. Wait, did we skip over the whole pod race?
We skipped over the entire pod race, Jason, and I was going to say something, but I thought I'd wait until Steven came back. So
I was just talking about
No, my page was turned wrong. He built C-3PO, he pilots pod racers, he believes the Force guides him. Qui-Gon Jinn becomes intrigued.
Just follow the Weird Al song as your template, Jason.
I know. My page was flipped wrong.
That's okay.
He skipped a verse.
Yeah.
So his midichlorian count is off the charts. He's higher than Master Yoda, which is a huge.
Oh, the 10,000. Not even Master Yoda has a midichlorian count that high.
Steven, I do, just because this seems to be a hot button item. How do you feel about the midichlorian edition? Like, do you feel like it was necessary, or do you feel like it was kind of
a little
like
Scientology?
For those of us that are watching Stranger Things, it kind of like, did it give you a sense of just like, why do we need an origin to this to solve the mystery?
I agree with you, Tatiana.
When I was a kid, I am a proponent of like, I don't care about power levels. Like, I think that power levels are kind of silly and dumb. And that feels very much like his Jedi power level is over 9,000. No one can defeat him.
Dragon Ball level, just like Super Saiyan.
Yeah, but I do kind of like the idea that like there is a person who's like the Force is like radiating from this guy. So how do you convey that without having some sort of like tracking thing? Yeah, and it's like I'm okay. I'm fine with it. You know, like I think when I first heard it, I didn't care. Then I did care because of sort of the base opinion of a lot of other people. Mm-hmm. And then the more I sit with it, the more I'm like, I don't really care. As long as they didn't keep using it as a way to like
explain things,
tell you how powerful someone was. Yeah.
I do have, and like again, it's been a very long time since I've seen the second or third, and I'm going off of just like what I've heard from like other people about this. But I think that if you're going to put something into a story, you have to like maintain it. You don't have to like hit the thing over the head like a bajillion times, but like it is odd that it hasn't been brought up, or at least doesn't seem like it's been brought up ever again. It feels like it happened, and then instead of it being kind of like pushed into the story of just being like, this is how it's always been, it's been sort of like, we're gonna pretend that didn't happen.
I also think like if I was in story writer position, I don't hate the idea of the introduction of it, but I also think that like it was done, and for me, I would have been like, oh no, that could be seen as a weakness now, because somebody could measure a Jedi if they could take their blood and then measure it, and then they could be found out that way.
So this
like, part of me is like, oh well, you don't want to give them that. So she's
gonna get kind of like prosecuted at some point, right? We're like,
this is also a thing that has been played around with quite a bit. So the idea of Plagueis, right? Like Plagueis is Darth Sidious's master, who is the Emperor. He had a master named Darth Tenebris, and his whole thing was trying to be able to take midichlorians from people and utilize them and be able to transfer the midichlorian count from one person to another, or also like cloning yourself and being able to make a clone that you could put yourself into that would maintain your midichlorian count. All that kind of stuff was like played around with in Legends canon. Legends canon doesn't make sense as a phrase. Legends, not canon. But there is enough of it that's sprinkled throughout canon via things like Plagueis and Sidious.
Okay.
But Hugo Damask is the real name of Darth Plagueis, and he was like a New York financier, if you will. No, I'm just kidding. He's like a very rich benefactor.
You managed to explain, like, to give me an image of what this person was like in like 3 words. So congratulations.
Yeah, that's basically what I was trying to do. And the midichlorian count stuff, George Lucas, in his original drafts for the sequel trilogy, like the Rey stories, it was going to have a lot more to do with the wills and midichlorians and all that stuff. He really wanted to kind of explore that a lot. But you're right. He didn't really go into it at all throughout the next 2 movies. And I think it's because people didn't like it so heavily. But again, he was like, I have some ideas, and it's going to be all about midichlorians this time around.
But I think, and that's fair. Like, you are allowed to do. It's just like, I think that's what was missing, is sort of just like, if you're going to commit to it, like, kind of commit. But I understand kind of like the way reception can maybe sway your story writing if you don't have it sort of already planned out start to finish ahead of time, because you do start to be like, oh, is this dumb? Should I make a change?
The midichlorians remind me so much of Thetan levels. It's off the charts. I can't believe that he used that as the barometer for the power levels in this way, because of how it's like.
Okay, but I mean, that doesn't mean that midichlorians are dumb. That just means that Scientology is dumb. That's the thing. Is that they're using a religious doctrine that is like, sounds like science fiction because it is, right? Like, it's fine.
Funny that he went there with it.
The Scientologists are coming for us now.
They're at your door right now.
I don't.
Why are there 700 people watching the show all of a sudden?
Yeah, and they're all it's all like Tom Cruise Lover 105 or whatever.
Who's the
Hubbard Humper?
Or the Handmaid's Tale lady who disappointingly is also
Elizabeth
Scientologist.
Margaret Atwood.
Yeah. No, not Margaret Atwood.
God, no.
Margaret Atwood, absolutely incredible woman.
I was gonna say,
no notes.
From Mad
Elizabeth
I got upset.
Moss, yeah.
Listen, a lot of Hollywood elites are into that thing, but whatever. For me,
I do like the idea, but I think it also, like, if you don't flesh it out, it starts to be like, why can't we just, like, maybe harness the midichlorians and give it to anyone, right? Like, we could just sort of be like,
well, in Legends, the idea was that, like, the Force within the midichlorians, as soon as you take it out of one person and try to put it into another, it dies. So the Force is
connected to the soul.
It's like the Force is connected to a physical body, and then once that person dies, it goes back into the Force itself.
And it's not like genetic. It's not like if I have a kid.
A little bit, yeah.
Showed us with like Luke and
Leia both are very powerful. Yeah.
Well, to go back to Stranger Things for a minute, can you like take the blood out of a person and like put it into another person and make them into a Jedi?
No, because I think that's what they're saying is like it actually does like die instantly. There's a lot of things that do that, right? Where we're not able to sort of transfer it to another person.
Yeah, so Tenebris and Plagueis were both trying to figure out ways to take midichlorians and put them into other bodies, but it wouldn't survive the process, so they couldn't do it. And Palpatine, in Legends, he successfully cloned himself with Force abilities, but that's a thing that they were trying to do. And
that's what leads to our...
In like Rise of Skywalker and stuff, it seems like he's succeeded in some capacity, but we've never really explored it properly.
In the depth of the video. But also like in terms of Legends and stuff, like they're doing things, but I don't really read too many of the books or comics anymore, so I don't know what's going on there. I assume some stuff, but just give us some movies or shows or something to explore it, because we don't know.
Yeah, if you're gonna set it up, like Explore it, but I think a lot of showrunners and stuff are maybe nervous about doing something that people would dislike.
Every time they make
also
an
have to be
acolyte style
careful.
show in Marvel too, like they put all this effort into making like an 8-episode movie, and then it fails because the internet trolls just can't handle a new idea. That's why that's what we like you're saying, that's why we have people not wanting to take these risks. But I am honestly curious about the midichlorians. I do want to know more about it because it seems ham-fisted that it's only introduced in one movie and then forgotten about and almost retconned by the time there's 9 movies in the series. Luke and Leia don't know what a midichlorian is.
No.
I also think it's tough because like you have a world that's very vast and very adaptable to a lot of things, but you do have to be aware of what the canon is. And either you follow the canon and build off of it, or you say, screw the canon. And that's also okay, because you can still build off of that. But it's like, I feel like a lot of people can get stuck in between those two places and then not know where to go.
That's an understanding.
Yeah. I mean, within the Star Wars communities that exist, it's like people hate new things and then they also hate old things. And then they hate everything.
Yeah. But that's not even Star Wars. That's all fandoms, right? Like it just becomes like this crazy thing where you can't win in any direction, and then you're
create sort of like pocket fandoms that all hate each other, and you're like,
and it's like as like a fan who's just like, wow, I really love the story. Please just give me the story. You're kind of like in a lose-lose situation.
Well, it's like it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I consider myself a pretty big Star Wars fan, and I have been since I was 4 years old when I was introduced to it.
No,
very important part of my life.
Yes.
So when I feel like I'm being personally attacked for liking something like The Acolyte and people saying that I'm not a real Star Wars fan, and it's like
get out of here,
15-year-old, I'm like, all right, kid, whatever you say, kid. I'm gonna go back and watch The Empire Strikes Back 10 times, even though you think it's the most boringest one because it's slow or whatever. You know?
There's something in Star Wars,
but it's also like Steven, like I think when I was playing, like I do really like Star Wars, but I also love video games, and that's my favorite medium for anything. And to play Star Wars Outlaws and see all the bad reviews, and I'm like, this is a fantastic game. Why is it being like shit to oblivion? Because like people don't like stealth. Like I didn't understand, and then they made changes.
Yeah. It wasn't that they don't like stealth; it's that they don't like women.
Well, and also people are sick of the Ubisoft like fetch quest element of it.
But it didn't.
There was a lot of things going against.
That's not what this is about. We're not on the Outlaws.
I'm not saying I don't like it. I haven't played it.
Okay, but you haven't played it, so you can't talk about it.
About
I can because I know what people don't like about video games. I play video games, and I'm not saying I'll never play it either.
It's not an Ubisoft quest game.
It's not. It truly isn't.
Yeah.
It really isn't, and I think it got shit on.
Also, Jason, I think you'd like it.
Yeah,
I think
I probably would. I probably would.
You can play Sabacc, become a Sabacc master.
That's the best part. I love a game that has like a card game in it. Like, give me Gwent, give me Sabacc, give me I don't know. Even in oh my god, what's that? Orloff.
Queen's Blood from Final Fantasy Remake
in Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I'm obsessed. I will find every person that will play with me in the game.
Yeah, or like you play Red Dead, and you're like, I could just play poker for hours with people.
Literally with real people, and you're like, is this how you get addicted to?
And you're all playing it in character, being like, God damn it, go fish. Yeah.
We could do poker anytime.
Sabacc was
anyway, pod race, yeah. So then the Boonta Eve Classic. It's the biggest pod race to happen on Tatooine in a long time. And who's it hosted by? None other than Jabba the Hutt. Ding, 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 ding,
it's hard not to like love to hate that guy. You're just like, you're so
he's so slimy and like
running asshole, but
on purpose slimy.
Steven, this is my follow-up question on Species. The two-headed announcer.
Yes.
Who?
Incredible.
I don't know the race.
Funny.
I don't know the race of that, but it's obviously voiced by two specific voice actors. One of which is Greg Proops, like the comedian, the guy from like Whose Line Is It? Is it?
Yeah. I loved that character. The moment they popped up, I was like, "Who is stealing the show?"
The guy was like,
well, the thing about that,
I don't care what galaxy you're from. That's gotta hurt. Like just a bunch of bullshit lines.
sounded the most like normal television announcer of the entire Star Wars mythos. It was just like what.
But then he
I
has
was
another head that's being like, "Ooh, ga 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 ga."
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is funny.
I think, right?
That's the balance we're trying to find.
Yeah, I think that's also one of
theme
those
of
things that 30-year-olds in 1999 were probably so mad when this guy opened his mouth. But as a kid, I'm like, yes, two heads are better than one.
30-year-olds in 2026 were like, this guy's fucking dope.
Yeah, it's true.
We just found our way back.
True. We love it. And then Bib Fortuna's there, Gardola the Hutt's there, Jabba the Hutt's there.
Is really one of the grossest characters to see. I don't like the way he knots his little tentacle hair into itself. I don't like his
scarf
attitude.
You don't like the scarf?
I don't care for Bib Fortuna.
Okay.
Bib Fortuna
is like kind of a fashion.
He made me uncomfortable when I was a kid, and he still makes me uncomfortable. There's something weird and like wet about his head tails as well.
Yeah.
Like he just seems like he's always sweaty.
It's also like every time you've seen someone with head tails before, they're kind of sexy.
Yeah,
and this
he's
is the
the
first
gross
one that's slimy, and you're like, why are you not slightly sexy?
And the way he's like,
like a body
in
language
Return of the
thing.
Jedi when he's like, he's a Jedi, and like everything about him is just kind of like, this guy's nasty. He probably has bad breath.
It's like the person that, like, when he shook your hand, would like sort of do this to your like wrist.
Ew.
And then you're like, what is happening?
Scratching with his
Everybody's pain.
I hated that. I hated thinking about it. That was horrible.
So we do get a moment before the pod race where Qui-Gon doubles down on the bet, and that's where he bets on Anakin, which is pretty cool because he uses the Force to make the chance cube land on the color. What a weird
Also
dice.
cheating.
I have a dice here. It's got blue and red on it. It's basically like, why don't you just use a fucking coin, Watto?
That's what I said.
I have a
Flip a coin.
3-sided dice.
Yeah.
Maybe it's harder to like with the physics of the Force to be like it can't just spin on its axis.
I have a chance cube here. Blue the boy and red his mother.
And Qui-Gon's like, all right, fucking roll it. See what happens.
I'm with you, Cass, on the dice thing because like Force push and pull very clearly in Star Wars, and I think maybe it's easier to push or pull a dice than like just to like flip a coin.
Because
like,
it would be more
falling.
obvious to be like, it's going this way.
So it was advantageous for him to use a dice, yeah. Anyway, he bets on Anakin, and Watto gets really pissed off, but he is the one that he made the bet. We also learned that Anakin's never finished a race from his little friend Kitster Fister or whatever the fuck his name is.
They're so funny. What was
He's
that
like,
one
finish
kid?
the race, of course.
When they were like all around the pod racer, like the car, and
Oh,
he
the
was like,
Rhodian?
let's go eat lunch or something. Like, we're going.
Yeah, there's one kid who's like, come on, guys, let's go play ball. And and they're like, yeah, see you later, Annie. Yeah, or I think he says, smell you later, Annie. And then the one kid's like, oota, toota, Annie. And then they just leave him. And you're like, wow, those are supposed to be his friends. They're all bullying his ass.
Well, they're not his friends.
Yes.
At all.
So we meet all the racers in the extended version of episode 1 that I had when I was a kid. I don't know if that's the version on Disney, but they really milk the pod racer opening.
Yes, with all the intros.
The intro, like every fucking pilot. And it's
Porn guy.
Yeah. There's like Ben Quadraneros with his legendary pit droid team, and then like there's like Lloyd Mantel, and he's here too. Yeah,
that happened in this version too, and also the pod race segment is like 20 minutes.
It's
like,
very long.
It is a significant portion of the movie. The movie is like 2 hours and 9 minutes, I think, and like it's almost.
Oh, mine was 2:20.
Okay, so like a good chunk of the movie is the pod race, but I gotta tell you, man, it's exciting, and this is almost every single time I put the movie on, this is where I fall asleep, and it's because it like puts me to sleep in this like crazy ADHD way where I'm like, it's like listening to brown noise or something, or just the sounds of the engines and like it's Skywalker, like all this noise just puts me right to bed.
I don't know if you feel this way, but have you ever been on? This is off topic, but I promise it makes sense. Have you ever been on like one of those roller coasters? It's just like a big round circle, and it just goes like this.
Yeah, like
and it looks terrifying. I fall asleep on those things because I have the same feeling of like the sound that it makes and like the grabbing. I'm like, oh, this is like really relaxing. It should not be. It's too stimulating.
Wait, do you mean like the scrambler at Center Island?
No.
Around a bunch of directions?
It's a big round track, and it's a coaster in the middle, and it goes upside down a bunch of times. It's fun, and I do fall asleep on it.
I don't know how much we can actually talk about the pod race because it is just like it's 3 laps of a race.
Yeah,
like nobody actually dies.
Attack at one point.
It feels friendly.
It feels so PG in the way that they do. Like everybody always sort of makes it out.
Like the android went into a full thing and got spit out the other side, and we were like, "Oh my god, poor thing!" And then he was like, "I'm good."
Well, what about that guy who's like, "Wah!" and he like hits the pillar
in the fire? Yeah,
that guy's dead.
Fine.
But you don't see him die
later.
So wait, no, he dies. So I'll tell you right now, he's dead. And the funniest thing is in the extended version when they intro that character with his little weird, like, alien almost head, like he looks like he's like a xenomorph head almost.
Yeah.
When he's waving, it shows his family in the stands, and his wife has like a newborn baby and a bunch of children, and then he dies in the fucking dark.
Hey, they're the only one, Stephen, because I did aggressively watch the rest, and I'm like, that guy didn't die. That guy somehow landed still. This person's still okay. Now it's obviously Sebulba versus Anakin.
Even Sebulba.
Anakin fixes his own ship mid-race, which was really cool. He diverts power from like one pod to the other.
But his face completely stoic. Just like
I want to say his name's like Odie Mandrell or something, that little guy. And he definitely is. He's the one that clearly is dead because there's a giant fireball and like he slams right into a
that was the very first person to, I think, actually be innocent. Yeah. Everyone else after that seemed to.
There's the guy that's in like the donut one that he almost looks like he's riding like a motorcycle. He gets shot by the Tusken Raiders and he like donuts out like.
I do like that in my head that Tusken Raiders like also got like the little like pamphlet being like big Bunta Eve like crash, and they were like, it'd be really fucking funny if we stood at the top of the ridge and just shot them when they went past.
Do you think they're working for Sebulba? I had this theory that they were like his.
I think it's like stay out of our territory. Yeah, this is our land because they are like the indigenous people of Tatooine, right?
That's true. That could be really fun though. If somebody was riding through my area, just willy nilly, I'd also be like.
Also, like the humanization of the Tusken Raiders is sort of
laws and Florida laws, Cass. That's
no, I don't like that though. I like it.
You just said you're a hold your ground state person.
Yeah.
If it was none of this is my land, to be fair.
Yeah.
So if it was actually mine, which it's not, hypothetical situation.
Jesus. I think that the humanization of the Tuskens and stuff is more of a recent thing, right? Like the Mando show and all the newer Disney stuff is like they went on this big sort of mission to be like, well, the Tusken Raiders are people too, and we have to make sure that we address them as such. They can't just be like monster people. They used to call them sand people, is what they would. That's what they referred to them as.
It's like a little iffy to do.
Yeah, not cute.
And they are the people that like they're the residents of Tatooine, and everybody else is just occupying cities and starport and stuff.
They still trade with people, right? Like they steal, but they also do sell.
But but they're mostly raiders, right? So like if you go in, if you wander into their territory, they'll take what they believe is theirs, which is on their planet anything, which is fair. And then like even Jawas are not like, I don't think, indigenous to Tatooine. They just exist there because they were introduced in the first movies. But like you see them all over and other planets and stuff as well, right?
Yeah.
So the junk people. Anyway, the race gets really intense and they go through the canyon and it's really cool. And we see Aura.
One acting moment of Anakin when he's like, I think going to do the turn and like his face changes, which is nice.
You're like, oh, finally. I mean, I feel like that kid just didn't know what was because he doesn't. Yeah. If you look at him through most of the movie, this part of his face here doesn't do a lot of acting, no matter what, throughout the movie. A lot of his acting is in his eyes. So he has giant goggles on, and he's probably acting through his eyes. When they're like, "Okay, Anakin, you're feeling fear," he's probably like, but like the mouth is just not moving, so it doesn't look like anything.
Like,
right?
Okay.
This is another reason why I'm like, I can't shit on a kid's acting because he doesn't know. He doesn't know what he looks like. He doesn't know what's going on.
I will say, that seems like that's on the director, because like you can get a lot out of a kid.
Mhm.
You can like tell them in like a weird, silly, funny way, like what you want them to do, and they will get it. They just need to know what they need to know.
This like George Lucas is also notoriously like not the best for being an actor's director. Like he'll tell you what he wants, but like unless he's getting out of you, he's just gonna be like, all right, let's move on. That's good enough.
That's the take we took.
And this movie there was a ton of reshoots they had to do. You know the scene where the
Wait,
shield
those were reshoots?
I don't know for Anakin, but there's the scene on the ship where the shield generator gets hit. They had to reshoot that whole thing because they were all just like, the shield generator's been hit. This isn't good. And they were all just like really flat and like didn't realize it was supposed to be like a Star Trek thing where they're like, holy fuck. So they had to like go back and shoot all of it.
Steven, that's crazy to me because I was watching it this past weekend and I was like, a lot of this is really good. But then there are moments where I was like, why was that the take that they took? Because it feels really flat, but it wasn't that moment. It was like a bunch of other moments that were like, I understood like the intensity maybe that could have been behind the choices, but it didn't read on the camera in the way that it should have.
You also have to remember that like
it's been done that again.
20 years since George Lucas has directed anything.
Also
like,
true.
Showing up being like, I don't know, we'll figure it out. So the pod race, we could talk about it all day, but it's really interesting, cool, and a fun thing. And I love the pod racer video game. I'm excited. There's a new one coming out.
I was going to say they made a whole video game out of this segment of the movie.
Yep, and I fucking loved it. And actually, they re-released it on new consoles not too long ago, and I'm like, I'm buying that immediately, and I did. And obviously, Anakin wins. Sebulba gets his comeuppance because he's a cheating asshole. You see him cheat several times. He throws a wrench at a guy and it goes in.
He unplugged Anakin at the beginning or something. Yeah, he's
he breaks off a thing.
How wooed.
It's supposed to be. How wooed, yeah. We see the oopie poop or whatever on Jar Jar. Like, and he's like, oh, stinky, poopy, or whatever.
Typical Jar Jar.
Yeah. Anakin wins the race. Everybody cheers, and then he gains his freedom. And they sell the pod racer. Watto tries to not let Anakin be free, and Qui-Gon gives him the old like, well, perhaps the Hutts should hear about this. No, he doesn't do a fucking mind trick. He just straight up threatens him. Yeah. Mind tricks don't work on Watto. But money
understanding of the local sort of muscle does.
Yeah.
It was kind of heartbreaking for like when Anakin's like, and my mom's free too, right? It's like, sorry. No. And that's exactly when I was like, well, if they just fly up with the mom, what does that entail?
And they blow you up. Boom.
Yeah.
This is another thing they never mentioned again in Star Wars is that the slaves have bombs inside their heads.
Neck bombs. Yeah.
If they try to
But is it real or is it like a threat that's put on them? So you're like,
that's the thing that I always was I was like, has anyone tested this theory?
Yeah.
But I always thought it'd be cool if it was real because one of the what ifs in my brain was like, what if there was like I'm imagining like a pregnant Shmi and she's like running through an alley with like her belly and she like goes into like a doctor's office and like puts a gun to a guy's head and she's like, take the bomb out of me, take the fucking bomb out of me. Yeah, and she escapes and then gives
or
birth.
It's like in the first Suicide Squad movie where the guy's like, fuck this, there's no bomb on my neck, and Slipknot or whatever his name is tries to escape and he immediately dies.
What if Shmi's head blew up before she gave birth? Is that what you're proposing? Let's explore the depths of the video.
Yeah. Who is the prophecy?
We get a nice emotional moment between Shmi and Anakin as he is being taken by the Jedi Order to go to Coruscant to train as a Jedi. She seems excited. He seems bummed out that he has to leave his mom behind, but he promises that he's going to come back and free her one day. And spoiler, he doesn't.
I was just going to say, can you tell me? Because I don't remember.
He does not. Cool. And they leave, but on the way back to the ship,
this is one of my favorite parts of this whole movie, and I forgot it was in this movie. and it's literally Darth Maul shows up, Peter, and
Yeah.
you know,
We have
quite-
been getting little moments of Darth Maul throughout the whole Tatooine
Like
excursion.
watching.
Yeah, watching from a distance, sending out little like meow,
He is a little bit slow to it, though. Like,
Yeah, but he
maybe
isn't-
more could have been done, and he's like, "Damn it, they're already
But
there."
I think in Darth
stop,
Maul's
stop.
defense, he's just there to observe at first. He doesn't
Yeah.
know the extent of this, and then he sees that they for some reason free this kid, and he's like, "What the fuck?" But if you notice in the background, a lot of scenes, those little like those droids are watching everything. So Darth Maul's just sitting there being like, "What the hell is going on here? I don't understand."
I think it was a great idea to bookend this giant pod racing scene with a lightsaber battle, though. I thought that was a really cool idea.
Yeah.
Because once he jumps off the speeder and attacks, after he's like, Anakin, get down. Anakin runs to the ship, but then when they have a lightsaber battle, it's so fucking good. And it looks like when they're on Tatooine in the original movies, the way that this sequence is shot feels very original trilogy, I think.
Yeah. And like Qui-Gon is a very imposing, large man.
Yeah.
And like his
Like
lightsaber
6'5"
style
or-
is like two-handed, hold it like a he's
like a knight sword, right? Like
yeah,
a
he's
heavy-
very much like a bastard sword, like a long
that's
sword. And then Darth Maul is only using one end of his sword as well, which is really cool because he's got that long
we
staff.
find out later.
And then you see him using it, and he's using it almost like a glaive or something, or like a true greatsword. And the way they're
The
fighting,
technique is always so different, but it fights.
yeah,
Across
and
all the characters that have lightsabers, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's very
Yeah.
I think
love it.
George Lucas did something pretty cool in this trilogy that hasn't been emulated to the same degree, as much as I'd like to see it. Right, like the sequel trilogy, they went really far back to the way that they shot the lightsaber duels in the original trilogy, and then stuff like the Acolyte, they're trying to throw in like a lot of really interesting martial arts stuff, but like
actual martial arts. Yeah.
George Lucas was like, no, I want it to be like knights fighting. They should feel
they
like
are
knights.
Jedi Knights, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's what they're called. Like, but I do also understand the idea of like new blood coming in, being like, or like being trained differently, or like different. I don't know, anything where it's like, why would you not know a different sort of style of like sword play?
Yeah.
That's how we find new ways to use weapons. Is like because people.
But then also in terms of like the fact that, they're kicking up dust, but then the ship is also kicking up a bunch of dust. There's just this weird thick mist that we're seeing them through.
Dust planet.
Yeah, it's so cool. And it's such a brief fight, but it's very satisfying, especially because we haven't seen two lightsabers hit each other yet until this point. Now we are.
Yeah. We just had the
Little do we know what is going to happen at the end of this movie. The best
two
lightsaber duel that ever occurred. Yeah.
This is funny. I can see Darth Maul and a lazy boy with Dos Equis going, how long is this pod race?
Yeah. He's like, meow, and he's like, the Skywalker kid is pretty good.
I think it's very interesting to see, and I do think the way that the different people use different lightsabers, just because like it is really cool to see how like a lightsaber kind of like a big sword, but then people use it in different ways of like how they're fighting. And I think it's interesting to see like maybe, yes, we have Qui-Gon as like that classic, like, no, I am a classic knight using a long sword, like this is my weapon. And then you start to get those like shifts of like, no, we have Darth Maul using his cool like double situation, like very kind of like sneaky and like fast, right? Like a very different style of like fighting, which kind of feels like old guard. It feels like old guard and like classic and like kind of like a little bit not of the like kind of like a hold on to some kind of like the old ways versus like a new style of fighting and the way it goes. And I think I'm very interested to even like pass like 2, 3 to see 4, 5, 6 again to see like, are we still kind of in like that knight style, or is it?
Are
more
we
like
adapting?
Because
to
then when you
other
see the television
styles,
shows where they are doing kind of more of like that scrappy kind of fighting style, or like you play a video game where you get to do like lightsaber and gun, and you're like, this is rad. Like,
it's just, even from like episode 1 to episode 2. Obviously Darth Maul is like this amazing intense fight where he's fighting two of them at once, and it's like it's so intense on both sides. But then you see Dooku, who's supposed to be this like I am the greatest duelist who ever lived in all of Star Wars. And he comes out and he has this like curved lightsaber and he's like fighting like a fencer would fight from like an Errol Flynn movie or something, right? And it's like, and it's a completely different thing, but it's like elegant and beautiful. And he's got a cape on, and it's like,
it's his character.
Yeah, you're sword fighting Dracula basically, and it's so fucking cool in a different way completely.
But like, I think the fact that people can recognize it, right? Like, you watch and you're like, wow, the way like he is like fighting in this is very different than like this and like this. And like, I think when you like watch like the first season of, let's say, The Witcher, and like you see the sword fighting in that, and you're like, this is so rad, because it's not really something you see in other sort of sword fights. And like, there is just such a cool factor. And like, it's very distinct. And I think that's what's important, is it's distinct to the character that's doing that fighting style. And then you can see sort of the through line from like one to the next of like how it sort of transfers down.
Yeah. And then even in this fight specifically, the fact that, you know, Darth Maul rips up on a fucking motorcycle, basically hops off, Anakin dives to the ground, and then Qui-Gon also wearing like a poncho, right? He's like, Anakin, drop, and then he just gets in front, and they are like dusty cowboys samurai fighting in the desert while Anakin gets to the ship. And then, you know, you don't see much. You see the lightsabers clashing, and it's a cool little fight.
And then he hops on the ship.
Yeah, and then he leaps up inside and gets away, and Darth Maul's like, bum, 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 bum. God damn it, missed them, but now they know I'm here.
Star Wars is so funny because it is like that. You like really nailed it. It is a sci-fi, samurai, western,
opera.
Smush. And like, those are such epic stories to like tell in their own right. So to smush them all together could be so messy, but like, there's just such a fun factor to this particular movie.
It's also what we all love about it, right? The visually and thematically,
music,
which is one of the great things about like the Mando show and to a lesser extent the Boba Fett show, is like they really leaned into that Western style of like music, like and you're like, oh, okay, this is a straight up Western.
Also, like a fusion between Western like samurai style like music is just such a cool one where you're like, this is fun. Like, they really mush up in a cool way.
All right. We have to get to Coruscant.
We do have to get off Tatooine. Or as someone said earlier, it was my name. So we'll pretend.
Right.
Tatiana, I don't remember.
Here comes E.T.
All right. Okay, so just, you know, to cover the bases, we have the travel there, which is mostly just a conversation between Padme and Anakin. And it's nice, it's sweet, and it is foreshadowing in a big way. But it also introduces the little necklace that he carves for her out of a chapar snippet, I think is what he calls it. And I was like, my whole life I didn't know what a chapar snippet was, and I was like, is that what it's called? And because parsnippet was in there, I pictured it being like a vegetable, like a parsnip. I'm like, did he carve this out of like a desert, you know, root vegetable or something? What is this?
And also it kind of sounds like parsec.
True. But then I looked it up after the fact. I think like in one of my many rewatches, I was like, what is a chapar snippet? No, it was because I was writing a script for Darth Theorist, and I wanted to evoke that thing. And I was like, but what is a chapar snippet? And then I looked it up, and it's called a chapar snippet. So it's a snippet of like a tree that grows. It's like a wood clipping, and he carved it. And I was like, you know what? But it grows primarily underground. So I'm like, it is kind of like a parsnip. Anyway, that's just fun facts, Star Wars facts for you guys out there who give a shit.
Me.
But you know that in episode 3 we see that around her neck while she's being paraded through the city of Theed when she dies. The last time we see her, the last time we see Jar Jar is crying. Oh, what a sad Gungan. But she still has it, right? And I always like to imagine that he probably made one of those for his mom too. Like his mom had one, and he just makes it for the people in his life.
And he kills them both.
Yeah, no, maybe Obi-Wan has one as well. Like the people that really mean a lot to him. Maybe Ahsoka has one too. Who knows?
Yeah, I was gonna say like Han Solo picks one up.
Well, it's like everybody has their love language for their friends and stuff, right? Their friends and their people that are most close to them, and like
he's like gift giving.
Yeah, and like if you're in my life as somebody who's special to me, then I've definitely drawn a picture of you for something, right? And I think everybody on the pod today.
I think everybody on the pod has had an image illustrated by.
Absolutely, you guys all mean a lot to me. I love you all, and that's why I do it. Right? I'm doing it a little bit for me, but a lot for you.
That's true. That's real.
And he's just giving these Chapar Simba necklaces to the people that he force chokes because he's kind of a bad guy.
And then he makes them into necklaces too.
He doesn't take the necklace. He
Yeah.
just is like perfect around my masterpiece. I don't like what he does. So.
Okay, so we get to Coruscant, and Anakin. This is another example of him being a fucking cartoon child actor who should be in commercials and not in billion-dollar movies. But you know, when he's like, "What do I go this way or that way?" But one thing that I do really appreciate about this whole sequence is that they land on this cool floating sort of like
midpoint.
Yeah, it's like a loading dock, but it floats in the middle of the city, and the Chancellor is there. Supreme Chancellor Valorum is there. Palpatine's there. A bunch of these cool blue royal guards with like these sort of centurion helmets on. They all look fucking cool as hell. But the way they film everything after that first shot is from low. Like everyone is, you know, down at this low angle, and you realize, oh, this is supposed to be from Anakin's perspective, right? Like the reason we're seeing everybody from this sort of like waist up down, seeing this, you see these like giant spires of a city with just endless traffic everywhere, and it's like the complete opposite of the dusty western town that Anakin's used to.
Like a kid's first time seeing like New York, right? Where you're kind of like, oh.
But it's making all the people that he's with look huge, humongous, but it's also making the city look, you know, overwhelmingly massive. And it's really cool, man. And this is one of those things where you're like, you have to give it to this movie for doing stuff like that. Like, this is really good. This is a good, properly conceived shot plan for what they're showing us here.
It also evokes kind of just like the first time you see Coruscant, like you start to see all the lights in the buildings as you're kind of like, like it does feel so starkly different from every other place you've been so far in this movie. And I think also just like it does feel kind of like important, you know?
Yeah.
Like
also,
this,
yeah.
like
Even when they're, like you say, when
things-
they're approaching it, and like it's like a big black ball with the lights everywhere. And then this is another moment where I'm like, Rick Olay is kind of a cool character, where Anakin's just hanging out in the cockpit, and he's not being like, get the fuck out of here, kid. He's like, yeah, and what about that one? What do you think that one does? And he's like, that controls the pitch. And he's like, you're pretty fucking smart, kid. Like, what's going on?
Also, like alluding to the fact that Anakin does, as a child, get into the ship and do something crazy while he's like, I'm figuring it out.
Absolutely.
And, like,
but it's very within the realm of possibilities that Anakin Skywalker, the character, has never been in a ship before. He just knows about it through theory, like books and other people telling
it's
him.
like a mix of that, and also like how different is like maybe an engine. If somebody's an engineer at their core and understands how things can power and work and like pilot, can you extrapolate that out to like this crazy space machine, which is like a ship? And
Absolutely.
I think maybe, yes, I think like it also is like, how many times do we see Anakin with his little R2-D2 like flying around on like a little ship in like future movies?
And he probably has been inside, like he probably sat in the cockpit of like a starfighter and been like, oh, this is like a shitty broken down one. Which is really cool. Which is also the same as Luke and the same as Rey. And you know, every time people complain about Rey like knowing too much out of nowhere, and it's like, oh well, what about Luke? He's like, he used to blast bullseye womp rats in his T-16 back home, but what about Anakin? Like, he's just like, he was a pod
Anakin's
racer.
9 years old, ends up in a ship and destroys the fucking like droid control center. Like, come on, we cannot believe Rey.
And Rey has been like scavenging inside of Star Destroyers her entire life. Like, we must know that she knows how to do some stuff.
And also, what about the Force leading people to like be pulled to those places?
Yeah.
Also, like all of these main characters that are like Anakin is a main character as like we continue to go through this in movies. Like, it is like a very like tropey character, right? Like, it is a character that is Force attuned. They are good with engineering tech, like space tech stuff. They have a little droid companion. Like, these are the quintessential
It's
kind
the
of
blueprints for a Force
and it's just like it's such a cute little blueprint for a character. Yeah. So I don't know. It's nice to see that, right? Like it's nice because when you saw Rey in these new movies, whatever your opinion of them are, like you see it and you're like, this feels familiar because it is Luke with his like little buddy. It is like Anakin with his buddy. Yeah.
Absolutely. So we're now on Coruscant, and we learned that Qui-Gon needs to speak to the Jedi Council, but Padme wants to immediately go to the Senate and start dealing with Senator Palpatine and Chancellor Valorum. And it seems very much so like Chancellor Valorum is on the side of the Jedi, or at least very much working directly with them for the benefit of the galaxy, which is so fucking cool that the Jedi are just at the heart of civilized life within the galaxy, being like, we're also kind of James Bond secret agents for them, you know?
Like they're esteemed, right? Like they are actually used and believed in, and
and also like what a pull to have Terrence Stamp, because like this, I think this was probably my first introduction to Terrence Stamp as like a movie watcher as a little kid. Like I didn't really know who he was before, but anytime I saw him in anything before or after this, after the fact that I watched this movie, I was like, love Terrence Stamp, love Chancellor Valorum, best Chancellor. He was probably way better than Chancellor Palpatine. He didn't even try and do one coup, you know.
He was just doing his job.
Yeah. And then we get a bunch of back and forth in this whole segment on Coruscant, where we get to see the Senate for the first time. It's so fucking cool. It's like a singular dais in the middle of this giant dome of little floating platforms that can like detach and fly out when it's your time to talk. You're like,
I am the honor delegate of Malastare, and I'm here to say this, this, and this about my integration into the Trade Federation. All of this is lies.
And then, you know, we've got the Tatiana should do the voice for Padme in this scene because it's the best. And then we've got little ETs show up, which is fun. That's always nice because we all know that George Lucas and Steven Spielberg are best fucking friends or whatever.
It's a blink and you'll miss it though. Like you have to look around this whole room.
Blink and you'll miss it is also the name of a Star Wars character.
Or a band.
Blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah.
Blink and you miss it.
Yeah.
Is the name of the character.
Blinky miss it, yeah. My name's Blinky Miss It.
Mason.
And I'm here to take care of business in this sector of space. Yeah. But then we've got Padme. Sorry, don't blame me. I voted for Valorum. Yeah. We've got Padme, and she's switching costumes left, right, and center in this thing. She's got like the craziest costumes going on, but she has to, every time she goes to the Senate, she has to switch it up. But then we have the more important aspect of the story in terms of our characters that we're following, which are Qui-Gon and Anakin, and that is Anakin being brought before the Jedi Council. We have some brief moments with Qui-Gon being like, I believe he's the chosen one. And, you know, we get to see Mace Windu for the first time ever, which is so cool. He's the best.
Oh, you mean Mark Windows?
Mark Windows, yeah.
I love Mace Windu. Mace Windu only because, like, I do love a purple lightsaber. And I do like the idea of multicolored lightsabers and whatever color really floats your boat kind of situation.
Does anybody know what their saber would be? Like, what your color would be?
Red.
That makes sense.
Mine's
that makes
green.
sense. I feel like mine would be, I would be purple or orange.
I'd give into the dark side even though I don't want to. I know myself and I would do it.
I've seen you at the D&D table. You're like bombs for days. I get it.
I choose power over morality any day, and that's just true to my core.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, Stephen, I would wait for Stephen. Tell us about
Beautiful.
The sound that I did read today that apparently Ewan McGregor couldn't stop making. Shoo, shoo.
It's a good sound.
It's a great sound.
You can also thank Mace Windu or Sam Jackson for the multicolored lightsabers in Star Wars, because he's the one that was like, I would like purple, and George was like, well, good guys are green and blue and bad guys are red, and he's like, purple.
Well, you said that there was a bunch of reasons that his lightsaber is purple, though, right?
Well, there's canonical reasons, there's legends reasons, and then there's like reality reasons. Reality is that he wanted it, and George Lucas was like, all right. I mean, like, I'll see, because like I guess there's no reason why there couldn't be other spectrums of light, you know, like why
We also
wouldn't...
don't even see his lightsaber in this one.
No. And the toy that came out, again, I could talk about toys forever too, but like the toy that came out for Mace Windu for this movie, his lightsaber is blue, so like everybody just assumed he'd have a blue lightsaber. And then when I saw the trailer for episode 2, I was like, purple? You fucking serious right now?
Yeah.
He's got
More
a purple.
merch.
And of course, it's red and blue mixed together, so that's...
You're like, I can be anything I want to be because
That's the other thing though, is like it is red and blue mixed together in like a color palette, but not light. If you mix red light and blue light together, you don't get purple light.
Yes, but is that like a fun little balance of like perhaps the dark side and the?
It is.
Like,
So within
balance.
previously established canon and then was discarded later, he had a red crystal and a blue crystal inside his lightsaber, and that's why it was purple. Because he also like studied dark side magics and stuff and was like, I need to understand more of the dark side as well, and like he balanced it out. And then they added Vapad, which is a lightsaber technique, and then he also has a shatter point ability, which allows him to like locate breaks in the force, where like if we do this thing, it's going to cause the force to like shatter in a different direction or whatever. So he's like a pretty powerful Jedi.
well, he's on the council.
So powerful to the point that some people are like, he must be alive still, right? Getting thrown out of a window is not going to stop.
We've never seen him actually die.
No, and that's another thing in Star Wars. If you don't see someone die, then they're not dead.
Darth Maul.
They
Literally
are
Darth Maul
alive.
in this movie, right? Like I thought he was dead.
And he's back, baby, better than ever.
Thank God, because Darth Maul is hot.
And cool.
And I stand by
And
it.
hot. And
He's hot and cool and hot and cool.
And he fights in a cool way.
Yeah. Also, Ray Park, who's the body of Darth Maul in this movie, cool as heck. He's been in a million things before and after this. As
he also is like, from my knowledge, he's like the body person for like Darth Maul stuff, right? I was talking to Chad and he was geeking out over.
yeah, he plays Darth Maul in this movie.
But yes, but I'm saying like going forward, like a lot of like mocapping and like things
Yeah,
like
anytime even the newest season of the Clone Wars that came out a couple years ago when they finally redid it, he came back to do some mocap for like the last fight with Ahsoka. They got him to do it, which is cool. And then he also played Darth Maul again in the end of Solo. You know, when he shows up on the hologram at the end. But Peter Serafinowicz does the voice of Darth Maul in this. So like when he's like, at last we will have our revenge or whatever, like that's not Ray Park's voice, because Ray Park sounds like, at last we'll have our fucking revenge, master. Like he sounds like a
good day, governor.
Yeah.
And then it's Sam Witwer that does Darth Maul voice and like most other things.
Sam Witwer, yeah.
My partner is obsessed. Would leave me for this man.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I get
I
it.
want to be him. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
I wish every day that one day I'll wake up and be like, will I have that career one day? I'm like, yeah. I met him at a Comic-Con once, and I'm like,
Did you?
this guy fucking rules. Yeah, because he also is just very nice.
I love that.
I went up to the booth or whatever, and I looked at all this stuff, and I'm like, dude, you have like the coolest career. And he was like, really? And I'm like, yes, you have the
He's like,
coolest
what?
fucking career. And he's like, well, I mean, they're pretty nice to me. It's at Lucasfilm. And I'm like, yeah, but they're also just like giving you so many sick opportunities and you absolutely deserve it. And he was like, thanks, man. That's really nice. And I was like, yeah.
I love the humbleness. That's sweet. Especially when it's like genuine, just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that people probably just come up and they're like, I love you, man. But I was like, your career is so cool.
Your career is gold. We can say
fucking mind. Knowing that Peter Serafinowicz is the voice of Darth Maul in this, and I can totally see it now. But oh man, what an incredible actor to portray something like that! Because you're right, like the Ray Park does not sound like the way
Like
that
Maul? Yeah.
Darth Maul sounds.
Also, it's funny if you ever see
Oh,
Peter
I just
Sefton,
googled him. Yes, I know who this man
Yeah.
is now. That's shocking to me. That's
Yeah.
Shocking, right?
he
If you
just
ever-
doesn't really give Darth Maul vibes.
Well, I mean, I think that he was even shocked that they gave him the role, right? Because like if you see him in interviews and stuff, he's like, because he's such a good impressionist, right? Like that's one of the best things about him is that he's really good at impersonating people. But he went in and they gave him the role, and when he was talking to George Lucas for direction, he's like, "So what do you want me to do, George?" And George was just like, "Well, just make him sound evil." And he's like, anything else? And he's like, yeah, if you have an idea of what evil sounds like, just take that and
Did you get a picture ahead of time? Because I think
Yeah.
if you saw what he looked like, you could be like, I can make a voice for this man.
Yeah.
I think he knew what he looked like,
Okay,
but he was
thank
like,
God.
just like picture in your mind what you think evil sounds like and make it a little bit more evil than that. And you know what? He's, and he was like, at last we will reveal ourselves to the Jedi. At last we will have our revenge. Like that is very,
It's like a timbre to it. That's just
yeah, it is
nice.
very,
Absolutely.
it is very good.
Hot.
He did a good job, but he never played him again outside of this movie. I don't think he did.
Which is crazy to me because I think he could have, right? Like I feel like that if you're in Star Wars, it is such a huge IP in terms of the things that are made that like I would just assume you're good for like a hot minute. Like you could do
Well, the other thing is that Darth Maul didn't come back for a very, very long time. Like, I think.
And also, how does he come back? He got chopped in fucking half. So
I mean, I could see.
I know we're not gonna get into all of that.
He got picked up by a garbage truck. A garbage truck's for space.
Together.
So on Naboo, they don't take their garbage to another part of the planet. They take it to a garbage planet.
Straight to
There's
the
a whole.
hospital.
Yeah, no,
that's the planet I live on currently.
Yeah. No, they take it to a garbage planet, and then he used because he got cauterized, right? So he was still alive,
lightsabers,
but he was dying, and then he used his hatred for Obi-Wan to like hold himself together from dying. And
Sometimes
he created a lower half of his body that turned into like a big spider body by using the Force to like fuse metals together, and was just like, and he just lived on a garbage planet for a while.
I would truly not be surprised if like the Star Wars D&D for like the bad Force powers didn't have like a little spell that you could use to sort of hold yourself together with hatred.
Yeah, I see it.
It's so core to.
Yeah, in the Knights of the Old Republic, there's a video game character named Darth Sion, and like his body is literally was disintegrated, and he brought himself back and holds himself together through just pure hatred and malice. And so like when he dies, he just turns to dust because he's like, he's just literally like
even every character that you have mentioned that has been like pure dark side has the coolest name ever.
Darth Sion? Yeah, Darth Sion's pretty cool, yeah.
And all the other ones, like Darth Sidious, who's like parented / mentored by Darth
Tenebris. Oh wait, Plagueis and then Tenebris. Yeah.
Plagueis, Tenebris.
These are all cool names. Yeah.
Darth Tyrannus, that's Dooku's Darth name. But he goes by Dooku. You never really hear him called Tyrannus all that much within the movies, but that's his name. Anyway, we should move on. So the Jedi Council refuses to allow Qui-Gon to train Anakin, and they still go through the rigmarole and the motions of like we should test him anyway. And like they even have a moment where like Mace Windu, he's not even holding it like that. He's holding it like this because he's got an iPad on a stick.
Yeah.
Like
a selfie stick.
Yeah, no, like holding it like this is too pedestrian.
And it's truly like circle, triangle, back to circle, back to triangle.
A cup, a speeder, a ship, and he's getting them all right. Every single one is right. And then he looks to Yoda and he nods and he's like, how feel you? And Anakin's like, cold, sir. He's like,
why aren't you scared?
Kiadi Mundi's like, your thoughts dwell on your mother. And he does like a crazy, like the guy from
that's the big headed guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a giant dick for a head. That's all I could see.
And he's like,
They're
I sense
incredibly-
much fear in you. And he's like, no, I'm not scared. And he's like, you are though. Like fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate leads to suffering.
Which
And
is fair. I feel like Anakin accidentally walked into a therapy session, but he wasn't prepared for it.
No,
Like,
he's
when,
9
like-
years old and he's being judged for very normal 9-year-old feelings.
Yeah.
That is true. That is true. I don't mean the judgmental part. I mean the reading somebody being like, this actually might be what you're feeling. And they're like, actually, wait, get out of my brain.
Mhm.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But they shouldn't be judging that kid. He's a kid.
yeah, he also is like, he's too young to understand his feelings, right?
But
Like,
too old to
Yeah.
be trained. What a fun little space to be in.
yeah, no, he's too old. He's too attached to his mother. That's the thing about the Jedi is that like they
Too
want
attached.
you
That's
to
crazy.
well, they want you to be detached from everything, right? So that
Mhm.
you only care about the Force and you only care about being a Jedi. So that's why
It
they
sounds like
like-
a cult to me, but okay.
I
It
think it's
is.
also like not even
all
like, it's
religion.
it's the whole idea of being like an impartial party for like judging situations. Like you're meant to be like an
Completely
impartial.
detached,
Yeah, exactly. Why else would we
The
send you
canvas.
into like
If you only care about the Force and the Jedi and the Jedi Order and upholding justice and peace in the galaxy, then that's the perfect Jedi. But if you care about your family and any singular thing
Weakness.
in a galactic confrontation could compromise something that you care about elsewhere, then you're no longer going to be able to serve the Republic in the way that you should be able to.
Yeah.
And that's why they want you to be literally an infant when they take you, so that like you'll be like, I might have a mother somewhere, but like I don't really care about them because I never knew them.
And then they just brainwash you to filth.
Yep, absolutely. But
Yeah.
that's a thing that like Yoda, Obi-Wan, all of them, they eventually realize that. And what like in terms of like the destruction of the Jedi Order, they all come to that realization eventually, which is like
Do you
maybe
think-
we weren't doing it properly.
Do you think it took sorry, this is like Star Wars question lore wise. Do you think it had to take Anakin doing what he did and like the balance kind of being restored technically with like our 2 Sith, 2 Jedi moment?
Mm.
Did it take that to have everything actually deconstruct for like Yoda and Obi-Wan to get it? Or do you think that like they could have gotten it some other way?
Well,
Just, like, think
I
of
mean,
it-
there is disagreements in terms of what the balance means. So, like
True, fair.
saying that the end of Revenge of the Sith is the balancing moment. Some people believe that's what it was, and other people believe that the end of Return of the Jedi is the true balance, and that's what George Lucas says it is them removing the Sith, and the Force evens out at that point.
Right.
But I think that without the destruction of the Jedi Order, then they would have kept going in the direction that they were going, and they would have became more. They would have kept sort of like insulating themselves more and more and more, and
Right.
the Republic would do the same, and then they would have more. They would become like cops, basically. They would become.
Right. Does that mean they
like
become
shitty
like the villain themselves?
They become ice.
Live long enough to
Yeah.
like become
Yeah.
the villain?
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a
Interesting.
version of Star Wars that I thought was really cool that I wrote when I was like a teenager, where I'm like, what about like 1,000 years after Anakin dies, or it's not Anakin, Luke Skywalker dies, or 100,000 years after he dies, and the Jedi has become insular once again, but they are trusted by everyone. So there's outposts everywhere, and they basically just are cops. And instead of one master to one apprentice, it's like a classroom of apprentices, and there's all these undertrained Jedi going out and just like having to deal with things, and like they never even have to turn their lightsaber on, kind of thing, and they just become
That's
like shitty
scary.
police. Yeah,
I don't like
it would
that
be,
at
especially
all.
if they can just stick a finger in your mind and be like, "Tell me what happened."
I don't like that.
Which is kind of what the Acolyte was doing, which is why I was really into the Acolyte. Where I'm like,
It
oh,
was
this
a
is
great
sort of
show.
like what I was thinking, where it's like
Yeah.
just they have such
unchecked power.
they have unchecked power, and they can walk into a town and people will be like, the Jedi are here. We have to,
And the morality of being like, we are right. We're always right.
Yeah.
Which I think is a
Dangerous.
terrible combination of things.
Yeah. It's very dangerous.
So they deny Anakin his ability to be trained, and they dismiss him. But then they have a meeting with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, and their whole main thing is, we're not going to train him. He's too old. And then Qui-Gon's like, well, I'll train him then. And they're like, no, you already have an apprentice. And he's like, no, I have an apprentice, yes, but Obi-Wan he should be knighted today. Like, he has proven himself over and over and over again. He's more than capable of being a Jedi Knight. And they're like, we decide that shit, Qui-Gon, not you. And
Qui-Gon's like, okay, I have a problem with authority, so I'm gonna do my thing.
But they do also say, but if they're going to go back to Naboo, you should go, because there's something wrong here, and we know that the only thing that can stop it is Jedi intervention. So go with them back to Tatooine. And also we get a little scene with Jar Jar and Padme, which is nice, even though they had a couple of moments earlier as well, but it wasn't nothing that makes you think that these two like each other, other than the fact that they come from the same planet, right?
Yeah. Goofy, silly moments, but that's it. Yeah.
But you got to assume there's some horrible racism happening on fucking Naboo where they don't the Gungans, right? Because like you never see it.
You don't see them interacting. It's not like they're like we have like a pre-existing like agreement.
Which is kind of nice later in the movies, is that through episode 2 and 3, every time they go back to Naboo, you start to see Gungans there, like as like representatives, and just like they exist together, right? Where it's like, oh, there probably was some sort of contention between the two. Well, I mean, even Boss Nez says it, like, we saw no like at the Naboo. They think their brain's so big. And then after episode 1, it's like, oh no, they've now sort of decided like, oh, coalesce, exist together. But this is the moment that which is also like, is he Darth Jar Jar? He's like, we need to make sure the Gungans come in. But he basically says like, we have a really huge army, and if we go back, I can probably convince the rest of the Gungans to join you guys to fight and get rid of the droids, because the droids will destroy all of us. So they go back to Naboo, and it's the coolest shit you'll ever see. Right?
It is really cool.
It's very
I
cool.
do think
it's also Avatar.
Yeah, a little bit.
You know that James Cameron and George Lucas are also really good friends?
I believe it.
I do now.
You can't feel like it's also Avatar because this was first. Avatar sort of
that's I agree. Avatar copied. I'm just saying same. One came first though.
But in this version, it's like, what if all the humans that were occupying the Avatar planet Pandora just decided to fight with the humans and avatars against a third faction of racist alien Chinese caricatures or whatever?
Or if there was like the indigenous Avatar people, I don't know what they're called. I haven't watched these movies.
Called the Na'vi.
Let's say all the Na'vi started working together. Like the earth, air, water, fire, Avatar shit that they're doing against the humans trying to take over their space.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Movie
5, I guess.
Movie 5, yeah.
Movie 5.
So, yeah. James Cameron's working on it, and he's like, good notes, Tatiana. I'll get right on it.
Tatiana.
20%.
Tatiana does sound like a Na'vi character.
Thank
you.
Yeah. It does.
Tatiana of the Dirt Clan. Yeah.
Why dirt? Why couldn't it be one of the
Why couldn't it be something, anything other than dirt? Yeah.
Fire. I want to run the Fire Clan.
Oh, I see a fight in the future. PvP and D&D, I see it.
Yeah. Listen, we've only PvP'd once, me and Tatiana, and it was the first episode, and I cut your head off.
We were gentlemen about it.
Yeah, we were.
Why do you not make me the light?
Yeah, come on.
So they go back to Naboo. Everything tied up in a neat little bow, because as they're about to leave, Chancellor Palpatine shows up, and he's like, the vote of no confidence went through.
Yeah.
He's still a senator. He's like, the vote of no confidence has gone through, and they've put my name forth as the next elect. Yes, no one could have seen this coming. And everyone's like, okay. And then she's like, but I have to go back to Naboo. And he's like, you can't go back to Naboo. It's too dangerous. You'll be killed. You'll be murdered. You'll be slaughtered. You'll be strung up on the streets. Your guts will be ripped out everywhere. And she's
How
like,
horrible for me.
Yeah, he's like, well, if you have to go, you gotta go. You know, as they say on Naboo, if you gotta go, you gotta go.
This is my face when we were watching it this weekend, when he was doing this whole spiel of bullshittery. I was literally just sitting there being like, the whole time.
I've never seen you make that face before, to be clear.
Just disgusted.
But yeah, everything is going according to plan. Because remember when it's like I put forth a vote of no confidence, and like everyone's like, vote now, no, and then it like zooms in on his face, and he's like, yeah.
But everything before that, where he was like that tiny voice, like that evil little like Jafar voice in the ear of like, you should do this instead, like blah blah blah. Like he just is such like an evil advisor-esque character.
He's like,
which I
when
think,
even when he's in the hologram at the beginning, when he's like, the discussions didn't happen because the chancellor's negotiators didn't arrive. What do you mean?
They're like, is this legal? He's like, I will make it legal.
I'll make it legal. Yeah.
Like, bet. Okay.
So they go back. They have to find the Gungans, which they do pretty quickly. They go to a sacred place. They go to a place that, for some reason, there's destroyed statues that look like humans and not Gungans. And then they are there and they have a meeting. And then that's when she reveals herself as the Queen of Naboo. And
everybody goes, what? But
like that's how she gets them on their side somehow. She like bows and says like, we are dumber than you. We're stupid idiots. And he's like, me so like this. Yeah. And then
this is what I've been saying.
Yeah, it's not the greatest, but it's whatever. And
it's a power move.
Yeah,
political.
We have a few more back and forth between a bunch of different characters, but it's all more or less the same thing, which is like the boy's important. This whole thing is leading to something, and it's mostly Qui-Gon again being like, the living force is important and everything about it is frightening me, but we have to go in anywhere. And they do. The end fight is pretty great because we've got like the mists and the Gungans coming out on their weird.
I love when they put the shield up.
Yeah,
so fun. Also, the shield being very reminiscent of the shield that they have in Under the Water. Like it is permeable, but it gas. Because I did watch it again, and I was like, no, this is the exact same kind of.
But lasers can't go through it.
Yeah,
like, walk through it is really cool. Yeah,
it's also like it's got a bluff to it as well, right? Like if you have like an army being like, my lasers can't go through this, so like we shouldn't, and like it takes some time to realize they can walk through it, but that'd be scary. Like if I lived in Star Wars space and I knew that any portal I walked through could be a laser that could just shred me to bits, I wouldn't want to walk through it.
But also we know like it's obviously, so Brent Burt is the guy who edits the movie, but he also the way he started was the sound. He was like the Foley guy for the original.
Was that the person I was supposed to stop you at if you start talking about?
No. That's Rick McCallum. I haven't brought him up yet.
Sick.
But he created the lightsaber sound effect. He created the blaster sound effect. He created all the very satisfying sound effects from the original Star Wars movies. But he did the same in these. And you got to admit, like Sebulba's pod racer, like that sound is like so satisfying. But awesome. One of the most satisfying sound effects in this movie is when they're the tanks are shooting like and hitting the outside of that big shield, and it's like and it sounds like this like it just echoes through the whole bubble, and you're like, oh my god, that noise is so great.
But those soldiers can just like walk right through that bubble too.
Yeah, it took them a while to figure that out though.
The way I feel about it is it's like kinetic energy that's via light or sound or whatever. Like if it hits that, it's like those like that gack or whatever, like if you punch it, it's like and like it stops your fist, but if you just slowly put your fist through it, it'll go in.
Like plasticine?
No, it's cornstarch and water.
And water mixed it together, yeah.
What's that called? Shit.
It's like the surface tension will tighten when you hit it if you hit it with
if you move too fast, it's a solid, but if you go slowly, it's a liquid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking about the bubble, and I think that's exactly what they were going for. But that's where the battle starts, right? As the Gungans come out, and because the city has been infiltrated by the droids come out with their big like ships, and they have the racks of the droids, which the racks are cool, right? Like they
Every time you see them in like movies, games, any of it, you're just kind of like, this is so classic, right? Like, why wouldn't they come out on wax? They're just material, right? Like, it's just 3D printing, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And also that's
folded
scary
up
too,
in
because
like a
it feels like armies that just don't
and
stop.
then they all, when they move at the same time, it's all very cool and interesting.
Yeah.
And then we get the infiltration of the city. They get to the hangar that we saw them leave from originally, and this is where the fun begins, as they say in Star Wars language, which is the hangar. The hangar door opens. There's one guy, and everyone's like, "Oh
Back
shit!
up.
Who is this guy?"
Give him room.
And he puts his eyes are just like immediately wide, and he's like not blinking, and everyone's like, "Okay." And obviously, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan are like, "You guys should probably move on, and we'll handle this guy, this clown." It's one of the coolest moments that has been and ever will be in any Star Wars that's ever existed.
Is this Anakin getting into a ship and
no? This is the doors opening and
Just
Darth
before.
Maul is standing there with his hood. And he
Oh
just
yes.
looks up like
It's
it's so
menacing as hell.
fucking cool.
And hot.
It's shocking to me that they didn't even try to do something like this in any of the new movies. Like, why not have a long wide shot open to show something small that's like, yeah,
It is
exactly.
interesting they wouldn't recreate that.
And they
That
never
is
did.
weird.
And it's
Yeah,
it's
beautiful,
all
beautiful.
it's
Look
all
at this.
centered. It's like everything is
There he
sort of
is.
equally balanced on either
Smash.
side. The door is so huge and he's so little, but then like just the menacing nature of his face and like the horns on his head, like he looks like a demonic.
Yeah. He looks demonic. That's exactly it.
Somehow you look
He's
good
a demon.
together. Like I see it.
I know.
Stunning.
I know.
Darth
Yeah,
Maul
it is
also though,
weird
like
that
when
they
you
can
look
do
at him
that.
now and you like if you like really are watching it on like a 4K or something and you look at the horns and stuff, you're like, that just looks like glue. Like they just
Yeah.
glued that to his head. But
It's
you know,
hot.
it's still good. Yeah, it's still cool.
It feels like I should see him at like every like metal concert that I go to, like
Yeah.
like really hard heavy metal band would be in that getup, and I would also be like, "That's hot."
That's the makeup you got to put on to go to a metal concert.
I
Oh
also
God,
just-
he's a drummer, isn't he?
That is my type.
Maybe.
That is
He's a
just what
drummer.
it does set up, like the fight, like just to have him there, and then to have the only people that can truly fight him, and to be able to sit there, like again, this kind of brings me back to like this whole movie in so many ways does feel like D&D to me, where you're just kind of like,
Yes.
we
Yeah.
have these things, we've got these tasks, we're going to here, and then we're doing this. Like this feels like you have to fight this person.
It's also like
the other people have to figure out how to get the rest of us through.
Yeah,
yeah.
the
It's
boss
also
is
the
there, and you can't get past it. You have to.
it's also
fight it.
like the ultimate splitting of the party as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
truly a party split of
Because
like,
Padme goes with Panaka and they go into the palace. Anakin gets into the ship and Qui-Gon's like, "Stay in that cockpit, Anakin." And then
yes.
and
Yeah.
then the fight is happening there, right? So
And even in, we can talk about it in a second, but even going forward a bit, you also have separation between the last two, between Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon as well.
Oh, not
Like
the
it's
exciting
separate
separation,
the
Kat.
party until you get to like the villain has to get a win. And it goes back to D&D kind of formatting that just
But also
naturally
just any
happens.
story of like a first act, right? Like no one
Yeah.
wins everything in the first act. In the first
You
act, you
can't.
get like small wins, big losses. That is just so classic.
But
Yeah.
if the
Storytelling.
villain loses in Act 1, then there is no other story.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
have to like give them something.
And you
There's-
sort of feel like the villain loses a bit, but like
Sure.
it also doesn't feel great because it's at the same like a cost of your own kind of like hero in this. Yeah.
and I will also say like a lot of people complain about this last sort of like battle sequence because it's so split between four things happening, right? It's Jar Jar on the battlefield with the droids, Anakin in space, Padme going through the palace, and then the Jedi dueling. It is a lot going on, right?
I love it.
I like it too, and I feel like every time it cuts to a new thing, especially when I was a kid, I was like, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I'm loving this. I'm loving that. I'm loving this. I'm loving that too.
You're also always left on like a tense kind of cliffhanger with one
within
of
each
the stories,
one.
right?
Yeah,
but when you go to the next, and if you ever read
Obi-Wan
a
gets
book,
kicked off a bridge, and
Yeah.
then Anakin's like, "Uh-oh," and then Jar Jar's like, "Whoa," and then Padme's like, "Uh-oh, I'm being captured." Yeah,
things start to like feel like you're losing, and then it's like you got like
it builds tension.
Qui-Gon is behind like a force field as we're waiting for it to turn, and he's finally getting his moment to like breathe and take a moment, and like Padme's like up there, and they're doing their in sync, like grappling
The
hook
grapple
all the way
hook.
up to the top. Like it just you never really get a break, but because you're switching between their stories, you are getting that break, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
but the
I think
tension
it's
is
a
so
really
high
cool
between each
tool.
one where you're like, "Holy fuck!"
Yeah.
But like when you look at it though, like the most tense is when it should be the calmest, which is when Qui-Gon is on his knees, like doom, 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 and
Yeah.
he's like breathing with his eyes closed, and Darth Maul is like pacing in front of him like a fucking cage.
Evil.
Animal, yes.
And also hot.
Yeah. It's
What point are we at actually, though?
Great question.
We're at this point.
Where
yeah,
are
like,
we?
We're at this point. We're at the final battle.
Because so once the music kicks in, I never realized before that the music kicks in at the part that we all like much earlier than when we perceive it to.
Right, but you
And
also
then-
in your brain you believe that the music, the yun-dun, bum bum, yun-dun, dun, is
Yes.
playing
Setting you
throughout
up.
this whole thing, which is not true. because
Exactly.
Every time it cuts away from the Jedi fight, that music stops and different music plays.
One of my favorite parts of this movie, though, is when like the door is closing, and it
Yeah.
like the laser door is closing, and then like Obi-Wan has to wait there. I love that.
Also a
But
great
what
sound effect. The
Yeah.
And
what I
it is
noticed,
saying- oh,
just like
what I noticed, if you guys ever played Super Smash Brothers,
Yeah.
Darth Maul immediately teases the edge the whole time that he's fighting them. Like he keeps going to the edge to like get them to fuck up and fall off the edge.
And
Obviously,
just,
that doesn't happen.
it's a bait, right? Like get
except
close
for
to
when
me and then I'll throw you.
exactly, and then Obi like falls for it like a couple times, right down to like when he finally is hanging on to that like thing towards the very
whatever it is, no one knows what it is, but it's there. Yeah.
In the space core thing that
The
always happens.
space
That
core.
has no rails ever. And I don't
No,
understand.
it's a garbage sensor. If the garbage gets that high, that's when it incinerates all the garbage below.
Understood.
There's no
Makes more sense.
safety rail in space, Cassandra. Where
I'm
you're
so sorry. I need safety rails.
Yeah.
I would like to bowl with guards. Okay.
Well, listen, we
I
know
can't
that it is a
myself.
garbage chute because Darth Maul falls down there and he ends up on a garbage planet, so that
And he
must be a
survives.
garbage
It
chute.
must be,
Which
yeah.
means that room that they're fighting in probably stinks like garbage.
No, because
It
it's
looks
being
so-
lasered. You know, it's like
this one for sure. Yeah,
And then
It's a-
lasers
it's a-
must get rid of like any bacteria that could create.
Okay, fine. It either smells like garbage or like really intense cleaning product.
cleaning
It smells like.
product.
Oh,
you get-
both are
have you
bad,
guys ever
actually.
stood next to a GO train as it goes by, and you get that like weird like
Gasoline smell.
yeah like
Yeah.
but like a weird like steam engine gasoline mixture. I think that's what this room smells like.
I can
Yeah.
see that.
I also do want to just
Smell
an honorable mention within the fight itself, because this is the first true lightsaber duel that's been brought to the big screen since
so
the old
sick.
Star Wars movies, and they're pulling no punches here, and they're doing shit that is so fucking cool.
Well, they
And,
have to
like,
slow it down in post,
know, but-
right? Because they were going too fast.
Yes, yeah. But I'm not even talking about the performances of those guys, because obviously the three of them are fucking killing it. But like even just the little things that they're doing. There's a moment where Darth Maul is like backing up and he's like and he like spins it around and then he just like throws like a box, like a random piece of shit, and throws it into like a control panel, and it opens the door behind him. I'm like,
Star
that is
Wars,
the
baby.
coolest shit I've ever seen in
Also,
my
so
fucking
classic
life.
Star Wars to be like,
That
hit the
is so
panel,
good.
it opens or it closes. Those are
Yeah.
my two options.
And it like sparks when you're just like, that's so fucking cool. And you don't see that stuff enough, man. You need to see like them using their force powers during a fight, not to like fuck up their opponent, but just to like gives
Survive.
an advantage to the situation that they're in right now. Like, I'm getting backed up into a door. I'm gonna throw a box at a button, and it's gonna open it up. And we're gonna not only are we gonna open up a door, but we're gonna open up a door into like a crazy room that makes no fucking sense, full of bridges and light beams everywhere. You're like, what the
I
heck?
think like Star Wars has a really fun way of like wittiness in fighting. That it's like, yes, for survival, but like there's always like a sense of like high charisma in every act.
Oh, that moment was like 20,000 plus Riz points for Darth Maul using a random piece of debris to open a door while he's also
to like force throw something.
Talk about Riz points when he has a lightsaber, a red lightsaber for the first time in his hand that turns into a double lightsaber.
Yeah, lightsaber.
It's so crazy.
Lightsaber, and then fights with the double, and it just is so cool. And
I also really hate
fight,
that I just said Riz points. I don't like that.
Steven?
You did.
It's I really hate it.
Now.
Like, it's leaving a bad taste in my mouth. I'm like, why did I say that?
And like a good friend would like be like, we can pretend this didn't happen, but I won't.
It's on the record.
I know you.
We're all chronically.
That's the difference between a good friend and a great friend.
And that's why I said I'd be red lightsaber if I had one in my hands.
Yeah.
No, that entire fight is truly perfection. And like I love a like end fight in a movie, TV show, anything, media. Like an end fight is truly just like it's meant to make you excited, but also really scared for your characters. And like this does it in such a fantastic way because like Qui-Gon truly does grow on you start to finish this whole movie. You're like, this man's fucking dope.
Yeah,
like,
he's
yes.
awesome.
And then to have him as he's meditating, you're like, no, this guy's got this. Stabbed and killed. Spoiler alert.
I do like though that
Yeah.
that Obi-Wan cuts his fucking dual saber in half, which is, speaking of Riz points, that was crazy. That's crazy.
Bring it right back.
Oh, we're trapped now. Going to more risk points, I don't think Padme. I do think Anakin gets a lot for his mistake, which is he mistakenly did stuff to mistakenly end up in.
Whoops! This is not good.
Yeah. Oh no,
what do
we're
we
on
do?
autopilot. Oh no, we're in gear now. Oh no, we've hit an engine.
Everything's
oh, no.
overheated.
That's a whoopsie.
Yeah.
Oh,
To
no.
whoopsie into winning is so fun, but also like he does kill it. But like to kind of
Literally.
counter that with the crazy fight happening downstairs, like once Qui-Gon does get stabbed, and it's again like Obi-Wan feeling like he does feel like a dog behind the starting line, like someone who's just like a dog that's not quite used to being there and is like pacing because he's just trying to get out. Like he's just like, the moment this goes, I need to do this.
He didn't
And,
also
like-
get his full training. Like he didn't actually complete. Like yes, he was given grace to be like, you can be a full Jedi, but he never. His training wheels were kind of still a little bit on.
Yeah,
He
and
was
I also
waiting
like
for his moment to do it.
now that we've posited that this is a stinky garbage chamber. I now understand what those doors are for. Those are like they like they're
Sensors.
smell elimination chambers. Yeah, it like burns away smells.
The laser beam doors are to get rid of the smell of the horrible chamber.
I want to smell straight oxygen, baby.
But yeah, this is the other thing is like we saw them use their super speed at the beginning of this movie, and Obi-Wan did not use his super speed to get down that hallway.
He didn't.
But maybe he couldn't because he was getting kind of fucked up during that. Remember, he gets knocked off one bridge to another bridge, and he's kind of gassed.
I also can imagine like this, like it could be intimidating, right? Like even if you have all the skills right in front of you.
And he believes in his
Clearly-
master the whole time too, right? Like he's,
Absolutely. Like Qui-Gon, like he's been through it. This is not his first rodeo. But like for Obi-Wan, like this feels like first real shit rodeo.
well, they've never encountered a Sith. The Sith have been extinct for millennia.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't you
And
know
it's
that?
like why wouldn't you like kind of freeze and like maybe not know how to use everything that you've been taught? Like it's putting it into practice and then having those moments of
But like I
hesitation.
guarantee that Obi-Wan's thought
Not really.
process during this whole fight is, I'm in danger. I might die, but
Yeah.
I know Qui-Gon won't. But I'm not worried about him. I'm just worried about myself.
You maybe should.
And then he dies.
Qui-Gon dies.
He dies. Yeah, and it's like holy
Fuck.
shit.
Hello. Yeah.
Hey, Monjo.
Hello. And I think that it was shocking as a child, but it's very necessary. Qui-Gon dying is absolutely necessary for the rest of the trilogy
I agree.
To unfold in the way that it does.
And to see Obi-Wan go into rage mode after seeing his
Yeah, and what I mean by that is that like Obi-Wan never again after this moment goes into that level of rage that you see here ever again for the rest. Even when he's fighting Anakin, it's like more
I don't know, when he's yelling, "You were the chosen one," I think
that's not rage.
I think that's
not rage, Jason. If you read that as rage, you are a fucking
That's
fool.
parental disappointment.
He is crying while he's saying that.
Like there's like a lot of like probably like disappointment, shame, guilt.
His heart
sadness.
is being ripped into shreds in that
You're
moment.
like a parent at that point, right? Like he's like dad mode in this. Like this is someone I've trained, I've like raised since they were.
What
9
he's
years
feeling
old.
for Darth Maul in this moment is rage.
Rage.
He is giving into his rage, and
Revenge.
he's doing the thing that a Jedi should never do, and he realizes that after he cuts him in half.
And then he also like shuts all of that off going forward, right?
Yeah.
Which like is not balance, to be fair. Like you can feel rage and you can also feel not rage. But
it's the opposite of rage.
You telling me I can feel rage and I can also feel not rage? Hold on.
And I can choose in this exact moment what I feel.
But
Well,
like
I think
to
that
be able
as
to
soon
like
as
feel
he-
that and then turn it off is not good for a Jedi or anybody going forward. You need to be able to feel rage and be okay with that. But like if you don't, then you stunt it and then you
But it
get
also
into
what it also
rigid
does set up
behavior.
is the fact that Obi-Wan is absolutely not ready to train Anakin at
No.
all. For the first Sith that he ever fought, he gave into rage, and the only reason he won is
Cut in
because
half.
he was enraged. There is an argument to be made that when he like throws himself up and and cuts him in half, that is him letting the rage fall away into that pit beneath him.
That's
And
interesting.
he's doing what Qui-Gon has been telling him to do, which is feel the living force. And then there's even more argument to be made that like later on, the high ground is the thing you need to have. I have the high ground, Anakin. He did not have the high ground there, and he still won. And it's because he let the rage drop away, right? But I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's what the intention was, but all I do know is that he won. And he's clearly at some sort of level of peace in that moment as he's being taunted by Darth Maul, who's just like hitting the edge and sparking it, which is really cool and intimidating and hot. Yeah.
And hot
Yeah.
and cool.
Yeah. So anyway, he kills Darth Maul. Anakin blows up the ship. All the droids fall down. Jar Jar Binks is like, "They's all broken," and Queen Amidala arrests Newt Gunray. We didn't really talk about the Queen Amidala part. It's pretty cool. She's going through the palace and just kind of taking care of business.
It's a lot of blaster stuff. Like
It
it's
is.
cool and classic.
Doing some cool spy shit.
I gotta say,
Like,
I
really
really was into something I wasn't into as a kid, but I realized later, I'm like, their costumes, like the Theed palace guards, pretty cool. Like I kind of like the way they're dressed. Like they have this cool sort of like rubbery. I don't even know what you would like. It looks almost like someone who would be like a bus driver in like the 40s or something, but with like extra tailcoat stuff going on.
Yeah.
Like a milkman, like a very powerful milkman.
Like a very powerful milkman.
You know what I mean?
I do. I get it.
And yeah, he holds Qui-Gon as he's dying, and Qui-Gon is like, the boy must be trained. And he's like, I promise, master, I'll train his ass.
That's a good Ewan McGregor. Damn, dude. That's good.
I do
Sorry.
a good Ewan McGregor.
It's a good Obi-Wan Ewan McGregor, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a good one.
Solid.
I'll be right back.
Okay, bye.
And then we push to Yoda, I think, just like, or is that after the? Is it after the? No, it's not. It's it's Qui-Gon. It's Qui-Gon's funeral. We have the ending moments of the battle, and then we cut to Qui-Gon's funeral, and Qui-Gon is being burned, which I think is how all Jedi are are probably dealt with after, unless there's sort of cultural specifications. I don't know. But
I feel like that seems like kind of like old. Where if I think about Star Wars based off of also real life situations and like different cultures and beings.
Well, they're supposed to return to the Force, and I guess
It kind of makes sense of like what has happened historically with people.
I mean, some people in Star Wars, when they die, they just turn into an invisible energy. Like they literally vanish.
Haven't seen that in person, but sounds rad.
You haven't seen any of the other Star Wars movies?
The Force
No,
Ghost?
I haven't seen
Yes.
somebody in my life die and then turn into a Force Ghost.
Okay, I was like, Force Ghosts are real.
No, they are real, but just in this. Sorry, I was talking about real life for a second. I'll dive back in.
Yeah, I've never seen somebody die and turn into a ghost as well.
Right, but it would be cool.
But yeah, like in Obi-Wan in A New Hope turns into basically nothingness when he dies. Yoda does the same thing. Luke does it in The Last Jedi, and I think that's it in terms of live action deaths. But
what do you guys think you'll turn into when you die?
A Force Ghost.
A pervert.
Oh, a god.
A god.
Wow, what a scale.
Yeah.
I think that infinite nothingness would be my.
That is a scale. It starts at infinite nothingness. God is at the top, and there's like me and Steven are in the middle somewhere.
I just turn into a pervert. I'm like, ooh, you wanna smooch?
Here's what I'm going to turn into.
Sorry. It
was
so
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell order. Oh my god.
Oh,
I didn't even know Taco Bell still existed.
I just fucked around and found out.
Did you get like a Crunch Supreme? Because like
This guy's trying to force diarrhea upon himself.
2 Crunch Supreme
hey,
for 1.
They're good. And a Baja Blast?
No,
No.
we're not Baja Blasting. We're at
I'm
the
not
fucking
crazy.
parade, Cassandra.
Also,
Come on.
Baja
God, distracted.
I think that's what those things that the Gungans throw at each other are called, the Baja
Those
Blast.
those balls that Jar Jar bounces off of that ship accidentally, definitely Baja Blast flavor.
It's
Baja Blast coated. So, Qui-Gon is funeralized, and Yoda and Mace Windu are like,
always true that a master
I wanted-
and apprentice.
Right before we get to that, I wanted to say that like when Anakin flies in and blows up the Trade Federation ship, space station, it really felt like the same way that there's baby versions of everything in Star Wars, and this is kind of the start of that. That was like a baby version of a Death Star.
Yes.
It
Yeah,
really
well,
felt like a tiny
the
baby
vents
boy
are a
went
weakness,
in
and they keep making vents.
But
and
it's
then
not even Death
stopped
Star. Like
making vents.
so many things where it's like, oh, we
You know
go
what?
to the vents, we explode the big thing.
Yeah.
This is another point I give to George Lucas over Disney, which is I don't hate the Disney stuff, but you know what George Lucas didn't do? Make another Death Star in any of his 3 movies.
Right. That's right.
He was like, the Death Star's been done. It has to be about other things other than like a planetary destruction level thing.
Because if you take a Death Star and put another Death Star and you put them together, it just
that's the thing about Return of the Jedi
It
that people
falls.
really don't like, right? Is they hate the Ewoks and they hate the fact that there's another Death Star. But in the context of Star Wars, the Empire making another Death Star is absolutely amongst the realm of possibility that is kind of interesting and cool. That while they were making the first one, it's like that's their test, and they're using what they learned to make another one. The fact that both of them got destroyed would mean let's never make another one of these. And then
But
immediately
there was
they
a
make another one.
spherical orb in the center of this space station, which was part of why I wanted to bring this
No,
up.
I know, but just because something is a sphere doesn't mean it's a Death Star. It just
That's
looks like
true.
that.
But no,
I don't
I
think the
see
trade-
here though. I see what you're saying of the kind of.
Also,
like,
you realize
seeing
that
what
across the
was
entirety of
beginning
the
to then.
I understand,
getting
but
bigger.
across the entirety of the outskirts of this planet's rim, there's a million more of those ships. You can see them in the backgrounds. There's this is just the main one, the one that has all the droids connected to it. Also, the people that were feeding them.
They have a whole blockade.
But you're right, though. But in the sense that, Jason, you're right in the sense that the Trade Federation worked with the the bugs from the next movie, whatever they're called, the Geonosians. And the
Geonosians,
Geonosians are the ones that designed the Death Star, and they also designed all the robotics for these ships and stuff too. So it's all connected. It's all poetry. Everything makes sense when you think about it. And yeah,
I came up with everything myself, and it's all from within my brain, and I'm the best to ever do it.
So I was wrong though. I think the Yoda thing happens before the funeral, but the Yoda thing is he's like,
take it upon yourself to train this boy. We do not.
And then he's like, I promised Master Qui-Gon that I would train the boy, and he's like,
well, I know. You can.
I don't
You
blame
pinky
you,
swore, and that's it.
Yeah.
I don't blame you, Steve, because you've been asleep for an hour at this point.
I know. I'm replaying the movie in my head, and I'm like, chicken noodle soup.
I hyper focused. The reason why I understand the like Trade Federation stuff, and I usually like don't hone in on the politics of Star Wars, is because when I watched it this time around, I watched it like twice in a row in 2 days, and I really hyper focused on the first act because I never understood the first act. The fucking pod racing, easy to understand, and from the second you hear the Duel of Fates on, really easy to understand. But
before that, I had a lot of questions too. Like the politics are like where
the
am I?
politics
What's happening?
of the original trilogy or the sequel trilogy or the prequel trilogy, sorry. Like that was the part of these movies that always like messed me up.
It's a lot easier to understand when you just think of it as Palpatine forcing shitty things to happen to get himself more power. If you think about like the actual logistics of like planets having these blockades and things, you're like, wait, what?
That's the only thing that I could grasp.
Yeah, but if you think about that too much, you're like, I don't really understand what the like how are the interplanetary relations here? And I don't really understand that. But if you don't think about that and just think about Palpatine being like, and then I'll move this piece here and this piece here.
The long goal is that people choose their own sort of enslavement, right? Like people choose because of the shit happening to put this person in power and give them ultimate power.
Yeah.
And that's what he's setting up as his chess pieces on the board. It's just like things are so shitty everywhere.
That it's easy to pin people against.
That it's easy to get that power grab in these moments and like pin people against. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But then he uses someone like Dooku, who's his ideals in terms of like what it means to be a Jedi are so thrown off by the Republic that he just hates the Republic. And he's like, the Republic is the reason that everything's bad. And Sidious is like, well, I have an opportunity for you, Dooku. If you want, you can create the CIS. And he's like, all right, let's go do that then. And then that's where his stuff is the most flimsy, but then everything that they've done beyond that in terms of the Clone Wars and everything really solidifies it. And you get to see an extended version of other planets that are outside of the Republic that are like, no, we just want to exist outside of this bullshit that you've created because it's just bureaucracy and decision-making that is so far removed from us.
Yeah,
it all makes sense.
It's like, let me live in the woods with the frogs, and I'll be okay.
But it's not that though.
Like,
it's like
no.
it's like a planet that has like bureaucracy of its own, and they're operating on their own, and they don't need the Republic. The only reason they have them is for protection, and it's like, oh, it's sort of like
Isn't
America
that the
now.
world?
Yes,
What
exactly.
we are in now, yeah.
It's almost like Star Wars is a metaphor for the world that we live in.
It's almost like this pattern has happened so many times, and we're back in it again.
Still happening.
Cool.
So we've reached the end of the movie where Obi-Wan says, I need to train the boy because I promised Qui-Gon, and Yoda says, all right. And then we get a
and then a whole chorus says, my, this here Anakin guy, maybe Vader someday later. Now he's just a small fry. He left his mom.
More importantly, it's yeah.
See, not musical theater people, I don't believe.
I do love this movie has a Ewok Jub sort of finale too. Like that song is very like.
Sometimes I feel like George Lucas is also just giving middle fingers to people that didn't like things they did before. Where he's like, I don't give a shit.
Which I stand by that.
But I do like
about how beautiful the costuming is in this last scene. Like,
I mean, in all of the movie, I think
beautiful. Like costuming by far, the entire thing is amazing, especially Padme's costuming. Oh my god! But this like last scene with everybody in these like beautiful kind of garbs, it's just stunning. I want it on like a Renaissance painting.
Yeah. I also like that like the parade is almost entirely orchestrated by the Gungans, and it's like their introduction to be like, hey! And like all the people are like, yes, yes, and like, aren't these the frog people that try to kidnap our children or whatever? Like, it's like,
yes, they were.
there's probably so much weird propaganda that exists in Theed to like set up like hatred between the Gungans and the humans.
Oh yeah.
What to do if you see a Gungan?
If you see a Gungan, tell someone.
Yeah. You see something, say something. There's like ice for Gungan.
What to do if you see a Gungan? Protect your egg.
Ask for a warrant that's signed by a
Blow your whistle as loudly as possible.
You can get a Gungan whistle at every
film everything. Yeah.
Well, should we go into a Home Alone of it all?
Yes,
we can do it.
If you had to pick one, what do you think the Home Alone is the Home Alone of it all? Can someone please tell me when the Home Alone? I really gotta know. When is the Home Alone of it all? What is the Home Alone of it all? Now that's the Home Alone of it all.
The Home Alone of it all, of course, is the idea that in the movie Home Alone, Ken McAllister slaps down the blueprint to destroy his adversaries, which we saw a lot in this movie. And it is sort of the idea that we posit that that's the best part of the movie. So every movie has a best part, obviously. In addition to that, we're also asking for your final thoughts on the movie and your rating. You both have been here before. Both of you are in the 5 times club. I think one of you is in the 5 times club and one of you is in the 10 times club. So, Cass, you know what it's all about. Why don't you give us your Home Alone, your final thought, and your rating?
Okay. This is really tricky because you're right. There are so many points in this that are incredible. The first thing that came into my head was actually really early on in the movie for me, when they're like underwater in the ship and there's like these crazy sea monsters, also maybe sentient. We don't know what they are. They could be just full aliens. And they're like trapped in a cave in their ship and the power goes off. And there's just something about like that fear and that moment that feels very space in Star Wars, even though it's like underwater in the moment, that I don't know, it just got to me. And I like that. So that's my Home Alone of it all got me hooked in that moment of turn the power back on, figure out a way out of the situation. What is it? Final thoughts and rating?
Yeah.
Final thoughts are interesting for me. I agree. I love that this feels like a chicken noodle soup movie. I came into today's episode and I was like, I have some notes, but I really don't know what I'm going to talk about because all of this just feels like it's happened to me and I've been part of a story, but I don't necessarily have a bunch of like themes to take out of it. So we'll see what happens as we talk. And clearly we talked for a long time. So a lot of things came out of today. It's a good therapy session. Same thing happened.
This is easily going to be our longest episode.
Yeah. I think this movie is beautiful. It does make me want to watch the rest of 2 and 3, even though I probably watched them when I was a kid. And I don't remember them. I want to go through the whole thing again. It's just nice. It feels like a big kind of like warm blanket in a cold time. And my rating, I would give it a solid yippee. And that's my rating.
Holy shit.
That's a good rating.
That's an incredible rating. I love that. Thank you, Cass. You're obviously welcome back here anytime. Tat.
Okay, I think
hit us with it.
I think my Home Alone of it all is like genuinely like just when they land on Tatooine and you get to see the scope of Tatooine. Like I just think that like to land and see this like super desert planet, which like does come up, Tatooine comes up in so many other shows and stuff. Like it kind of just like drops you home in a way. Ooh, which almost makes me go back and say my Home Alone of it all is like the moment they do the dun da da da, and you get to see like the crazy scroll. So maybe it's the scroll that's the Home Alone of it all to me, because like that immediately brings you into Star Wars and like the story you're about to see. I think final thoughts. It has been a while. No, it hasn't been as a while since I've seen this movie. I think I watched like 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3 a couple of years ago for the first time, like all the way through. But I feel like 1 almost got lost in watching like all 6 all at once, because like it is a lot to kind of watch all the way through. So getting to watch this again, it was so much more enjoyable than I remember. And I think I was almost influenced by like the rhetoric around this film about like around like that's out there. So it was nice to watch it with my own opinions and thoughts and actually just sit there and be like, no, this is actually like a really enjoyable movie. And like, there's so many fun moments and there are really fun characters and there's really cool fighting, and just, I really enjoyed it all the way through. So I think in terms of rating, I would give it 1 out of 6, but that's just because it's episode 1.
Steven, I'm excited to know how you feel about it.
Episode 1 is a movie that is very special to me because the majority of my life up until it came out was me imagining what it would be like if they made another Star Wars movie. And when I say the majority of my life, I was, I think, like 10 years old when this movie came out. So like, you know, a lot of my life was like, they're never going to make another Star Wars, but if they did, wow. And then they re-released Star Wars in theaters, and I was like, why are they doing this? This is crazy. And like my stupid little boy brain could not understand that the reason they were doing that was because they were amping everybody up for Star Wars to return in a big way being episode 1. I remember seeing the trailer for this movie the first time, and I think it was what's that movie with Robin Williams where he's a robot? The Mr.
Robot.
Mr.
Millennial Man.
Mr. Bicentennial.
Robot. No, that's good.
Mr. Millennial Man.
It's Bicentennial Man, I think it's his name.
It is. It's Bicentennial Man. I'm sorry.
And I saw the trailer for this movie during that movie, and I had no idea that they were even making a new Star Wars because we didn't have the internet. I didn't have any kind of connection to anything other outside of seeing trailers in movie theaters. And it was one of the most exciting experiences I've ever had, to the point that I remember that trailer more clearly and accurately in my mind than I do the movie Bicentennial Man, which I spent 2.5 hours watching after that point. And then I remember walking back to the car as a little child, a little tiny boy, and my dad being like, that Star Wars trailer. And I was like, I know, right? And he's like, maybe we should see Bicentennial Man again so we can see the trailer again. My dad wanted to see it.
Aww.
And it was very special to me in the way that like there are things now that are connected in my brain to this movie in like dumb ways. Like I had a paper route when I was a little kid, and I had all these Star Wars little flyers that I had to put into people's mailboxes. And like the smell of that flyer, when I smell something that is similar to it, makes me think of this movie and the excitement that I was feeling for it. It means a lot to me. I don't know. Like, I don't really know how else to put it other than that, like, when I watch this movie, it's a very special feeling that I don't think a lot of other movies have. That I don't know if I'll ever have that again, you know? So, like, this is something that I will keep close to me until the day I die, kind of thing. This movie rules. And if you don't agree with me, then you can suck my butt. All right? But I will say that if I had to pick a clone of it all, I said clone of it all. If I had to pick a Home Alone of it all, a home of clone of it all, it would be like Tad said, the crawl, the opening, like as soon as Star Wars pops up, like that's what it is. Like I'm already just locked in, ready to go. And there's nothing beyond it that is less or more exciting. I am engaged always, and it is NyQuil to me. I can watch this movie, I can put it on, it will put me to sleep, but because I'm so comfortable and feeling like a little kid again. Yeah. If I had to give it a rating, you know, I don't want to rehash on Yippee, but I'm gonna have to go ahead and say now this is pod racing.
Yes,
it is. If I had to define it, it's this.
not going to mince words, and I thought about this all week. My Home Alone of it all this week is the second Duel of Fate starts playing, and it is actually like moments before that. Once the final battle, once they all start invading, and then to like the end of the movie, that section exemplifies the idea of a Home Alone. Like, you know, Anakin sets up the traps up in space. Jar Jar Binks sets up the traps down on the planet. Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon Jinn set up the traps in the trash zone.
The trash zone.
Literally, like, so like the song starts to play, and then there's a space, and then the song amps up. And that whole section is my Home Alone of it all.
Aww.
My final thoughts are like, I used to hate this movie and now I don't, kind of thing, because I think that I didn't.
A lot of people of our age are that, because we got poisoned by a bunch of haters, you know, for a long time.
Like early proto-internet really fucked us all up, and now I have a shield up against internet haters. So at the end of the day, everything about this movie works. It just isn't what people expected of a Star Wars movie back then. But now I've watched all the TV shows and I've seen all the sequels. This movie is right in there as one of the top Star Wars movies for me, as top Star Wars things for me. It's entertaining. It has a great first half that is, you know, politically charged, but also easy to follow. Then there's the podcast segment.
So much racism. It's great.
Not pod racing segment, and then there's like an epic final battle.
Pod racists? Hold on, what?
No, I said podcasting segment. Anyway, we're all pod racists here. Nope, don't say that.
No.
But I just really like watching it 2 times in a row is kind of the way I think this movie was meant. And Steven can attest to this. It's kind of meant the way to watch something like this.
Are you saying this is the way?
This is only the way.
Hey guys, does this sound like The Mandalorian? This is the way.
Yeah, I mean that's what he says. Yeah.
If I was to give it a rating,
wait, how about this?
This is the way.
Yes.
This is the way.
Only because I know that I'm going to enjoy the Clone Wars more than I did previously. I give this movie a 3.7 out of 5 because I feel like I'm going to be blown away by the Clone Wars, and I feel like I'm not going to like Revenge of the Sith as much as I perceive myself to. But I also give this movie.
Growing up is realizing that episode 1 rules and the rest of the.
Yes, I think that's my rating. Actually, I think my rating for this week is growing up, is realizing episode 1 is fucking awesome.
I think growing up is realizing that like you make your own opinions of the things you watch. You're less inclined to listen to the outside. You know?
And I think growing up is realizing that Darth Maul is hot and cool.
I mean, we all knew that.
I give this movie 5 horns on the top of Darth Maul's hot skull. Also, they go all the way around, I think. I'm pretty sure. So, 9 horns.
You play that clap or I will die.
9 horns.
9 horns.
Well, before we get out of here, of course, there's one last thing we have to do, and that's our plugs.
Uh-oh.
All right, let me just plug this in right here and...
Cass, what do you have to plug? How did your commercial do?
Oh, good. It was great. My butt looks great.
I waited and waited and waited. I watched so many television shows. I didn't see it a single time. Please send it to me. I tried to Google it.
Cassandra's mind.
He kept, he was like, Cass's ass.
I
Googled Cass's ass over and over, and I couldn't find nothing.
I typed ass into Google, and I got a whole bunch of different stuff.
Yeah.
There's like a fine line of Googling. It's okay, I'll talk to you later. But no, it went great. It was lovely. And I don't know. I don't really have anything like to plug right now. But I'll like shout out to you guys. Hell yeah, thanks for having us on and running this stuff.
Thanks for coming for episode 1.
This is great.
Yeah, I chose this.
This is the one that people don't like the most a lot of the time.
Steven, I chose this. I was like, listen, give me the one that people don't like the most because I think maybe I can do that.
I was having a thrown in team.
Yeah. When I say most people, I don't include myself because I fucking love this movie so goddamn much.
You have actually like changed the next like week or 2 of my life because I will be watching all the rest of them.
Yeah. Also, wintertime feels like a nice, cozy time to just sit down and watch Star Wars.
Get into the wars, yeah.
You know?
Made these people do Star Wars for the next.
You're sitting in a corner, you're like, it's very cold. And then you're
Take
like,
me to Hoth.
You're from a very warm planet. Yeah.
You're gonna have to cut a tauntaun open and sleep inside of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I thought they smelled bad
Survival.
on the outside.
What a perfect Harrison Ford impression.
I'm plugging watching all 6 Star Wars. Okay, I guess 9, but that's a lot of time, and I think it's 6. So we're gonna watch 6 Star Wars over the next
Sweet.
month.
Well, that's
For the month of February. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch them.
Valentine's Day means doing the things you love.
It's
And I
true.
love
It's Star Wars
binging
History Month.
movies.
Star Wars History Month, and I don't think anything else.
Yeah.
Nope, that's fucked up. It's Black History Month.
Oh shit.
There's a lot of
Yeah.
it.
Jesus
We're
Christ.
doing a
guys.
movie series that famously has not a lot of black people in it.
Yep. Yep.
Whoops.
I really liked what's his name? Pakatan?
The fact that you don't even remember his name is really bad.
Patakatan.
No, it's Panaka.
Panaka. That guy ruled. That guy was awesome. Well, thank you, Cass and Tatiana. Steven, what do you have cooking on the back burner this week?
Well, as always, I like to plug Stanland. You guys should check it out on Sonar and all places you can get your podcasts. I'm in that. We've got a new show coming out very soon called Randy, which is an old show that we've dusted off and we've brought back. It never saw the light of day, but it will soon. I'm in that as well. And we've got another thing that Mike Sachs, the writer of both of those things, has been working on that I will be pleased to announce once the time is right, but it should be really cool and fun. And of course, I am the voice of Darth Theorist and the Three-Eyed Theorist, the things that really inspired this month's discussions, which is Star Wars. And I love Star Wars so goddamn much, and I love talking about it. I'm so glad all of you guys agreed to do this with me. This is the one that is the closest to my heart and softest spot that I've got. So I don't know if I'll be talking as pleasantly about the next two as I did about this one. But I'll try, because I do like those two as well. But yes, Darth Theorist, I'm the voice, the narrator, the characters. I play everything and do everything audio-wise. Same with the Three-Eyed Theorist. We do have a third channel that's, I believe, being released on the 14th. I'll tell you guys more about that once I have the go-ahead. And I'm hoping that more people from Theorist are going to be watching this. I'm going to be doing some ads for this to get people here. And anytime that I said something mean about a Star Wars fandom, I wasn't talking about you. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about other people.
That's
Guys,
fair.
come on.
And correct.
But yeah, that's about all I have going on right now.
Well, thank you, Stephen, for allowing this connection to happen. I would also like to tell everybody about the Darth Theorist channel, the Three-Eyed Theorist channel, and maybe a secret next channel. Who knows? I'd also like to let everybody know about this channel that you're watching right now. Did you see this one? We go live each and every week right here on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube at 8 p.m. Eastern every Thursday night. We also have merchandise I don't know if anybody knows this, but we do. We have merchandise. We have the Corporal Tunnel Syndrome, which you can get on a t-shirt if you want it, which you do. You can get the Howie Mandela Effect, which the longer time goes on, the less I remember how this came to pass. But
I remember exactly how it came to pass.
We have the Grimoire Familiar Killers, and we're very slowly getting to a point where most of these men aren't even part of that flagship month anymore. There's the Eldritch Millennial, which is just Steven dressed up as a Eldritch Horror, and it's me dressed up as the Kool-Aid Man, the Kill-Aid Man, as we like to call him. We also have Twinkerball, fan favorite for all. And introducing here first, I think I don't know if we showed it last week, maybe we did, but we do have one new thing. It isn't out yet. I'm waiting for a milestone, but the milestone is coming soon. Maybe at our longest episode ever, which we're almost at 5 hours, guys. It's Chef's Fingers, guys. That's Chef's Fingers. We got Chef's Fingers. We got Chef's Fingers.
I told Shane I would make it viral for the world, and it's happening.
It kind of feels like bullying because he's Irish, so we're making fun of his lack of understanding.
He doesn't know how to speak English.
It's beautiful. It's stunning. It's beautiful. I use it every day. It's better than what we did.
And
now Hot Wars.
Just to be a little selfish for a moment, on February 20th of this month, I am, of course, the voice of Super Kicked Wrestling here in Toronto. We have a show coming up called Envy, and we have 2 great main events. One of them is Orion versus the Super Kick champion, Jesse V, and the other one is a 420 championship, and it is Dior Nollins versus Eric Young. I remembered. Those are the only 2 matches that are announced so far. As we get closer to that event, I will, of course, show the poster as I normally do. I think that I've covered everything. Here's some fireworks to commemorate this moment of Tatiana being a 5-timers club champion. Also, Taco Bell.
Sponsored
no
by.
Moss.
Are we sponsored by Taco Bell or?
I said no Moss.
You know that episode 1 was sponsored by Taco Bell. Do you guys remember the KFC Taco Bell?
I do kind of remember that now.
Yeah.
And mentioning Pepsi earlier too. Pepsi is
the commercials were a Pizza Hut delivery woman, Colonel Sanders, and the Taco Bell dog just fighting on Naboo together.
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Lightsaber.
But there is one question that needs to be asked each and every week, and our guests always have to ask it. Could you please ask that question right now, friends?
Sure.
Hey, Cass.
Yeah.
Hey, did you
see this one?
Have you ever encountered a Jedi Knight before, sir?
Well, no, but I still off the bridge.
No, too much? Is that too much?
It's beautiful. It's stunning.
Have fun squirting upstairs with the color clown.
No, I don't.
Welcome to my squirt room.
No, I don't want to be
What color?
here.